Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Ate Most Powerful Hidden Devil Fruit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shanks was in the middle of traveling through the jungle on the island. All the crew had gone ashore to restock on provisions. The weather was so bad lately, they were having to take a longer time to get back to the East Blue. They were on vacation, and some of the crew had family and friends there. For some reason, the weather got really rough and slowed them down to the point where they needed to restock on supplies. Shanks being how he was decided, everybody had to chip in, including him. Ugh, why did I have to say that everyone should chip in? Shanks cried while traveling through the jungle. Then he spotted a bush in a clearing with a weird fruit in it. It was small and looked a little bigger, but the same size as a strawberry. It was blue and every dot had a different color on it. Something else that caught Shanks' attention was the fact that it was the only berry on the whole bush. Now finding a weird fruit in a strange place is not uncommon for this known world. So believing it might be a devil fruit, Shanks picked it and carried it back to the ship. When Shanks got back, he checked with all the other devil fruits that were known in the Book of Devil Fruits. For some odd reason, it came up empty. Oddly, though, Shanks was compelled to take it with him. Realizing, however, it was important, he stored it with the other devil fruit that he had, the gum fruit. Little did Shanks know this fruit would give off a vibe to prevent anybody but a certain kind of soul from eating it. Shanks' soul was close enough to be allowed to find and carry it, but not close enough for him to be allowed to eat it. In fact, Shanks even forgot altogether the second fruit was even in the box along with the rest of his crew. Time skip. Shanks and his crew were now in Makino's bar laughing and drinking heavily. Luffy sits on a stool with a bandage under his eye. I'll find some way to prove that I am man enough to go with you. You sure showed us how good you are with a knife, Usopp said. The laughing was everywhere. Shut up, cried Luffy. Awa. Don't be that way, here, have some juice, Shanks said as he slid a glass of juice down the bar. Luffy took the glass and eagerly started drinking. Ha 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 ha. Luffy looked confused. What's so funny? I don't know any pirate that drinks juice, Ben Beckman said. Ha 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 ha. They all cheered. Suddenly, the doors of the bar were kicked open, and some men came into the bar. Excuse us, said the tall man standing in front of the door. At this point, the entire bar was silent while looking at the door. The man who was leading the group of men into the bar was a tall, dark-skinned man with black hair, a black goatee, and an X-shaped scar above his right eye. He wore a long red coat over a white shirt, black trousers, and a golden necklace. So these are what passes for pirates around these parts. Looks rather sad, to be honest, he said as he walked up to the bar counter and stood next to Shanks. Welcome, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Asked Makino. We're mountain bandits, but we didn't come here to tear your place apart. All we want is some sake. Let's say 10 barrels should do, he said to Makino. I'm sorry, but actually we are fresh out of sake right now, Makino said. Then what are they drinking? The bandit asked. They just finished the last of it, Makino said. Don't worry, you can have this aged rum I have, Shanks said. Screaming as loud as he can, the bandit said, I am worth 8,000 believe you think one bottle will not satisfy me, breaking the bottle over Shanks' head. The bar got deathly quiet. Then Shanks raised his hand and said, Oh, I made a mess, Makino. The bandits busted out laughing and said it wasn't worth his time, and he would be in town a few days, so she better get more sake quick, and left. When they left, the entire bar that consisted of Shanks' crew bust out laughing. Luffy was so furious he was turning red. Next thing you know, he started yelling. Why did you let them make a fool of you, Shanks? Luffy asked. Usopp spoke up. Luffy, he didn't lose that fight, he won it. Luffy, what do you mean, won it? Usopp, Even if Shanks had fought, sure he would have decimated him, but at what cost? The bar would have been damaged and possibly Makino could have been hurt in the crossfire, even with Shanks protecting her. They left with nobody hurt and no property damaged. Then Shanks chimed in, "Just because you have power doesn't mean you should always use it. Luffy, I don't like it. They made you look weak." Shanks, "Haha, it's okay, one day you learn when you're older." Yasopp then got up and went over to help clean up since only the Shanks crew were left. Luffy, still fuming, all of a sudden noticed a small decorative chest under Yasopp's chair. Being curious, he picks it up and sets it on the bar to open it. After opening the box, he noticed fruits inside. For some reason, he could not take his eyes off of the glowing strawberry. His lips started to water so much he didn't even care that it was a blue color. Then, as an afterthought, he saw the other fruit in the box. It was also blue and shaped like a really big pear with darker blue swirls on it. When we look back at the first fruit, he made his decision. Since it was smaller than an apple, he put the whole thing in his mouth and bit down. Wow, this is delicious. If this little thing is that good, the bigger one must be extremely good. Luffy did the same thing again, expecting the same results. With his taste buds not catching up to his rashness, Luffy swallowed the second fruit. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Everyone stared at Luffy with the empty box beside him. Shanks rushes over examining the box, screaming at Luffy, "Please tell me you didn't eat that." "Yes, I did. It tasted terrible," Luffy said. Shanks, "That was a devil fruit. You will never swim again." "I don't feel so good," Luffy said, thinking it was the shock of being such a good swimmer and losing the ability. Along with the new changes to him, Makino takes him to his room upstairs. When she comes back down, she asks, "Is he going to be okay?" Shanks, "Yay, probably. Look, since it is so late at night and all, I will come back around lunch tomorrow to check on him." Makino, "Thank you." Time skip. Luffy's puff. All night long I tossed and turned, never getting any sleep. If I did, it was nightmares of yelling and the whole world shaking and shifting. With the light outside and hearing the noise downstairs, I thought that Shanks came to check on me. Forcing myself up, I got out of bed and went downstairs. What I saw was not Shanks. The bandits were there arguing with Makino. "What do you mean that there isn't any more sake? I told you to get some," the bandit from last night said. "Makino, Luffy is sick, and I didn't want to leave him alone." At that, all the bandits laughed, and the leader replied, "Probably caught something from those weak pirates. Having just reached the bottom step and not getting any sleep, I did what any other 8-year-old would do when mad they attack. Running up to their leader, I bit his thigh as hard as I could. Bandit, Owua, you brat. Backhanding me across the room. You drew blood, you little shit. Take him, we are going to show everyone in this town not to mess with us. Nobody's puff." Shanks is leaving the docks with his crew and sees a commotion at the well. Seeing Luffy staring at him with a gash on his lips, blood on him, and a sick-looking, Shanks asked, "What did you do this time, Luffy?" "Stay out of it. This doesn't concern you, pirate scum," one of the bandits retorted. "I beg to differ. I can have food or drinks spilled on me. You can even spit on me. I'll laugh it off, but, good reason or not, nobody hurts a friend of mine," Shanks replied. At hearing a gun cock back a hammer, Shanks looked to his right. The bandit holding the gun said, "We said it didn't concern you." Shanks lets his hat shadow his face and answers, "Now that you have drawn your gun, are you prepared to use it? Because I can tell you one thing, never point a weapon on anyone without being prepared to go that far." Bandit, what? Bam. The bandit was shot and fell to the floor unmoving. Lucky Roo behind him casually eating a chicken leg like this was nothing out of the ordinary. The bandits were shocked, raging mad and changed. Yasopp stepped in and said, "No worries, Captain. Don't get your hands dirty." The sniper then proceeded to mercilessly beat every bandit there with the back of the gun. When it was over, the only one standing was the leader holding Luffy. Knowing he was beaten, the bandit threw down a smoke bomb and ran away, taking Luffy as a hostage. Time skip. Luffy's POV. A small craft with one adult and one very sick child are in the cove. Bandit replied, "They will never expect a mountain bandit to head out to sea, and since I don't need you anymore as collateral, I get to pay you back for earlier. Hope you can swim back to shore, being as sick as you can't stand." Ha 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 ha. After saying this, he threw me into the sea. As I was thrashing in the water and starting to sink, two things entered his mind. 1. I saw the resident Sea King eat the bandit. Yay. 2. Why do I feel better? Before he could think of either of these things, the Sea King dived straight at me. Finding myself in a tight embrace, I opened my eyes to find Shanks holding me and staring at the Sea King. With a cold chill running down my spine coming from Shanks, and Shanks saying one word, "Leave," the Sea King swam away as fast as it could go. I know that the two were connected, but how? Then I saw the blood and Shanks missing his arm. I immediately started bawling and crying. "Shanks, what's wrong, Luffy? Are you hurt?" "Your arm." "Shanks, don't worry, you're way more valuable. You're my friend." I continued to cry all the way back to his ship, even going as far as making the ship's doctor pull up an extra bed for me to sleep near Shanks and not leave his side, which Shanks relented, seeing how shaken and traumatized I was. I found myself walking in a 10 ft wide hallway. This place felt familiar like last night, but different, calming rather than endless turmoil. What's made it change? Taking stock of what is around me, I noticed there were candles on shelves providing light. Going one direction, the candles got dimmer, and some shelves in the distance were actually empty. The other direction was quite the opposite, where the candles got bigger, and he could almost see torches in the far distance. Next was the doors. Simple, plain, sturdy, with an empty picture frame 2 ft by 2 ft and an empty slot for a name tag. I opened a door to look inside to find it empty. No furniture, no walls, no ceiling, and no floor. Quickly shutting the door and stepping back into the hallway, I decided to walk in the direction where it is getting brighter. After walking for what seemed like forever, I saw an end to the hallway. On the end wall, there was an open door. On closer inspection, I see not an open door, but a door frame with 3 broken and bent hinges. As I get closer, I hear an argument coming from inside. A female and a man are having a heated argument as loud as Gramps when mad. Curious, he gets against the wall and sneaks up to the empty frame. Man's voice: "You can't tell him everything, he's too young." Female voice: "No, he has to know, it is too dangerous. The world government will hunt him down and hurt him in ways you can't imagine to get to me." Man's voice: "Just hear me out, we agreed to work together for his sake. A compromise, remember? I understand and agree with you on the danger, but you don't know the world today. The last time you had a vessel was over 1,000 years. And no, I don't count that time 320 years ago, when you returned for a week before he died. Information travels faster now that something happens on one island, and within a week the whole world may know." Female voice: "All the more reason to tell him." Hearing a loud sigh, then the man's voice again: "Look, you have never had a vessel this young. Telling him now, on top of what happened to Shanks, will force him to grow up too fast, destroying his purity and believing people can be good." The female responded: "I am just so scared. He reminds me of Mace, and I can't lose him too." Female crying heard in the room. The man says, "We will keep him safe." Female speaking up: "How can you be so sure?" Sesses. The male says, "Without seeing my memories while we battled, would you ever have suspected how serious I am on the inside by how I always acted on the outside?" Female chuckled: "No, I wouldn't, you got me there. Okay, I will agree as long as you help him advance quickly in your power. You know what is at stake this time." Male voice: "Then, since we are in agreement, let's invite our eavesdropper in. Oops, I thought. Shyly, I entered the room. Wow, it was huge. Even Makino's bar wasn't this big. In the corner was a huge kitchen bigger than a restaurant with an island bar. Next, a dining table with complete seating for 10. At the end, crossing the whole living space, was a living room with a big couch, end table, recliners, and 2 stories tall glass black wall. Looking over at the opposite side from the kitchen and dining room side was bookshelves filled with books, reading areas, 2 writing desks, and a staircase leading upstairs to what I could assume a living area with a balcony overlooking the living room. Sitting at the dining room table were 2 people in their mid-20s. The man had an open vest, blue jeans, no shoes, messy short hair, and what Luffy could only imagine as a permanent smile on his face. To say the woman was different would be an understatement. She had a flower-patterned yellow dress, white flat-bottom shoes, pale complexion, long blonde hair, green eyes. Her face resembled Makino, and a motherly smile that any person would let themselves willingly get lost in. Hello. The woman spoke up. Don't worry, we aren't mad at you for listening in, but we would like to know at what point you started to hear us talking. After all, finding this place can be difficult in the beginning, and we knew you were coming, but not when you would get here. A few sentences before he said something about a compromise. She took the lead again. Okay, well, first off, I can't tell you everything. You shouldn't be even meeting us until much later stage in your training. Training? What training? Who are you and where is here? After getting a very serious look from the man, she says, I can't tell you much about me other than my name right now. However, I can tell you that my name is Mimic, and I am an extremely rare devil fruit. The reason I was so worried is that if people found out I am in the world again, they would do anything to get me for themselves. That means you can't tell Shanks, Makino, and especially Uncle Gap about me. Why? The male cleared his throat. Remember what happened to Shanks? Why, yay. He continued. Well, there are people who would willingly do that, and worse to anyone you are friends with, if they find out about her. So will you not tell them about your first devil fruit? Yes, most definitely, I won't tell anyone. Wait, if Mimic is my first devil fruit, does that make you my second? Sesses. With a big smile on his face. Yes, I am, however, this is something you can tell proudly. Shrugging. Well, about having me as your devil fruit, not that I am your second. Sesses. With a smile and a simple shrug, I say, okay. He spoke again. Look, my name is Gum, and basically I'm the gum fruit. With me, your body will stretch like rubber. Now there are 2 things that are going to be very different from if you just ate me alone. First, normally people who just eat me are always very childish and crazy. However, with eating Mimic here, I can't influence your personality into being a childish prankster. But that is how we are going to keep your nakama safe, though. Mimic spoke up. Simply put, the plan is that everyone is going to expect you to be a big kid. However, remember how Shanks acted at the bar? I nodded. Not one of those bandits could believe he or any of his crew were dangerous. Yeah, they wiped the floor with them. But I want to be considered strong. Frowning now, Mimic smiled and said, You will be strong. Your friends will know how strong you really are, and you will be noticed. But if you destroy boulders and sea kings from day one, the attention will not be good. Okay, I understand. But what about getting stronger? I mean, how? Mimic gesturing with her hands. What is going on now is called an awakening. It is where the devil fruit user makes the utmost bonding with the fruit. Because of our fight and our compromise, we can offer advice directly in your dream state. Gum, at least once a week you will come here training, and I will perfect and improve on your skills you have learned. Time passes differently here. One night could be the same as 3 to 4 weeks. Noticing me looking around the room. Sesses. Don't worry, we will be using one of the empty rooms. With a big smile, I say, cool. Mimic, having a big smile on her face, added, Also because of eating both of us and having an awakening, a lot of things closed off to you are now unlocked and easier for you to learn from scratch. Looking confused. I know Gum's powers now, so what are yours, Mimic? Mimic looks over to Gum with pleading eyes, but he just shakes his head. I can't tell you yet. I know you don't want to hear that, but do know I am not lying and am very powerful. I can tell you more after your first rash. The look Gum gave her was chilling, and she shrunk in on herself. Gum relaxing and giving out a sigh. Gum said, Luffy, she may not act or look it, but she is way more powerful than any other devil fruit. She is showing you right now how to be humble. I have seen her vessel destroy entire armies without breaking a sweat. Mimic actually smiled at Gum for his kind words. I believe you. I feel it in my gut, and I trust my gut. Mimic smiling wildly. That will also get much stronger and more accurate, but not always easy to read. Seeing the glass wall flickering, Gum and Mimic quickly look at each other. Mimic grabbing my shoulders. Luffy, you're waking up. Remember that we both want to keep you safe most of all. Luffy's puff. I opened my eyes to see myself in Shanks' room, feeling much better than I thought possible. The bad thing is it is empty. Rushing to the door, I opened it to see Shanks barking orders to his crew to get ready to leave. I say, what's wrong, Shanks? Shank replied, there is a Navy battleship heading this way, and if we don't leave within 30 minutes, there will be a fight. Realizing he meant that the town getting harmed, I said, I will miss you, Shanks. Shanks, hey, I thought you wanted to come with us. You have a devil fruit now, so that makes you just strong enough, and you will need training. Smiling and thinking this is what Luffy always wanted. I want to say yes, then remember the talk last night. All of a sudden going with him now, well, it just felt wrong. Then Mimic's words came back to me. Well, might as well start now. Smiling the best smile ever, I say, nah, I decided to get my own crew. It will be bigger and stronger than any crew, even yours. Sticking out my tongue. Also, throwing my hands in the air, I yell, I am going to be king of the pirates. Feeling something on my head, I looked up to see Shanks' hat sitting there. With Shanks staring at me, he said, one day we will have to fight in the New World. This hat was given to me by my captain when I was a cabin boy. So keep it safe till we meet, and in the New World, we will then see if you are worthy of that title and keeping the hat. I stood on a boat in the harbor waving goodbye to a group of people. They all got very excited and started pointing behind me. I just kept waving, already feeling what was behind me. Turning around, I stared at the Sea King of the coast, allowing a small bit of my haki to come out, making the creature now in front of me scared along with the group of people watching. Since you protect the bay from bad pirates, I will go easy on you. Squinting my eyes and slowly raising my arm till it was pointing at the Sea King. However, you did take Shanks' arm, so I won't let you just leave unharmed. Gum Gum rifle. My arm shot out like a rocket, hitting the Sea King and making it fly away in the sky, turning into a small star in the sky. Turning back to the people waving goodbye, I say, I will miss you all. Half dropped dead from shock. Sessies. Time skip. I am sailing and see a whirlpool forming. Maybe I should have studied navigation more. Oh well, just as I am about to use my powers to try to avoid it, I get a gut feeling that feels crazy. Get into a barrel, you have got to be kidding me. All well, gut hasn't failed me yet. Climbing into the barrel, I secured the lid. Please don't make me regret this. Time skip. I wake up feeling that I must be on a ship or something because the barrel isn't bobbing up and down no more. Reaching out with my haki, I sense 3 adults with bad intentions and 1 scared boy. Time to shake things up. Breaking the barrel and knocking one of the guys out in the process. Wow, what a great nap. Hey, why is he laying on the floor like that? The other 2 scream in unison. You just put him there. We'll kill you for that. Drawing their swords in preparation to attack. Cool, you have swords, I don't use a sword. So did you two get training under a master or just self-taught? 'Cause I am looking for a good swordsman or swordswoman. They can be just as good too. And I was wondering if you could tell me where to begin looking for one. The two men stared at me in shock. Doesn't matter. You will be dead in a few seconds since you have no weapon. Drawing their swords overhead and bringing them down with all their might. Typical no training. Bringing my forearm up to block the swords. Clang. Now who said I was defenseless? I said I don't use one. I never said I am not ready to fight one. Both the men had shocked expressions on their faces as I backhanded them, knocking them out. Sessies, that was fun. The kid said, "Are you crazy? When they wake up, they are going to tell Alvida. And then you will be killed for sure." Sessies. Hey, do you know where the food is? Boy. Yeah, I saw a storeroom with food on the way down here. Good, I'm hungry. By the way, what's your name? My name is Kobe, he said as he was leading me out of the room. So Kobe, are you a cabin boy on this ship? Also, who's Alvida and why would she want to kill me? As we walked down the hallway. Kobe, looking scared to death, replied, Alvida is the most be beautiful, strong, wonderful, powerful, and be beautiful pirate in the East Blue. Sensing something was not right, Sessies. Are you sure? Because the way you are stuttering doesn't sound like you are positive on all those things. All well, if she is not a nice person, I will probably have to fight her anyway, since it will conflict with my dream. Kobe gasped, then asked, So what is your dream? Taking off my hat and staring at it, I say, to become the king of the pirates. Kobe gasped, No way, that is not possible. There are pirates, warlords, Yankos, and the Navy to beat. It is not possible. I hit Kobe on the head. What was that for? Kobe asked. Because I felt like it. So is your dream to become a pirate, Kobe? Since you're their cabin boy? Kobe frowned and said, No, I want to become a marine and capture pirates. But I got caught getting into a fishing boat 2 years ago, and have been Alvida's personal slave ever since. She is almost done, but so is Alvida. If Alvida's crew return to the ship, now it will not go well. Time to wrap it up. Stopping my walk to the hold, I turned to Kobe. Tell you what, I will get you to a marine base and put in a good word for you, because I can tell you're a good person. Kobe. But wait, you're a pirate. How are you going to put in a good word? Sessies. Leave that to me. Anyway, let's get up on deck. A party is about to get started. As I arrive on deck, I see a large group of pirates, the 3 from before, and a big large woman. Hello. So where is this strong woman called Alvida? The 3 from before say, That's him, the one who stole your barrel of sake. Get him, everyone. You didn't tell me there are over 50 of them, Kobe. Running away with all of them following me. Then I turned, grabbing on the mast to turn quickly. As the whole group ran past, they noticed my hand still on the mast, but his arm stretched to where I was. They look up to see me smiling 60 ft away, lifting my feet off the ground. Oh no, all the pirates thought as I smashed into them, sending them bouncing around the deck like a very large game of billiards, knocking them all out. Wow, that was fun. Now she is on deck and really needs the distraction. Walking up to Alvida, first thing, all I didn't steal the sake because there was none to begin with. I was in the barrel that those 3 were trying to steal from you. Pointing to the downed pirates. Second, where do you get off squashing Kobe's dream? Lifting her steel mace high into the air, Alvida brings it down on me, smashing my head and face all the way to my middle chest. Ha 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 ha, that's what happens to people who dream, Kobe. Lifting the mace back up. Sessies. Yay, see what happens, Kobe. Kobe and a few pirates who started to wake up stare in shock. As my head as it just sprang back to its original shape. Everyone stops laughing. Now it's my turn. Stretching my hand up to the mace and wrapping my hand around it, my hand turns black before squeezing and shattering the mace. pieces flying everywhere and damaged some of both ships like shrapnel from a grenade. That was for a show of power. This is for hindering his dream. Alvida pales, realizing she is outmatched, waves her hands in front of her. Wait, please. Pointing my arm at her, I say, smiling. Don't worry too much, you haven't made me mad at you. And I know you are tough enough to take a hit. Afraid it will hurt though, sorry. Gum rifle. Bam, my arm shot out, hitting her in the gut, sending her flying and becoming a star in the sky. Looking around, all the pirates are in shock. Then there were explosions off the bow of the pirate's ship and a marine ship coming into view. Okay, time to go. Looking around, I grabbed 2 of the 4 bags of treasure the pirates found on the cruise ship. Then grabbing Kobe, I jumped over the side of the ship. Nami puff. Just as I was placing Alvida's treasures into a boat and readying it to launch, all the commotion started. Looking up, I see a strange man slammed into all of them and get up without a scratch. Who is he? I couldn't hear him talking to Alvida, but could tell they aren't friends. Alvida took her mace and smashed him. All well, one less pirate in the world. Hearing female laughter, I turned back to the rigging to lower the boat, then stop as I heard gasps and a single male laughing. Looking back, I saw him standing there perfectly fine and reaching up to grab the mace. Then the unthinkable happens, the mace shattered, sending pieces everywhere, damaging both ships. But not one piece hit the boat I was in. After checking for damage, I look back and see Alvida flying off into the distance. Yikes. Change of guard, new captain, time to leave before I am spotted. Quickly lowering the boat into the sea, grabbing the oars, then the boat started to severely shake. Looking at the back of the boat, I stare in shock when the man in front of Alvida moments ago is here. I am dead, I am dead, I am dead, I am so dead. Just then I realized he was talking, not attacking. Sweating profusely, I say, double what? The man says, I said if you take me and Kobe to the nearest marine port, I will give you all the treasure in these bags minus 500 bully to add to what you took from Alvida and a few of the snobby passengers. So is it a deal? Bully, yay. How does he know that I was robbing Alvida? Need money though, but I won't let him know he got the upper hand. Okay, but if you try anything at all to me, or my treasure, I will throw you overboard myself. And you two got to do all the rowing. Got it. Thrusting out the oars. The man says, no problem, I was taught how to treat a woman with respect. No funny business. But I do all the rowing, he can't keep up with me. Gesturing to Kobe. Just then cannonballs start landing near us. Deal, just start rowing already. Man, okay, you two get to the front of the boat, and hold on, also make sure the treasure is secured, and tell me when you're ready. Bombs land all around, yet he isn't concerned at all as I secured the treasure. Me and Kobe are at the front. I look back to see his arms in a tight spiral behind the boat, 10 ft long, and the oars at the end. What the hell is he? The man spoke up. They're going to hit us soon. Ready? Ready. Just then he lowered his hands in the water and a massive spray erupted. I wasn't ready, because how can you be ready for that? And was thrown to the back of the boat and would have fallen over the side if I had not hit his back and wrapped my arms around his chest. As I held on for dear life, one thought came to my forefront of my thoughts. Wow, he is a lot more buff than I imagined. What am I thinking? Man says, sorry, but I had a gut feeling the next shot was going to hit dead center and couldn't wait anymore. We should be out of observation range in a few minutes. Then I can go back to rowing normally. No problem, I will just have to suffer back here till then. If this is suffering, sign me up, smiling. Man laughing, sesses. Sorry, what you said was very funny. Was that for what I said, or did he hear what I thought? Then the boat started to slow down, and he got up and stored the oars. Luffy's pump. Hello, my name is Luffy. This is Kobe, and you are? Holding out my hand for her to shake. Girl said, Nami. Wow, you must be a strong pirate hunter to take out Alvida. smiling and taking his hand. Sessis, hate to bust your bubble, but I am a pirate. Nami yelled, you're a pirate. And here I thought you were a good person. All pirates are disgusting and deranged people who only care about treasure, or their own selfish pleasure at the expense of others. Getting up in his face and staring him down. Well then, explain to me what pleasure and treasure Shanks got when he came to my town. Protected Makino the bartender from harm, beat up the mountain bandits who wanted to terrorize the town, and saved my life at the cost of his left arm. Glaring at her without knowing, I was releasing a medium-level blast of haki till Kobe fainted. Seeing Nami scared shitless falling into her seat, I relax. Sitting down and burying my face in my hands, I shed some tears. I am sorry, so sorry, H. He saved my life when I was 7, and to this day I still have a hard time when people say all pirates are bad. When there's some who would give their life for a child they only know for a month. Also, who doesn't know if his parents are alive or dead, and rarely gets visited by his grandpa. Look, whatever you experienced must be just as strong because my gut tells me so. And for that I am truly sorry for you. Also, I feel you are a good person at your core. So it hurts me to cause you pain challenging your beliefs by bringing up bad memories. Looking up at Nami with tears running down my face, I say, I really am sorry for that. Nami, while he has been through so much. Okay, I can tell he's sincere. I will meet him halfway. Smiling at him. Apology accepted. And I can surely be woman enough to admit that there are a few good pirates out there. Though I think I have only met one so far. Smiling and wiping my face. You must be very strong-willed, by the way. Nami with a confused look. Why do you say that? When I got upset, I lost control and ended up releasing a medium wave of haki, and you didn't pass out. Gesturing to Kobe. Sorry. I don't have good control over it when I get extremely emotional. Nami. Well enough said, you already apologized. Besides, I have to get you to the base if I want to earn that money. So get rowing just slower than before. Please. Smirking at me. I Miss Navigator. Lead the way. Smiling back and glad to have cleared the air. The three of us arrived at the docks with no problems and started disembarking. So Nami, would you like to eat lunch with me and Kobe? Nami, okay, but this is not a date. Smirking at me. Wouldn't dream of it. Smirking right back, I added. If it was a date, I would need reservations for a candlelight dinner for someone as nice as you. Causing her to blush a little. As we walk through town, I can tell things have gotten a lot better with her since a day ago when we started. She didn't like giving me the 500 belly, but when I offered to pay 100 each for some of her provisions, since I forgot to grab some that she warmed up. Why does she keep turning red when she looks at me? I will have to ask Mimic about that. Arriving at a tavern, we sat down and ordered some food. Finding out the server was also the owner. As the food was put before us, I asked our server, "Excuse me, miss, do you know of any master swordsman around here?" Placing our food down, she looks at me with a pained expression. There is one Roronoa Zoro being held prisoner at the marine base. Kobe spoke up with a mouth full of food. Well, if he is being held by the Marines, then he must have done something wrong. Receiving a glare from the woman, she said, "If saving my daughter's life is wrong, then I guess you could say so." Grinding her teeth and griping the serving tray in a death grip. Oh, I place a hand on her arm. I apologize. Kobe has yet to realize not all Marines follow the rules, and some are not good. Seeing her relax, I continue, turning a glare at Kobe. Also, it is very rude to talk with a full mouth in front of not one but two ladies. Didn't your mother teach you manners? Seeing Kobe sinking further into his chair and swallowing his food, he cooked out, "I'm sorry," in a weak voice. Hearing both women trying to contain their giggles now. Humility builds character. The owner says, "Thank you." I haven't found something funny in a long time. Nami, how so? The owner. Most of the Marines aren't bad men, however, Captain Morgan demands high taxes as tribute to his greatness. Also, his son struts around this town and let his prize wolf attack anyone who he thought offended him. Well, that is until 3 weeks ago when Zoro killed it to save my daughter. Nami silently eats her food now. He is just like those Marines under Arlong's payroll. The rest of the meal was silent. Then I get a bad gut feeling, oh no, this could be real trouble if she gets caught. And Nami is getting geared up also. Guess I better do something. After quickly paying, I say, well, I guess it is time to leave. Hope to see you again, Nami. Come on, Kobe, I want to see this man Zoro. As we walk to the main gate, I get another feeling telling me to go left. So I turn left to walk around the wall. Kobe stopped and turned. Luffy, the front gate is this way. Yeah, I just wanted to have a little look around first. After walking a few minutes, we see a ladder. Wonder what this is for. Let's see. Grabbing Kobe, I jump to the top. Looking down, I see a little girl talking to a man strapped to a cross. I also see a teenager and 2 Marines approaching them. This is not good. The teen then takes something from the girl and eats it, immediately spitting it out, grabbing the rest of what the girl had and throwing them on the ground, and then stomping on whatever it is. He went to punch the now crying girl in the face with all his might, squinting his eyes shut. When his hand hit something hard, he smiled, satisfied that he hurt the girl personally for mocking him. Then he couldn't pull his hand back. Opening his eyes, he sees a man he has never seen before holding his hand in a tight grip, a few inches from her face, with smoke coming off of his sunburned skin. Who the hell are you? Glaring at him. I think that this is not how you treat a little lady. Squeezing his hand hard. Teenager, let go of me, or I will have you executed alongside Zoro for embarrassing me. Pow, with a punch to the face, knocking him onto the ground and having him slide a few feet. Marines shoot him. Not hearing anything at all, the teen looks around and sees both guards lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Why, you're going to be so sorry when my father gets a hold of you. Yay, right. As if looking down at the trembling girl, I tried to make my voice as calming as possible. Are you okay, little girl? After seeing her nod, I asked, what is your name? Girl, Rika. Colby, can you take Rika to her mother? I believe that she is the girl from the story that the owner of the tavern we ate at told us about. That would make you her daughter, correct? Seeing the girl nod, I say, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to your mother or you. Seeing her giving me a small smile. After seeing them start to walk away, I turn to Zoro. Hello. Zoro, before you leave, can you pick that up for me? This. But it has been ground into the dirt. Reaching down and picking it up, I hold it out to him. He opened his mouth, so I put it in. After chewing, he swallowed. Zoro, tell her it was very good for me. You can tell her yourself when you get free. Let me introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to be king of the pirates. Zoro, busting out laughing. And you want to recruit a pirate hunter? That's rich. Smiling back, I replied, anybody can change professions. Besides, I want the best, and my gut tells me that is you. Also, aren't you going to be executed shortly? Zoro, HMPH. The deal was supposed to be no food for a month in exchange for leaving the girl and mother alone. Also, to make sure I didn't cheat, he was going to tie me up. I see now that tying me up was an excuse to get me humiliated and defenseless. Sighing heavily. Okay, you win, get me my swords and I'm in. But know this, if you ever get in the way of my dream to be the world's greatest swordsman, I will cut you down myself. Deal. Sesses. Looking back at the building. Nami is entering the 2nd floor, and with the Marines having just set the statue, they will start filtering back in soon. She is going to need a distraction soon. The teen is on the roof with a lot of people, and Rika is back with her mother. That's good. looking back at Zoro. So where are your swords? Zoro, don't know, Helmeppo took them. Who is he? Zoro, the spoiled brat from earlier. Got it. Well, see you soon. Raising my arm and pointing it at the roof, I shoot my arm out and grab a hold of the railing. Zoro, what the hell? By shooting myself up to the roof and in the air. Okay, now to land and get everybody's attention. I grabbed the statue they are raising and landed on the shoulder. Hello, who's this guy? Spotting a man with a captain's coat and an axe for a hand. Captain, that's me, the great Captain Axe Hand Morgan. I don't see the connection. I mean, this looks so much like a glowing pillar of the community. But when I look at you, I really don't see that in you. Watching a tick mark get bigger and bigger on Morgan's head. Helmeppo, that's him, that's the person I want you to kill. You, I need to have a word with you. Dropping down on the knee, I applied a little bit of haki to the knee. The knee shattering it as I kick off. Morgan yells, grab the ropes, save the statue, don't lose it. As I grab Helmeppo, I know it is too late for the statue. They had already let go of the rope since it was set in place. And as I enter the stairs dragging the brat, I smile hearing the remaining leg break under the strain. If my calculations are good, it should land harmlessly in the courtyard where Kobe and Zoro are. That'll keep their attention outside. Okay, Hippo, where are Zoro's swords? Helmeppo. My name is Helmeppo. And you passed my room a few doors back. Marines, halt, or we will open fire. Aiming their guns. Okay, shoot. Lifting Helmeppo into the line of fire. Helmeppo, no, don't shoot me. Sending my free arm past them, then wiping it sideways, sending them into a wall and knocked out cold. Running back to the door and entering, I see 3 swords in an umbrella stand. Knocking Helmeppo out, I tied the swords to my back and then looked out to the courtyard. Oh shit, they're already out there, man. They didn't waste any time. Jumping and smashing out the window, I land between the Marines and Kobe, who is in the process of untying Zoro. Morgan, fire. I hold out my arms, using myself as covering for them. Feeling the bullets sinking into me. Then rebound the bullets back, hitting the guns or mainly grazing their arms. Marines, dropping the guns and clutching their wounds. Turning and drawing a sword, I cut Zoro down. While I hear Morgan speaking to his men. Morgan, weaklings all of you, I will make him show me respect. Raising his axe and charging forward. I reached up and grabbed the axe by the sides of the blade one-handed. Turning his axe and examining the side as if he wasn't attached to it. Wow, that is such good craftsmanship. Morgan, flipping the axe around to the other side. Making him look like a person doing a weird game of Twister with his arm and body dragged into different positions. You should really get this cut buffed out though. My eyes go wide. Oh no, they found her. Squinting again. However, there is one serious design flaw. Turning the axe so it points right at me again, allowing Morgan to right himself on his feet. You shouldn't have made the handle out of wood. Now letting go after the axe. Morgan, so mad, he was beyond rational thought, swung the axe down at me. In my perspective, the world slowed to a crawl. Grabbing the axe again in my right hand, I step back with my right foot, pulling him off balance. At the same time, I give an open palm strike to where the base of the axe meets the arm, breaking the wooden handle. With my right arm now almost fully drawn back, I drop my hold on the axe head, shifting it so that it changes positions to sitting in the palm of my hand like holding a pie. At the same time, I shift 6 inches to the right and lower my stance some more so my attack is angling up. Then I slammed his own axe right into his face with just the right amount of force. With a sickening crunch, time seems to speed back up as his feet leave the ground. His body goes flying through the building on the 2nd floor. Marines, seeing Captain Morgan not getting back up, having a small amount of blood trickling from the broken stick with no axe, yell. Yay! He beat Captain Morgan. We're free. Having a gut feeling Zoro is about ready to crash, even though he only looked very weak, I replied. Come on, Zoro and Kobe. Let's give Rika and her mother the good news. Along with Zoro some food. As long as I can, I will keep you safe, Nami. Nami Pav earlier. Making it into Morgan's office on the second floor, which was easy with all of them on the roof. He has a good safe, but I've cracked better. Smirking with confidence. Bam, the floor shanks violently. What the hell? Okay, pick up the pace, girl. Got it. Looking in the safe, I see that it's empty with a small note. What's this? I open the note and see Buggy's logo with the words "was here." Come on, I paid good money for the information telling me Morgan had that map, and now I got to steal it from Buggy the clown. Putting the paper back, I started walking down the hallway towards the exit. When I get a feeling to look out the window, and since my feelings usually keep me alive, and nobody is around, I look. Oh no, they are going to kill Kobe and I assume Zoro. There isn't anything I can do. Who is that? Luffy. No, seeing him being shot only to have the bullets bounce back and hit the Marines. Thank God. I thought I lost him. Seeing Morgan then attack, I got worried. I mean, he took down Alvida, but Morgan. Then he grabbed the axe and started turning it every which way. Chumph. My God, he's toying with Morgan like he isn't a threat at all. I hear, hold it right there. Turning, I see a Marine standing 10 foot down the hall and leveling his rifle at me. Okay, just one, I can do this, I say. I was just looking for records. Second Marine, nice try, but records are on the first floor. Coming around the corner, and now standing beside his fellow Marine with both of their rifles leveling at me. I am so dead. I'm sorry, Nijiko, closing my eyes. Crash, feeling the building shaking again, I open my eyes. In front of me, I see Morgan without his axe, and the 2 Marines buried in the remains of the wall. What the hell? Running as fast as I can out the building and towards the harbor. With my adrenaline at its peak, and my body reacting on an instinct that only a professional runner would understand, I can't help but let my mind wander. How did Morgan land right where he did? How did Luffy know I was robbing Alvida's treasures? How did the only boat not damaged by that mace be the one I was in? How? Did he do all that on purpose? Did he save me? Could he save me? No, I can't think like that, I'm too close now. No matter how much I want it to be true, the village comes first. No matter what. I push my thoughts down deep as I wipe the tears from my eyes and redouble my efforts to get to the harbor. Time skip. Luffy's POF. Me and Zoro are eating at the bar. Him and I being treated for free by Rika and her mother. Rika? Did he really swing his arm every which way while looking at his axe? Kobe? He really did. I couldn't believe it myself. Rika's mother. Thank you so much, you saved us all. And here are some provisions for your journey. Let me at least pay for them. Rika's mother. No, you saved my daughter. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A Marine asked, I don't mean to sound rude, but are you a pirate? Yes, I am. Is that a problem? Marine. I am afraid it is. As a Marine, I can't let someone roam free in this town who's a pirate. We won't report you for respect of saving us, but by the law. Rika's mother. What? My daughter would have been killed if it wasn't for him. I place a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, though I do have a request. Do you have a transponder, Snail, to headquarters? Marine. Yeah, we brought it along in case you didn't want to leave. Motioning to another Marine to bring it forward, while backing away from the glaring mother. Snail. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, headquarters here. How may I direct your call? Hey, is this Hazel? Everyone looks on in shock that Luffy knows this person. Snail. Why, yes, it is that you, Luffy. Yes, it is me. Can't fool you, Sesses. Everyone's jaws drop more. Snail. I take it you want to talk to Garp. No problem, I am putting you through now. And Luffy, it is good to hear from you again. Hello, this is Vice Admiral Garp to whom I am speaking. Hey Gramps, it's me. Half the Marines fainted. Everyone else got pale. Snail. You little shit, I told you I was coming to get you next week. Gramps, there are ladies and a children present. Snail, sorry. Not going to happen, though you know my dream. However, you know how accurate my gut feelings are. Snail, yeah. Why? Because I have a strong feeling that this young man I have met that will make even you proud as a Marine. Smiling at Kobe. Snail, is that so? Well, when we get through, you put whoever is in charge there on the line, because I want to start his training before I get there to pick him up. And I am still going to kick your rear if you are around when I get there. Luckily for you, paperwork will keep me busy for a few weeks. Right, Gramps, anything you say. Snail, also keep safe. Handing the snail to the Marine, I get up to leave. Come on, Zoro, time to leave. Kobe jumped up to follow, but I stopped him. I know we will meet again, so get stronger, Kobe. Standing up straight, he saluted me. As Zoro and I left, I saw all the Marines standing and saluting. As we leave, I catch Zoro saying, "Now that is something you don't see every day. So how many people are in the crew, Captain?" 2 right now, but I have my eye on potentially the best navigator in all the seas. She just doesn't know what potential she has yet. Turning to smile at Zoro, then looking straight and frowning. I hope you will let me in. Zoro was waking up from his nap. We had gone through the explanation of how I was made of rubber yesterday. Apparently to him, it wasn't as big a deal as long as I didn't interfere with his dream. In fact, he liked the way I helped Kobe and Rika. And with me planning to become the next pirate king, he would get to fight many swordsmen. I get the gut feeling he can somehow sense that my strength is very high. Probably due to his swordsman training. After all, you have to be able to size up a person, or you could get into serious trouble. Morning, Zoro. Did you have a good nap? Zoro. Yeah. Are we still on course? With a worried look toward where we are going, I say. Yay, so far. Zoro. What's wrong? Who said something is wrong? Looking back at him. Zoro. For the last few times I've asked if something was wrong, you would have a concerned look on your face every time you look where we are going. Breathing out a long breath. I didn't know I was holding, I told him. If it is one thing you will learn about me, it is that I get a gut feeling about things. People, what is wrong or right, whether to bet or fold. Right now my gut is getting more and more upset the longer it takes to get there. I really don't like when I feel like this, because I have learned that if I do nothing, bad things will happen. I guarantee it. Zoro. Well, there is nothing we can do about it, so you might as well relax. Seeing Luffy smiling now, he thinks his words finally set in with him. Wow, a bird. I wonder how big it is. Stretching my arms up, I grabbed the top of the mast. Zoro. What? Luffy, don't. Twang. I am going to kill you for this. Grabbing the oars and starting to row frantically after Luffy. I grabbed a hold of the bird's neck and attached it to the side of his neck. I hope you'll be reasonable. Hey bird, I hate to bother you, but I really need to get to the next island. Squawk. I don't mean to inconvenience you, but I have a really bad feeling going on, and if I don't get there, someone is going to be hurting. Squawk. I understand. Look, you stay high and I will jump off, and don't worry, it won't hurt me. Also, I will owe you if you ever need help. And you can find a sail with a straw hat on it. I will be there to help. Squawk. Thank you. Time skip. 1 hour later. Seeing the town come into view. Okay, thank you, and remember the straw hat that I will put on a flag one day. Squawk. Steady, steady. Bye. Jumping off 200 feet up. Coating my legs in haki, I landed on the stone road near a fountain, leaving 2 small craters where my feet landed, cracking the ground. Closing my eyes, I get a bearing on my surroundings. I then turned and started walking away from the fountain, and where I saw a tent a couple of streets over. All of a sudden, I heard footsteps running up from behind me, and someone put their hand on my shoulder. Nami. Hey, good to see you here, Captain. If you would just take care. You. What are you doing here? Sessies. Hello. Good to see you too. Seeing a shocked Nami. 3 pirates come running up and stop in front of us, standing 7 ft away. They then say, "So you're her captain. Well, I guess we get to take her punishment out on you threefold." Smirking at me. Nami gets a safe distance behind, peering around to see what will happen. Then I say, "Sure, why not? Do you take bully, check, or fists?" Getting confused looks from them. Pirates, how about a busted face? Seeing them smirking at me. Smiling back, I replied, 3 busted faces coming right up. Before they could react, I sent my right foot at the middle one, my right fist at the right one, and my left fist at the left one. All 3 connect on their faces at the same time, faster than they could react, knocking them in the air and having them land 10 ft from where they were standing, knocking them completely out. Well, 3 busted faces. Nami, what are you doing here? And where is Zoro? I thought you were determined to get him on your crew. Looking around for Zoro. Nami, but he is coming? Looking at me with a hopeful look. Yay, why? Seeing her smile widened even more, I know I am not going to like this. After all, she looks like gum after Mimic feeds him a big stack of pancakes with extra syrup. Shuddering all of a sudden. Nami, hear me out. I am trying to raise a lot of money. Not for myself, but for a worthy cause. I just can't say. And if I can get in and steal some money from Buggy, it would go a long way to my goal. I just need a way in so he would let his guard down. And if I turn in my captain, he will let it down. There are so many things that can go wrong here. Namely, a deranged person like him shooting me for fun. Not that it could hurt me, but she hasn't even considered it. Now glaring back at her. Nami, look, I know you are tough and Zoro is on his way and can break you out. Please. I really need to get the money. I'm so close, I'm scared something is going to happen and all my work will fall through if I don't hurry. Almost in tears. The hard part is I know she is speaking from the heart and getting desperate to achieve her goal. And that makes a person careless. She might need a wake-up call. Ooh, is she going to want to kill me later? Smiling back at her. Okay, I am putting myself in your care. Seeing her smile, I almost regret what this may do to her. Nami, okay, first we tie up your hands, and I march you up to Buggy. Now when we get there, act like this is not what you thought would happen. Okay, smiling at me. Sure thing, Nami. Time skip. As I am forcibly shoved in a cage, I asked her. Why, Nami, I thought we were friends. I regretted seeing her winced at my words, but I have spent years doing things I do not want to do and need to stay in character. Buggy, that's where your first mistake was. A pirate only cares about treasure, power, and fame. Anything else is a scam put on to get others to do what you want, right, Nami? With a questioning glance. Nami, yay, right. He should have known better. In a half-joking voice. Buggy, well, let's move this to the roof so we can have a proper initiation party for our Nami. Also bring her old captain here. I think he needs to see how a real pirate does things. Time skip. Rooftop. Nobody's puff. Buggy, all right, Nami and ex-captain, now you will find out why the Buggy pirates are going to rule the East Blue. Ha 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 ha. Prepare a demonstration of the Great Buggy Ball. Aiming the cannon to the building across the town square. Fire. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssss. And also the next 3 behind it. What the hell? Wow, that is very impressive. I guess after seeing one of those you don't have to fire off many more, huh? Buggy? Ha 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 ha. You are such a kidder, Nami. Of course I do. If I don't destroy at least 34 the town, how will the people fear my great power? Then we will sail to the next town and do the same. Ha 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 ha. as Nami becomes more and more pale. Reload the buggy ball, men. After a new fuse and buggy ball is placed in the cannon, buggy turned to Nami. Now it is time to declare your loyalty to the buggy pirates, Nami. Nami, what do you mean? I did that when I turned over my captain, right? Oh my god, how could this go so wrong? Come on, Zoro, hurry up. Buggy, ha 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 ha. Oh, Nami, always the kidder. That was to get your foot in the door. To become anything other than a minion with all your bully turned over to me other than your food allowance and whatever side deals you make with the other men. To become an executive member where you may get a cut of the treasure. Well, you have to show me you are really ruthless. Smirking at Nami. Nami, okay, so what do I have to do? Rob a marine base? Rob a cruise ship? What? Looking anywhere but Luffy. Buggy. No, nothing as time-consuming as that. Just kill your ex-captain, it's as simple as that. I have even made it easy for you. Motioning for his men to move Luffy's cage to the edge of the building away from everything else. Walking over and handing her the torch. I even instructed the men to put in an extra long fuse, so you can savor this moment. Nami, yay, thanks. Where are you, Zoro? Lighting the fuse. SSSS. Zoro, so this is where the party is. Crouched like a gargoyle on the ledge with both swords drawn. SSSS. Nami, oh no, it's the famous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, we better run. Thank God. SSSS. Buggy, stand your ground, men, we can handle one man. Smirking at Zoro. SSSS. Zoro, oh, you think so, do you? Jumping off the ledge, now walking towards them. SSSS. Luffy in an emotionless voice, Zoro, stand down. That's an order. I want to see it play out in full. SSSS. Zoro. What? This is the navigator? The one you said had the potential to be the greatest navigator in the 4 seas. The one you wanted to find. SSSS. Luffy, yes she is. SSSS. Nami, what? Why? I taking her their section staff out, assembling it faster than most men could get their sword halfway out of their scabbard. Nami slammed the end of the staff into the side of the cannon where the fuse was snuffing it out. Come on, Zoro, get him out of here. Zoro, can't. Nami, can't. What do you mean can't? I can't fight them all by myself and Luffy's tied up. SSSSS. It's only a matter of time, SSSSS, before someone, SSSSS, looking back at the cannon and seeing Luffy smiling with his arms stretched through the bars holding the torch lighting the fuse. Why? Kaboom. Luffy's puff. Buggy, ha 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 ha. He blew his own self up, what a moron. As Nami dropped to her knees. Bet you're glad to be rid of him, Nami. Nami whispering with a blank look, staring straight ahead at nothing. Not again, not again. Cough, cough. Man, you really messed me up good. Cough, cough, yeah, here I had all this big speech cough planned out. Cough, cough, cough. And now I can hardly breathe, man, what did you put in that thing? Smells like rotten eggs mixed with farts. Or did you just cut one big nose? Then the smoke clears enough to see Luffy there unharmed. Man, that ball was weak. Zoro thought so, smiling. Buggy, weak. Men, ready another buggy ball. Frantically pointing at the cannon. Anything but that. Buggy started smiling then. If that happens, I will never get that damn smell out of my clothes and have to burn them. Buggy now has a huge tick mark and started to rant incoherently. Nami still a blank look, staring at nothing, not again. Oh, no time to regroup. Kicking the cannon onto Buggy, I carefully pick up Nami bridal style and turn to Zoro, time to retreat now. Looking at Nami. Zoro nods, understood, Captain. In a professional voice. Time skip. Luffy's puff. Abandoned house. Okay, we're safe for now. Nami, are you okay? Seeing her look like a scared rabbit. I give Zoro a look and hope he gets the message. I need a little privacy. And him to keep watch. seeing him nod back and move to the front of the house. Nami seems to get even more worried seeing this. He is just going to the front to keep watch, nothing more, okay? Looking back at me, she nods very slowly. Okay, this might be a little harder to fix than I thought. Thought she would be yelling at me, not this. Nami, remember when I told you I could sense you were a good person at heart? Seeing her slowly nod, I continue. I have a natural gift to tell what is in people's hearts, or their true intentions to their actions. Seeing her nod again very slowly. I knew what kind of a person Buggy was before we got there. I knew that he would kill me or get you too. Watching her eyes go wide as saucers and fill with tears. I know you are scared, and I know you have been running for a long time. I don't know from what, and I have no right to ask until you decide to tell me, okay? Seeing some of her strength increase when she notices I will not pressure her. Good, getting better. I am not mad, and I don't think anything less of you. You are still a good person at your core self. Seeing her wiping her face and calming more. Nami, you still think so? After this? With a half smile. Nodding with a smile, I add, I have a business deal for you. Seeing her raise an eyebrow. Something in my gut tells me you will not join my crew right now. Even if you wanted to. Something about prior commitments. Seeing her pale. So how about an alliance where you perform the duties of my navigator in exchange for a percentage of the loot we receive? Seeing her start to light up again. Nami now has a calculating look on her face. I will hold out for at least 40%, though I bet I can argue for 45%. After all, they can fight, but neither know a thing about navigation. I'm listening, but it better be worth my time. Gaining confidence and resolve and smirking. With a serious face, rubbing my chin. I was thinking on the lines of, me as captain paying whatever food and lodging if we stay in a town along with supplies and naysays. As far as the treasure, I was under the impression that it was a fair cut with 3 people. Well, your cut should be 100%. Nami, I knew it. That is totally unacceptable. I should at least get. Excuse me, what percentage did you say again? I think I need to clear my ears. It sounded like 100. Dramatically sticking her finger in her ear and shaking it. Good, she is back to normal. No, you heard correctly. I have a gut feeling whatever you need it for is important, so I will take care of all expenses from what I have in savings from before I started pirating. And you get 100% of the treasure. Seeing her lean against the wall and sliding to the floor. And now she's broken again. Nami. Now I know I am dreaming because this can never happen in real life. Haha, yeah, that's it. Got to be it. So do I at least get to kiss you on the lips before I wake up this time? With a smile on her face. Reaching over, I pinch her arm. Nami, oh, what the hell was that for? Rubbing her arm. Then her eyes go wide. This isn't a dream, is it? Hiding her face in her hands. Nope, this isn't a dream. So do you want the 100%? Smiling at her. Nami, why, yay, blushing as she realized that she said all that out loud. Good, then we better get moving, you have a treasure to collect. While Zoro and I have a pirate to beat. Offering a hand to help her up. Nami and I approached the front of the house to see Zoro was looking through the curtains. He turns and looks back at us. Zoro asked us, all settled? Raising an eyebrow. Yay, has anyone come by? Looking back out, Zoro responded, no, I am assuming that they are very undisciplined and don't have a proper search pattern. Heading out the door, we started walking in the direction of Buggy's tent. After 5 or 10 minutes, we come to a feed and supply store with a big hole in the wall and a dog outside that looks like it had been badly beaten at least once. As we got near, he gave us the stink eye. Grrr, waff, waff. Easy there, we aren't going to rob your store. Grrr, look, I know you don't believe me, but I promise. Me and my friends are going to run them off this island. Nami and Zoro are both looking at me confused. Nami points at the dog. You can understand him. Scratching the back of my head. Well, remember when I told you that I get a gut feeling for what people mean or their true intentions, seeing them nod. The dog can understand me because it is smart. I just get vague intentions and a vague meaning, not exactly talking, but close enough. Seeing their jaws drop. Plus a good portion is general observation. Look at the shop, it has been broken into by something big. He has been beaten up. And he isn't entering, but holding a position outside. Waff. Waff, of course, with focusing my hacky, I can read what the dog is broadcasting. But hey, don't want them to know I can read surface thoughts. Hearing a voice speak up. You are correct, young man, said someone stepping out of a nearby alley. That dog is called Chowchu and his master owned that store. Nami looks at him. What happened? Did the pirates kill him? Man. No, he died a month ago in the hospital from old age. Chowchu guards the store because it meant the world to his master. I was his best friend. We would sit and talk for hours. Even with the whole town hiding in the woods for the last couple of days, he stayed right here, so I sneaked into town to feed him. I am sorry, where are my manners? I am the mayor of this town, Boodle. Shaking their hands. We started to hear a sound of a large animal running toward us from down the street. Boodle got scared. Quick, hide, they're coming. With Nami joining him behind a barrel. A big lion that is at least 7 ft wide and 12 ft hue shows up in the street, with a man on its back with a hat made from what appears to be a sheep pelt including ears. The man riding the lion says, well, well, well. Look at what we have here. Richie and me, the great beast tamer Moji, were just going to get him a bite to eat at his favorite spot, when lo and behold we come across the very people Buggy wants to find. Roar, okay, you can eat first, then we can take them down. Seeing the lion head to the store. Zoro, do you like being ignored? Then Chowchu attacked Richie, biting his front paw. Roar. Richie pushed Chowchu to the ground, staring at him. Moji, okay, I know you wanted to play with the pup, but that was the last straw. Kill it. Richie then goes to swallow Chowchu in a big chomp. All of a sudden he can't close his mouth because it was being held open by Luffy. You won't touch Chowchu's treasure ever again. Pulling and twisting my arms around and around, so they resembled a 10 ft long towel twisted tightly above me, resulting in Richie spinning very fast. Moji yells, ah, holding on to Richie's mane for dear life. Then the spinning stopped. How dare you do that to Richie? Looking down, he sees himself and Richie are suspended in air 15 ft up. Gulp. Oh, I'm not done with you yet. Hold on if you can. Spinning my arms back the other way. Moji yelled, ah. Then while spinning them, I applied a whip-like motion, slamming both into the ground, leaving a crater. Seeing Moji sticking out from the side of Richie. Wow, I would never have believed he could have held on. Nami running out of hiding places, her hand on her hips. Just how strong are you? Sesasessis. Strong enough. Sesasessis. Zoro smirking. You know you could have left some for others. Yay, but he probably couldn't tell the difference between a sword and a butter knife. Zoro shrugged. Yay, fair enough. In a shocked voice, we hear, I can't believe it. From Boodle. What? That we defeated them? Smirking. Boodle responded. No, I mean yes, but not that. You stood up for Chowchu. An animal waif that you just met, and here I am, the appointed mayor of my own town, sneaking around like a thief, hiding like a coward. Holding his fist in the air. I will run them out of my boom. Nami yelled. What did you knock him out for? With a shocked look. If he goes, I will have to protect him and you. And I don't want my attention divided. Why does Nami's face keep turning red? I need to remember to ask Mimic about that. So Zoro, you want the lion, or the tamer? Zoro, lion, I haven't lifted weights lately. Time skip. Luffy's puff. Buggy's camp. Hey Buggy, got something for you? I forgot the bow though. A very angry Buggy snarled. I thought Moji was going to run you all out of town. Please, as if. Smiling Buggy announced. Well, that buggy bowl was obviously a dud. This time it will be different. Fire. As the ball flies toward us, I stretched out my hand touching the ball. Then, as it is still coming at me, I let my arm coil up, slowly stopping it with my arm. Ooh, look, Nami. It has a note, let me read it. The note reads, if found, please return to Captain Buggy. Nami giggles. Well, it would only be proper to return it then. Sure thing, here you go, Buggy. As I uncoiled my arm, sending it flying back. Throwing his hands up, Buggy yells, what? Wait, no. Boom. Okay, Nami, while they're distracted, time to rob them blind. We will keep Buggy distracted out here. Just be careful. Seeing her blushing at me and nodding. Was it something I said? Buggy cough. You're right, it does smell like farts. As the smoke clears, I see two men being held in the air with their bodies limp. Then they moved apart from each other. Behind them was Buggy, arms crossed in his coat. Ha 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 ha. The two pirates fell to the ground, revealing two hands that flew back into Buggy's coat. Then some ruble shifts, revealing a man also holding a man out in front. Wait, is that a unicycle? Wow, he is going all out with this circus theme. The man spoke, Captain, let me kill them for insulting you. I will show them no mercy. Buggy laughs. Very well, Kabaji. Show them why no one messes with us. Ha 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 ha. Kabaji then changed Luffy, drawing his sword. Clang, seeing Zoro intercept with one of his swords. Zoro then spoke up. This one is mine, Captain. Hey, you, since you are a swordsman, your fight is with me. Kabaji said, fine, I will deal with you first. Pulling down his scarf, he blows fire out his mouth at Zoro's face. Seeing Zoro distracted, he lunges, stabbing in his side. Zoro yells and holds his side. Ag. Damn, I let my guard down, I wasn't expecting that. Fine, I was going to go easy on you, but seeing as you fight dirty, I won't hold back. Placing his white sword in his mouth and drawing his two remaining swords, they get ready to face off. Buggy was watching as the two clash swords. Getting ready, in a minute, he will go in for his finishing move. Then I will lend a hand. Huh? Feeling something hit the back of my head, I turned to see Luffy with his left arm draped over my shoulders. Just as I am about to yell at him, I feel a cold chill running down my spine that I haven't felt in forever. As I look around, a dozen men that had started to wake up nearby fall into the dirt, foaming at the mouth. Gulp. You know, Zoro is really big on honor, and so am I. To lose to a better opponent is one thing. To lose because of cheating is another, and makes me really mad. So mad I think I wouldn't hold back at all and put 100% into my next fight. Looking down at my fingertips. Noticing Buggy looking at my haki-covered fingertips slowly being rubbed together. Gulp, taking my arm off his shoulders, I pat him hard on the back. I whisper as I see Kabaji ride up a building into the air. Keep your hands to yourself. Got it. Seeing him nod vigorously. Smiling, good. Disappearing and reappearing where I was. Buggy has a sweat drop look. I am so dead. Wait. Why does that hat look so familiar? Just in time to see the finishing move. Cool, watching Zoro slice up Kabaji right when he lands. Good move, Zoro. While walking back and researching his swords, he adds, yay, that was very stupid of him broadcasting his move like that. Almost as if he believed I was going to not be able to dodge it. Squinting at me. Yay, very stupid. I hear Buggy yell, hey, you with the straw hat. Where did you get your hat? Why, from Shanks, of course. Buggy started to jump up and down. I knew that there was something I hated about you. That cocky attitude, that smile. It is just like him. He stole my treasure. I know Shanks wouldn't do that. Getting even redder, Buggy yelled. First, he snuck up on me, causing me to hide a devil fruit in my mouth. Then he hit me on the back, making me eat it, keeping me from ever swimming again. So you have powers now, what's wrong with that? Clenching his fists tighter, Buggy yells. I had a treasure map to untold riches that were in the water, and now I can't ever get to them. Plus, I dropped and lost the map when he hit me. Then I almost drowned when I dove for it. Who saved you? Buggy had his rage beyond control. Shanks did, but that's not the point. Prepare to be shish kebab. Breaking his lower half from his top and flying at Luffy with knives in his hands. I keep dodging again and again, sometimes appearing at his legs and poking them, making him more and more mad. Then he spotted Nami dragging 3 large sacks, shooting his hand at Nami. Nami was able to dodge the hand, but was paying attention to the smirking Buggy, not his hand that was circling back around for another pass. I grabbed Nami and pulled her head down, covering her with myself. However, in my haste, my hat was ripped off my head and now had 2 holes in it. Buggy laughs in triumph. Ha 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 ha. At least I got the hat. Then the chill hit him. He looked around and found all his men now on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Oh crap, I forgot about that, seeing me appear in front of him in the air with a black arm. Gulp. Pow, sending him to the ground. As I am about to hit him again, he splits into dozens of pieces, flying all around. Hearing laughing all around me. Then I noticed a pair of feet slowly walking away. Hey Buggy. Seeing as your feet never left the ground, I bet you have to follow them. Let's test that out. Grabbing them, I move so fast I blur to one end of the courtyard. As the pieces started to fly to me, I repeated this somewhere else. I noticed Nami grab an empty sack and start to collect the pieces from the air. After she has a sack full and tied up, I place the shoes on the ground. Slowly, the remaining pieces stop spinning and reform. Buggy. Oh, give me a moment, hump. Okay. You are going to be sorry for that, hump. Wait, how did you get so big? Looking down to see just his feet, hands, neck, and head. Ah, where is the rest of me? Then he sees his body tied in a sack. As he was glaring, he noticed a leg drawing back. No, wait, let's talk about this. Punt. Ah. Sesses. Nami. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, I actually had fun. Smiling at Luffy. We hear the townspeople start to shout, "Hey you there. What have you done with our mayor?" All right everybody, time to go. We grab the treasure and leave. As we got to Chaochu and his story, Nami asked us to stop. She walked up to Chaochu and then whispered into his ear, "Waff," looking at me. He said yes. Seeing Nami running into the store. A minute later, she runs back out. Nami scratching Chaochu's head. Thank you. Okay, I am ready. Good, 'cause they caught up to us. Grabbing up our treasure. Waff, he said to follow him. Following Chaochu, we headed down an alley. Waff, he said, keep straight. Thanks Chaochu. Grrr, Waff, Waff, grrr. The villagers are forced to stop. Let us through. They're getting away. Mayor Boodle. Tell Chaochu to let us through. As Boodle runs past Chaochu. We get to the dock. Good, the mayor is right behind us. Going to get Zoro and my stuff. Let's take your boat, Nami. I will get Zoro and my stuff. Grabbing our stuff and putting the bag under the seat on top. I get into the boat with Nami and Zoro. As we are almost out of earshot, we hear the mayor yell. Hey, you forgot your treasure. Seeing Nami's head snapped around to look at the mayor. Damn. Oh well, might as well get this over with. Yelling back. That's to rebuild the town, take care. Turning around, I see a steaming Nami staring at me. Nami was as red as a lobster. What treasure? You left my treasure. No, that was some I had. Nami yelled. Bullshit, you said I get 100%. And I know you didn't have any from before when you left Alvida's ship. So that means my treasure. Looking down and seeing all of her treasure accounted for, she gets confused. Okay, all I took is still here, so what treasure? Okay, look. I stole it before we made our deal because I wanted to honestly give you 100%. But I also wanted to help the townspeople to rebuild from the damage inflicted from Buggy Rampage. So if I stole it before I made the deal, I could do both. Scratching the inside of my left elbow, Nami was still glaring daggers at me. Nami said, I don't believe you. I was with you the whole time. Not all the time. Seeing her not relent. Okay, I did it when I shot myself under the cover of the bomb. Seeing her go pale. Nami, what? But that. How long? Zoro, 20 to 30 seconds max. Nami shaking her head, impossible. Could have finished in half the time. Scratching my arm again. Okay, you didn't lie, but I could have. Closing her mouth because she felt she said too much. Nami, a mentor of mine, once told me to never stop helping others while achieving your goal. Seeing Nami look like she had just been scolded, I walked up to her and lifted her head and said, I already decided to make sure you achieve your goal. Watching her blushing, grabbing my hat, she moved to the mast and sat down. Hey, that's my hat. Sitting down, Nami said, well, it needs repairing. So what is the deal with the hat? Bringing out some straw and started working on the hat. Shanks gave it to me. Said his captain gave it to him when he was a boy. Nami concentrated on the hat and asked, oh, you mean the pirate who lost his arm saving you? Yep, the very same. He said it was his captain who gave this hat to him when he was a cabin boy. I am to return it to him and fight him to see if I am worthy to have the hat. Scoffing at Luffy, Nami asked, how do you know you will meet up with him again? I mean, it has been 10 years. Almost finished reweaving the hat. Zoro busts out laughing. Ha 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 ha. You're kidding, right? Seeing Nami still have a confused look. You didn't tell her his full title, did you? Looking at Luffy. Is it important? Scratching again. Smiling wildly now, Zoro asked, can I? Seeing Luffy nod. Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Watching Nami jaw drop as she looked at the now repaired hat. Taking the hat and inspecting it, I put it on. Then I grabbed her and picked her up, swinging her around in a circle. You're the best, Nami. Putting her down, I see she is blushing and has a very happy smile on her face. Smiling with a dazed look on her face, Nami asked, so where to, Captain? Syrup Village. There is the son of the sniper on Shanks' crew there. And if he's anything like his dad, he would make a great addition to the crew. And maybe I can find a ship there. Scratching my arm again. Nami glancing at Luffy's arm. Luffy, what happened to your arm? It's all red and inflamed. Don't know, never happened before. With a puzzled look, Nami asked, what, you never got a rash before? Not since I got my rubber powers. Must have something to do with being made of rubber. No worries, probably just a reaction to the buggy ball. Shrugging, maybe now I can get some answers. So how are we doing watch duty? Nami answers, I am beat after today, so how about? You go first, then Zoro, then me. All agreed? Seeing everyone nod. Time skip. During Zoro's shift. Zoro puff. It was time to switch shifts, so I turned to the bow of the boat. There I see Nami curled up to Luffy's arm, clutching it like a stuffed animal. I was about to wake her for her shift when I think back to how much she tossed and turned till Luffy went to sleep. And after she latches onto him, she calms right down. Lol, yay, she even woke me a few times, tossing and turning. Whatever happened when that ball went off seriously shook her up. I will give her another hour. Though they do look cute. More interesting though is our captain goes through all that and only gets a rash. I can tell he has power, but how high I haven't a clue, and that scares me a little. When Nami was in danger, he didn't hesitate. He was far more protective of her than he wanted us to know. I have my suspicions, but I am not sure he knows yet. He can also move faster than even I can track, and I don't think he was pushing himself. I feel no ill intentions except to abusive people. Less than 3 days, and I already have a gut feeling I am in for one hell of a ride. Smiling now. Dream world. Luffy's puff. I arrived in the hallway shortly after going to sleep. I hated seeing Nami toss and turn in her sleep so bad during my shift. She even knocked Zoro awake, and that's saying something. As I walked down the hall a few doors down from the master room, I noticed something different. Looking more closely, I see the picture frame on the door next to the master room filled with a picture of Buggy. I turn the knob expecting it to be a void like always, even when Gum and I enter to train, and it was empty until Gum steps in. Then it changes to what he wishes it to be: jungle, dojo, firing range, or weight room. But what I find is different is that there is a simple table with 3 boxes on them, a simple single bed, and Buggy with his back to me unpacking the boxes. Buggy. He turns to me. Yeah, I can see how I could get mistaken for him. But please don't judge me by what that buffoon did. I literally have no control over what our vessel does with my powers. And unfortunately, your mind has only seen this devil fruit, or DF for short, in that one form. So I am stuck looking like this for now. With a sad look on his face. So you are Buggy's DF and not Buggy. He speaks up. Exactly. You got it. In one mimic said you were a quick study. She also said after you get to know me or I might be able to change me slightly. I would like to lose some of the fat around the middle. What about the nose? He smiled. Ha 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 ha. Nah, I like it as unique. I want to keep it. By the way, can you call me Splits? Splits? Why do you want to be called that? Splits smiled. Well, I am new here, and I still am getting settled in. I need a name, and a few vessels back, there was a girl who went by that name. I liked it since I can split. Get it? Next time you visit, we can sit and talk more. Seeing me looking around at the empty room. Don't let the looks fool you, just you wait. Next time you come, I will have it all decked out, not as fancy as Mimic and Gum's place, but it will be so cool. Speaking of which, you better get going. She is bouncing off the walls to see you. She is happier than a kid in a candy store. Better not keep her waiting. As I turn to leave, I see Splits going back to unpacking. And on the door, under the picture in the name tag spot, is the name tag Splits. When I enter, I announce that I am here. Ever since I just ran in when I was 13 and found them making out on the couch, I have been more careful. Sure, they were fully clothed, but I don't want to see the 2 people I think of as adopted parents doing that shuddering. I find Gum making spaghetti. Mimic, looking over the pot, turned to smile at me. Yay, you're here. Gum starts laughing. Sesses, yay, you should have been here 3 hours ago, when Nami suggested the watch schedule. It was all I could do to keep her from attacking the screen. Sesses. Owa. Getting pinched hard in the arm from Mimic. Hush you. I wasn't mad at her, and you know he will jump to that conclusion. I just wanted to see Luffy and tell him the stuff I have wanted to tell him over 10 years ago, for crying out loud. Clearly pouting now. So you don't dislike her, with a worried look, snaking her head around to glare at Gum. What did I tell you? Ooh, just wait until later, mister. Turning back to me. No, I don't hate her. I actually like her. But she has clearly been through some trauma in her past. With how she acted with the bomb. And she carries herself similarly to you. As if the weight of the world is on her shoulders. I know, I just wish I could help. Mimic smiled and responded. You are in more ways than you know. Just be yourself. That is the best healing medicine you can give. And remember to treat her like a lady. Yes, ma'am. So what did you want to tell me? With a hopeful look on my face. Mimic squealed. Yes, I can finally tell you. Sticking out her tongue at Gum, and him rolling his eyes. Taking my hand and leading me into the dining room, she pulls a chair out and motions for me to do the same. The reason I am called Mimic is I copy other devil fruit powers. But it is more than that. You know all of the rooms here? I nod. Well, once a person eats a DF, they receive the aura of the DF, and that aura flows around them. If you come in contact with that aura, or if a DF ability is used on you, it is absorbed and copied. Because the aura is trying to fight being absorbed, you get a rash. Once the rash starts to go away, the copy gets a room. And they are required to help you, as if you were their vessel. Do I have to touch their skin? Laughing Mimic said, no, the aura actually extends about an inch give or take so you can make contact through clothing. Though be careful, nor all DF users are friendly, a lot will try to kill you. Oh, on the bright side, if you find a DF that has not been eaten by someone, you can also gain its ability, because the fruit itself has the aura until it is eaten. Most importantly, you remember how long the hallway was when you arrived. Seeing me nod, she puts on a devilishly naughty grin. There is no limit to the number of rooms. Wow, now I see why Gum said you are the most powerful. Mimic gets a sad face. Not a lot of my vessels get to that level. Most are killed before they can collect and train properly. When you ate both of us, I was torn apart, happy to be in the world, but furious someone else was in here, and I had always been in charge before, never having to share, so I fought with all I had. When you were thrown in the water, and it was about to eat you, I realized what was important. I looked at you for the first time and saw someone younger than any vessel I have ever been in. If it wasn't for Gum, well, he was right, you need time to be a kid. Now, seeing Mimic's resolve return, she continued, it is a difficult power to control. You will need practice, and unfortunately most of it cannot happen here. The technique, yes, but the concentration, well, you have to focus on the DF the whole time while performing other actions. Seeing me confused, she sighs. Imagine trying to name all the crew of Shank's ship over and over in your head while carrying on a conversation about different swords with Zoro. And if you stop at any time naming them in your head, the power stops. Seeing my jaw drop, she adds, with time it gets easier. The door gets easier to open, then cracked, eventually left open all the way. Meaning you could use it as easy as your rubber powers. The strongest vessel I have ever had was 1,000 years ago. He kept 11 rooms open all the time, with 15 more ready at a moment's notice. He was a good man and protected a lot of people. Mimic, what will happen to you? If I die, I know Gum will reform to the nearest fruit. But what of you? With a sad look, I will be sent back to that island Shanks found me on. And if no one with a worthy soul comes along, I will stay there until they do. I was lucky Shanks was close enough to be allowed to land. Somehow the island knew he would come in contact with a worthy soul. Ha ha ha, guess it had a gut feeling. Smirking at me. Getting sad again. However, with what this world is becoming, I don't know if anyone worthy will ever find me again. Hugging her. Well, then we will just have to change that. After all, it is said that the people with the name of D's do great things. Smiling at her. Mimic. Ha 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 ha. Don't ever change, Luffy. Gum walks into the dining room, carrying the serving tray with spaghetti. Okay, dinner's ready, Luffy. Can you invite Splits over for dinner? As Mimic gets out 4 serving plates. Before I leave, I turn to Gum. It's good that what happens here doesn't affect my body, otherwise I would get fat off of your cooking. Mimic laughs. You and me both, Luffy. As Gum sees me leave, he turns to Mimic and says, he is turning into a fine young man. Mimic looked back and replied, yes. Also, I don't know if it is because of eating the both of us, grooming him from a young age, his conviction, or all three. However, if nothing stops him, he will become the strongest vessel I have ever been in. Smiling back at Gum. After eating breakfast, Nami turns to me. What was that when your hat got hit? All of Buggy's men that had woken up dropped and were foaming at the mouth like wild dogs. Also, how did you survive the bomb with no damage to your hat or clothes? But a knife cut your hat later. Seeing as I was caught, I answered Hacky. There are 3 types. Didn't learn the technical term, and the person I learned of it from just knew of it and couldn't use it. Some call it your spiritual energy. It can be used for 3 things: to sense people's spiritual energy and predict their actions, give the user a protective coating of spiritual energy, and for a certain group of the ability to overpower the willpower of others. Of course, the last one is only 1 in several million chances to have it. I am decent in the first observation and lose track under stress. I am very good at armament, which is the second. I have a good level of power in third, but not much control, especially when mad. As you remember from the boat when we first met Nami. Hanging my head. A stern look crossed Nami's face. Hey, none of that, mister. You said your apology already and I expected it, so there. Sticking her tongue out at me. Sesses. Okay, I'll try. Zoro with a puzzled look. You said the last is 1 in several million. What about the first 2? Anybody can learn. All living things, though they are extremely hard to learn. Usually armament is only unlocked in life or death struggle. It is worth it though. If someone was made of, let's say, mud, your swords would be useless, and if he covers your face, game over. With armament on your swords you could cut him like he was flesh and bone, even kill him. With a doubtful look, Nami asked with pleading eyes, will you, teach us? Of course, anything for my friends. Although armament might take many months, and everyone has a specialty. I can try, but we will need a ship to train on. Watching their faces light up. Time skip. We arrive at a beach with cliffs all around and a 30 feet wide ledge going from the bottom of the cliff to the top. As we start to head up the ledge to go into the island, we hear someone speak up. A young man speaks up from the top of the hill. Stop right there if you value your lives. You are in the presence of the captain of the Usopp pirates and his crew of 30,000 men, seeing flags waving in the bushes. If you leave now, I will let you leave with your lives. You mean you and the 3 kids? Kids scream, "Ah, they found us, outrun." Usopp yelled, "Don't run away, we can take them." Seeing the pirates started to walk forward again, he raises his slingshot and draws it back. Not another step. I'll shoot. I let my hat shadow my face. Now that you have drawn your weapon, are you prepared to use it? Because I can tell you one thing. Weapons are not meant for show, they are meant for action. Raising my head at him, seeing his legs shaking like crazy, I decided to push it one more step. Also, if you hurt my crew, disappearing and reappearing beside him, I will retaliate. Usopp yelled and stumbled away from me, falling over the side and tumbling down the hill. Looking up at the hill to see me gone. He looked back at the rest of us to see us all laughing. Easy there, Usopp, we didn't come to cause trouble, and I expected you to defend your town. After all, you are Yasopp's son. Usopp, now shocked, jumped to his feet. How do you know my dad? Shanks came to my island when I was a kid, even saved my life. Also, Yasopp would not stop talking about you. Told me when I set out on my own to look you up. Usopp now standing with pride. Well, come on then, I will treat you to lunch and you can tell me how much my dad bragged about me. I know this great cafe in town. Time skip. After eating our meal, we all sat around the table and I told them of when Yasopp trashed the mountain bandits. Usopp looks at me confused. You mean he didn't use his gun? Well, as far as shooting, that is. Sesses. Yeah, I asked him the same thing. He said something about it being overkill if he did that. Then everyone started laughing. Nami looked sad. Now guess mountain bandits are just as bad as some pirates. Not necessarily, Nami. After what happened, my grandfather took me to some mountain bandits that basically ran an orphanage. Daden was the leader and she acted like a den mother. Sesses. Rough around the edges but a good heart. All things aren't black and white, there are good and bad people in every profession. Then looking down, Nami then said, I will have to keep that in mind. Looking at the clock, Usopp spoke up, oops, I am late. There is an inn just up the street. I will catch you all later. Rushing out. A few minutes later, 3 children entered holding wooden swords. Give us our captain back. We know you have him, so you 3 are his crew. Good, then all of you will get the same reception we gave him. Cracking my knuckles and giving them a wide smile. Kids scream in terror. Ah, we're next, run. Jumping up and getting in front of them. Nami holding up her hands, easy, he left a few minutes ago. Unharmed. Really, Luffy, sometimes I wonder if you are an adult yet. Keep thinking that. Stretching my arms, I say, since you kids live here, can you tell us where we can get a ship? The one with the hat spoke up, that's easy. Kaya is the rich young lady in the mansion just outside of town. Bully signs appear in Nami's eyes. Mansion, did you say? The kid responded, yea, her parents were rich merchants who died a year ago, lost at sea. We can take you there. Time skip. I wonder where Usopp ran off to. Paimon spoke up, oh, that's easy, he comes here every day about this time to tell lies to Kaya. An outraged Nami, that's terrible. How could he deceive her like that? Paimon responded quickly, no, she knows he is lying, but it cheers her up. She is bedridden and really leaves her room. She has been sick since her parents died. Probably depression. It can be debilitating if left unchecked. Which brings up the question, why let her stew in it like that? Shrugging, that is very nice of him. As we are getting to the entrance, the boys turn to walk around the tall hedge. We're not going in the front. Shaking his head, no. Paimon responded, the head butler hates Usopp and keeps him away. So Usopp made an opening around the side. We get to the secret opening and enter, finding Usopp on a branch of a tree. Sitting across from him in an open window on the second floor was a young lady laughing. Hey Usopp, are you going to introduce us to the young lady? The woman spoke up, are they part of your crew? In a worried voice, why yes they are. They are the Usopp pirates. Sesses. Keep telling yourself that, Usopp. Afraid not, young Miss Kaya, though we are good friends. I am here to inquire about if you had a ship. A butler blurts out, what is the meaning of this? Miss Kaya, you should not be associating with these hoodlums. Kaya speaks up, they were asking about a ship, Klahadore. Klahadore straightening his glasses, Miss Kaya, I can tell perfectly well they are up to no good. They did not come through the front door, and they are obviously friends with the village idiot Usopp, who is hiding behind the tree. Usopp jumps down and storms up to Klahadore, getting in his face. I am not the village idiot. Scoffing, Klahadore replied, please, you talk about pirates arriving all the time. You tell tall tales to make yourself look better to Kaya, and you're the son of a no-name pirate. Just as Usopp draws back to deck Klahadore, I released a medium-level blast of haki on both of them, stopping them both, almost bringing them to their knees. I would be very careful how you choose your next words, because the man you just insulted is the head sniper on a Yanko's crew, the very same crew that saved my life as a boy. So I take a personal offense to people who look down on them. Straightening his glasses, he cleaned his throat. I take it back that his father is a nobody. However, his is a pirate. Looking at me challengingly, I take no offense at that. However, you have just made it to my shit list. Watch yourself, because I will be stepping closer to him. Message received. Klahadore gulping, I have no idea what you are talking about, sir. However, you are still trespassing. Smiling back now. No problem, I can take a hint. Come on guys, let's go. As we left, Usopp followed us. Once we were out of earshot, Usopp asked, what was that? Conqueror's haki. It allows someone to impose their will on others. It is extremely rare. I could tell that he wanted you to hit him to drive a wedge between you and Kaya, since she dislikes violence. That's why I hit you with it too. Usopp looked stunned. Why would he want to do that? I have some theories, but for right now I am keeping quiet. Look, Nami, how about you see if you can get a good exchange rate for your treasure? Lodging for a few days. I have 26,000 bully on me, so nothing too extravagant. Just 2 rooms, one for Zoro and myself and one for you. Seeing her smile, Zoro waves us off. Don't worry about me, I like sleeping under the stars. Okay, one for each of us then. Watching her nod. Why is she still blushing? I knew I forgot to ask Mimic something important. While you are doing that, I will take a walk with Usopp and let him tell me all he knows about a certain butler. Time skip. Laying on the ground by a tree overlooking one of the beaches under the cliff till mid-afternoon. So from all you told me, nobody knew Klahadore till he showed up here 2 years ago. Usopp looks at me. Exactly, I can't put my finger on it, but something always feels off to me. Maybe you have observation haki. Pointing over the ridge behind me. Maybe that guy knows him. Usopp crawled over to the ledge and looked over, seeing 2 people, one of whom is Klahadore. How did you know? You can't even see them from where you are. Tell you later, right now watch and learn. As the 2 down below told, we learned that the person being met was Django, and Klahadore was actually Captain Kuro of 1,000 Plans. We also learned that he plans to kill Kaya after he gets Django to hypnotize her into signing a will, leaving Klahadore as her beneficiary. All this will take place tomorrow. Also, he warned Django that there might be trouble with 3 newcomers, but he will handle us, causing me to bust into giggles. As they look up, they see Usopp, but Kuro tells Django not to worry and nobody will believe him. As Usopp started to run to the village, I grabbed his leg, making him fall. Struggling to get free, Usopp tells me, let me go, I have to warn everyone. I must save her. Holding him down by his shoulders, I look into his eyes. And do what exactly? The town won't believe you. You have been yelling that pirates are coming for years. Kaya cares for you, but if you try to take her by force, she will fight you. She has been deceived by Klahadore for years, earning her family's trust, with no signs of malicious bone in his body. You showing up like this will scare her. And who will she turn to? Marry in Klahadore. Usopp crying like crazy, but I am too weak. There is nothing I can do against him alone, much less a whole pirate crew. Well, it's a good thing you have friends here. Then squinting at him, no, I am not joining your crew, but I will help you save your town and Kaya. Seeing him start to relax, tell your crew to secretly watch Kaya and get her to safety if necessary. He doesn't plan on going after her until after the pirates attack, so we stop them, then expose and take down Kuro. We do this my way, less people will get hurt. Got it. Rubbing his face, Usopp replied, I am just afraid for Kaya. Hell, I would be more worried about you if you weren't afraid. Fear is natural and it helps keep us alive. I even fear things. Not this, but there are some things out there I fear. However, I don't let it control me. Standing up and holding out my hand. Don't worry, we will get him. Seeing him smile and take my hand. Get your crew and I will get mine. It is going to be a long night. Tell them not to challenge Kuro. He is not what he seems. Seeing him nod. Time skip. After we meet at the inn to regroup. Okay, how many places can someone get to town? I know you have the beach that Kuro met Django at, the beach that we landed on, and I would assume a port of some kind. Usopp cleared his throat. There are 2 docks. Kaya has a private one in the harbor. Both are at the opposite side from the town and well guarded by a lookout tower. So that leaves the 2 coast locations. I think they will attempt to come from the one they met at. I disagree. If they come from this way, they will have a longer approach through the forest. Also, they will get to Kaya's house first. Remember, he wants to have the town in a panic, so their attention is away from Kaya. My gut says he will attack from where we docked our boat. Nami, did you get your treasure exchanged, or is some of it still on the ship? Starting to sweat, Nami spoke up. Most of it. I didn't like how he was valuing some of it. I know the value of what I have. Then I suggest we should get it to a safe place right away. Smiling at her. Now smiling, Nami responded, right away, Captain. Come on, Zoro, let's get moving. Zoro complained, why me? Why not Luffy? Looking annoyed. Putting her hand on her hip and pointing at me, Nami responded, he is planning the defense. That leaves you free to help me. Winking at me. Me and Usopp just shrugged. Time skip. We see a ship land with a big black cat on the front bow of the ship. As they land, I look at Usopp. Okay, you're up, let's see those sniper skills as they approach. Pouting, Usopp says it would have been better with the oil slick. Huffing, I told you they would send people to go around, possibly getting by us into town. However, more importantly, I am not fighting on an oil slope, got it. Releasing a small blast of haki at him, watching him pale and hearing giggles from Nami and Zoro. We watch as they gather around Django and charge up the slope. As they got to the top of the hill, Usopp started to shoot at them with remarkable aim. I was skeptical at first with his slingshot, but my opinion changed when I saw how he used it. Sometimes itching powder, throwing stars, then tobacco sauce to the face, caltrops in front of their feet, even a whiskey bottle breaking on a few of them, followed by a flaming star to ignite it. While if he learned observation or armament, he would be good. Though my gut says observation more than likely. When they reached the second marker, Usopp looked at me and I nodded. He takes aim up the slope above where the pirates are. Firing, he hit a stick on the side of the cliff, causing the landslide of logs and rocks we had set up to fall between the first and second markers. Cracking my knuckles, remember to wait for the right opening, Nami, before you rob them blind. Smiling at her. Nami smiling back, yes sir. Drawing two of his swords, Zoro looks at me. Remember, I get the swordsman. Oh, but there aren't many with clubs. Oh, what about the knives? Then losing all playfulness, Kuro is mine no matter what he is using. Smiling back, Zoro chuckles, you can have the knives. Me and Zoro start walking forward as Nami just shakes her head while Usopp has to pick his jaw up off the floor. Remember, Usopp, don't interfere with Zoro's fight unless you want to make him mad at you. Hearing him gulp. As they get near, I go into comic routine. Oh, I look like cute kittens with those ears. Can we keep one? Baby, the small one over there. Seeing Zoro smiling and shaking his head. As they attempted to attack us, we separated. Okay, people with swords to get him, people with clubs over here. I just dodge all the sword strikes, up down backstepping. Full club, decking him and sending him into the side wall. Next I give a punch to someone's gut, sending him down. Someone pointed to his knife and said, not a club. Smiling, grabbing the collar, pulling him in close. I get knives too. Seeing him cry, I threw him like a cannonball into the ones behind him. Someone with a sword charges at me. I dodge the first few, then as he swings again, without him knowing, I tap the back of the blade, giving it enough force to bury it in the log behind me. As he tries to pull it free, I hear Zoro call out, got a metal club over here. Not seeing a clear shot, I aim at the wall behind him. Ricochet, firing at the wall and bounces off and coming in from Zoro's left side, hitting the pirate with the mace in the face, knocking him into two more, making everyone pause in shock. Storming up to me, Zoro yells, hey, what's the big idea? Seeing me looking confused, the other two had swords, making everyone more drop their jaws now. Hey, they're getting back up. I only knocked out the one I hit. Seeing him thinking, then nod. As he turned around, I ask, what about this guy? Pointing the one with his sword stuck. Smiling at me, if he can't pull it out, he is unarmed. Seeing the guy frantically pulling now. Grabbing the 8 inches round by 10 feet log the sword was in at one end with my right hand. I draw it back like a baseball bat and swing, knocking a half-dozen men into the dozen behind them. Strike. Hearing Nami, ha ha. Luffy, I think you're thinking about bowling, not baseball. With a big grin. As they fought, Django called out to his ship and two people, one big and round, the other skinny, came out looking like cats. Evan a tail. Wow, way too much. They talked with Django and then seeing Zoro almost finished attacking him. As they attacked, the skinny one grabbed two of Zoro's swords and threw them down the hill near their captain. As I was about to finish up, I saw Nami almost at the swords. Oh shit. Activating second gear, I disappeared. As Nami grabbed the sword, she looked up to see a ring blade heading at her face. Before it had time to hit, a smoking red arm and black hand grabbed it a foot away. I yanked the ring to me, pulling Django with the string. Grabbing him around the neck, I released a small blast of haki. I hold the disc up to his face, still in my right hand, squeezing it and smashing it into tiny pieces. You almost killed my friend. My voice dripped with malice. Nami, I think that you deserve compensation, say all their treasure, with nobody stopping you. Seeing him nod. As Nami turns to leave, I get a gut feeling. Nami, stopping her. I think he also wants to apologize personally with his hidden stash. Releasing a medium blast of haki on him, watching him gulp. Squeaking, Django replied, why yes I do. In the captain's quarters, the desk bottom drawer secret compartment. Smiling now, as I started squeezing harder. Oh okay. The jewels are in the chest at the foot of the bed. Flip it over, the leg has a key slot to unlock it. Pulling out a key from his pocket. As Nami grabbed the key, she smiled at me. Check for traps just in case. As she runs into the ship, I drop Django on his butt as he rubs his neck. What is the meaning of this? Time skip. 2 men charge at me wearing cat attire and 3 inches long claws on each finger, swinging them like 2 girls in a slapping contest. Really, those 2 are no more than scared guards. I don't even need 2 swords for them. Sheathing one of my swords, right before they got to me they changed. One jumped in the air with the sun behind him. Then the big one lunged at me when I looked up. Then I pushed the big guy back as I hear the other land behind me. Then I spun around, slashing where I thought he was, making him jump in the air again, landing beside his partner. Alright, no more nice guy. Putting my sword in my mouth and reaching for my other 2. What? Where are they? Looking for these. The skinny one chimed. As I placed my sword back in my hand and lunged for him, his big brother charged, blocking me. As I watched my swords being thrown down the hill, I am bombarded by both of them. Man, they are fast. If I had haki like Luffy, they wouldn't have gotten the drop on me so easily. Okay, head in the game. I battle on and on, taking minor hits one after another, nothing too bad, but they add up. Just then my swords come flying in my direction. I jump into the air, surprising my opponents. Placing my sword in my mouth, I grabbed the 2 swords by the hilt, slinging the scabbards to the side, drawing my swords as I landed. Now smiling at them. Payback time. Attacking both of them. The impact was blocked by both. One sliding him back a few feet, the other went flying. Before the one on his feet could recover, I attacked again, onigiri, slashing him and sending him down. Seeing the other one land, I changed again, onigiri. He blocked, but this time was thrown back so fast when he hit the wall he was knocked unconscious. That's twice. I understand my opponents. I won't let it happen again. What is the meaning of this? Present. As I walk back up the hill to Zoro, I see the Black Cat pirates gathering around Django. Zoro, I know you aren't badly hurt, but I need to burn off some steam after what almost happened to Nami. Plus, I wanted to show off how useful observation haki can be. Seeing him nod and sit down. On top of the hill, looking down with a gym bag, is Kuro, looking very annoyed. Didn't I say I would handle them? Why are all of you on the ground? Yelling back, Django retorted, they aren't normal. Kuro, straightening his glasses, didn't you use your hypnosis on them? Sighing, you have 3 minutes before I kill everyone on this beach, encoding you. Pulling out another swinging disc, looks up to see Luffy calmly walking down the slope. Kuro, there might be a problem with hypnotizing them. Getting annoyed, Kuro asks, and why is that? You always told me you could hypnotize anyone. Django in a shocked voice, he's wearing a blindfold. Getting a tick mark, Kuro yelled, then it should be easy to supercharge your man and finish him. It's just one man. You'll regret that. I hope Kaya has enough sense to stay hidden. Feeling their power increase and become more primal, the grunts attacked. I start bobbing and waving around like a drunk man trying to dance. Rolling on the ground, jumping up in the air, sometimes I was walking on my hands. All the while I work my way closer to the middle of them. Then I started to spin like a top in a tight spiral. Spinning top shot. I let my fists go out in all directions, looking like bullets. Every shot hits dead on. I use haki on the weapons to break them and normal punches on people, not to kill. Less than 20 seconds later, I stopped with all of them on the ground unconscious, staggering around like drunk wee. Around and around I go. Wee. Hysterically, Django yelled now before he gets his bearings back. The 2 brothers lunged at me, hoping to hit at the same time. Each with a hand lunged forward while the other drew back for a second attack. When the 2 brothers are about to connect, I laced my fingers and my haki-covered hands with their outstretched ones, spinning them around so we look like one of those propeller stick things Makino gave me as a kid. You know, the ones that you spin around in your hands then let go, watching them fly into the air. I let the little one go, sending him tumbling towards the cliff wall. Then I stopped, bringing the big brother around with his back to the sea, setting him down, staring, well, actually facing him since I still have the blindfold on. I grab his shirt with my right hand and step back with my left. I extend my arm looking like a pitcher in wind-up, pointing at his little brother just getting to his feet. Batter up. Throwing the big one with enough force to send both of them into the cliff wall, leaving an impact crater, causing a few rocks to fall, partially covering them. Turning to the ship, I give a dramatic bow to a shocked Nami while removing my blindfold. Enraged, Kuro spoke up. Fine, I will deal with them myself. Then you and I, Django, are going to deal with Kaya. No, you aren't. You aren't going to hurt anyone else, Kaya said, standing behind Kuro, pointing a gun at him with both hands. Straightening his glasses with his palm, Kuro regained his composure. Best, Kaya, you need to go back to the safety of the mansion. I will handle this. Kaya with shaking hands. No, I am not listening to you anymore. I went looking for Mary because he didn't bring breakfast and found him in your studio bleeding from multiple cuts. He told me you had sent everyone home for the day, and you sliced him up, forcing him to sign something as a witness, then left him to die while coming here to meet someone who was late. With a sad face, Kuro lowers his head. You are a good person, Miss Kaya. You won't harm anyone. I know you better than you know yourself. Your mother was so proud of how you saw the good in people. Taking a step towards her. She always said you had your father's compassion. Taking another step. Shaking, Kaya raised the gun to his chest level. No more. Don't talk about them. Kuro takes another step, now 2 feet away. All those times we talked about violence solving nothing, slowly reaching for the gun. It is just an endless cycle of destruction corrupting the soul. Putting his hand on the gun, gently pulling it out of her hand. Your whole family is so gullible. Swinging the hilt of the gun and knocking her to the ground, hitting her in the face. Kaya. Usopp screams, charging Kuro. With a knee to the stomach and a blow to the back of the neck with the gun. Usopp falls to the ground next to Kaya. You. Kuro screams. This is all your fault. My perfect retirement plan, getting myself beaten up by my own men. Having her father find me and taking me in. Pretending to be a pacifist, of all things. Sabotaging the Going Merry's rudder so they would take an inferior ship that could not outrun my crew. Having my crew sink their ship, blaming the storm. Although the best part, the only thing that kept me going, was watching you, dear Kaya, slowly wither away. Denying you the proper treatment. Having you come to me, a fellow pacifist, for understanding you just to fuel your anguish and worry instead. If you hadn't had Usopp, you would probably have been dead by now from guilt. He gave you hope and happiness, keeping your spirit alive. I loathed him and did everything I could to keep him away. But now I get the pleasure of carving him up personally in front of you. Sitting his bag down and reaching and pulling out gloves with 1 foot, knives on each finger. Standing up and straightening his glasses with the palm of his hand like he always did with the palm, avoiding the claws. For all the trouble you have caused me, Usopp, I will take my time. Before he can attack, I appear in front of him, crossing my arms. You will have to go through me first. Kuro squinting at me. Oh, you will pay, but first I will gut him. Stepping back and tapping his feet a few times, he disappeared. So did I, all around Usopp and Kaya, who were now huddled together. Then we appear. Me with black forearms and his claws against them. Impossible. Now one is faster than me. Kuro yelled, disappearing again. Kuro appears on the ground with a bloody lip. Please, my grandfather is faster and hits harder than you. Standing between him and the two. Jumping up and taping his feet, Kuro smirks. You can't protect everyone. How about that thief of yours? Disappearing. The whole cliff shook and there was a big impact crater in the side of the cliff halfway down the incline. I stand between the crater and Nami, smoking and with a red color. You should have taken the hint and dropped the plans leaving town when I gave you that warning. But oh no, you had to push it. My crew is off the target list. Come after me or you will be sorry. Seeing him tap his feet to the ground activates his speed. Another impact crater near Zoro. Last warning, leave Kaya and my friends alone. As he taps the ground again, I don't even need Haki to know where he is attacking next when he disappears. This time 15 feet away from Kaya, and Usopp is a giant crater on the ground 10 feet wide, 8 inches deep in the center, with Captain Kuro in the middle. Both his knees bent at angles they really shouldn't bend. His arms spread wide, blood running down from his nose, and barely breathing. I gave you a chance for me to go easy. Don't mess with my friends. Turning to Kaya, is Mary okay? I hope so. I had Payman get the doctor while the other two treated the wounds with the first aid kit the best they could. Good. Zoro, take Kuro to wherever people turn in bounties and tell them you caught him, while I take Nami's treasure and these two back to her mansion to check on Mary. Zoro, looking confused, asked, don't you want the credit? Not too much attention. Besides, if I bring him in like this, they won't believe me. Pointing out that I was unharmed. Zoro shrugged, that's reasonable. Let me guess, bring the bounty to Nami, correct? Smiling at me and pointing at Nami, who has made it to the top of the hill dragging 2 very large sacks, blushing red. Of course, what else? Time skip. Kaya's mansion. Luffy's POV. After checking on Mary, we find that he will need to stay in bed for a few days so as not to open his stitches. Luckily, Kuro wanted him bleeding out, so he didn't cut vital organs, just veins, arteries, and flesh. Without the help of Usopp's crew, he would have died. Mary thanked us before the doctor gave him a sedative and told us he will be by in the morning to clean the wounds and check on him. The doctor also bandaged Zoro's wounds for free and said he would check on him also. Patting Usopp on the shoulder, smiling at him, the doctor left. Looking at all of us, Kaya speaks up, can all of you stay here, please? With all of the servants away, I don't feel safe and I have rooms. And I will talk to the innkeeper tomorrow to get your money back. It's the least I can do. Looking hopeful, Nami looked down, thanks, in a bland voice. Zoro's response was comical. I still want to sleep outside. Plus it would give a lookout, so to speak. Kaya turning to Usopp. Usopp, can you stay in my room? I would feel better if you were close, please. Usopp sweating now, yay, sure. Kaya leading the way for the others. Thank you. I would feel so much better with all of you here. The master bedrooms have a shower, a small living area, and a double bed. Here is the first one, Luffy. I will show Nami to hers. As they leave, I start taking off clothes for a shower. Once a few feet down the hallway, Kaya spins to me. Okay, Spill, why are you so down? And don't say you're not. Ever since I offered to house all of you, you have gotten more depressed. Even when offering to reimburse you all. I saw how you looked at those bags from their ship like a hawk, so if money didn't change you, something's up. So Spill, smirking at me. Fine, I paid extra to have the innkeeper tell Luffy that he only had one room with a double bed. Since Zoro was sleeping outside, I wanted to be in a room with him. Kaya getting excited. Okay, why? Seeing Nami hesitate. Oh, come on. Look, you are the first girl I have talked with in years. Yes, Usopp has been a godsend, but I want girl talk. Please. With a pouting face. Okay, I never open up, but Luffy has saved my life at least twice more without me knowing. You know he doesn't like credit. Well, something happened 2 days ago that made some really bad memories resurface in the worst way. We slept in shifts, Luffy, Zoro, then me. And I had nightmares, and bad ones where you wake up screaming but I couldn't wake up. Then everything calmed down and I slept better than I have in months. When Zoro woke me from my shift, I found myself clinging to Luffy. Zoro told me I woke him 3 times that night, which is quite a feat. Then after Luffy went to sleep, I bumped him, clutching his arm and dragging myself over to him, staying in the same position till he woke me. The rest of the shift my eyes kept drifting over to Luffy again. I wanted more, but I was just too scared to ask since I don't get close to people and in my line of work as a thief. Then in a whisper, it's not safe. Tapping her chin, Kaya responds, okay, I think I can help. Maybe you two can snuggle, but you have to trust me, okay? First you will need a nightgown. Haha. Time skip. Watching Kaya knock on Luffy's door. I see Luffy open the door, wrapped in a towel around his waist, still wet, with him answering, can I help you? Wow, just wow. Okay, head out of the gutter, girl. Uwo, stop it. Head in the game or you'll blow it. Clearing her throat, Kaya answers, yeah, there has been a slight inconvenience. All of the other rooms are being used for storage. Sorry, I didn't know. So I was thinking you could share this one. After all, you are both adults. Also, I brought you some clothes to sleep in. Nami, go take a shower, please. I want to talk with Luffy. Noting to her, I entered the bathroom and shut the door, placing my ear against it. Hearing Kaya tell Luffy, okay, from what Nami told me, your gut is probably jumping everywhere right now. So I ask you not as a host, but as a woman. Please focus on what Nami needs the most and listen to your gut. Then I hear the door to the hall close. Quickly disrobing, I take a shower and dress in the short sleeve gown that goes all the way to my knees. I step out of the bathroom and find Luffy sitting on the bed in flannel pajama tops and bottoms. Luffy smiles at me. My gut tells me to just relax and be here for you. I just don't want to mess up. I like being near you and don't want to mess up and get you mad. Fidgeting with his hands. Well, that makes 2. To be honest, I feel safer with you than I ever have in my life. The last time I slept, I got more rest than I had in months. I wanted it again. I was just scared to ask. Luffy, relaxing now, said, I will always treat you like a lady. However, there is nothing wrong with a lady and gentleman sleeping in the same bed. Or snuggling. The last sentence is almost a whisper. Smiling back at him, I moved around to the other side of the bed. I heard that. And thank you. As we both get under covers with the curtains drawn, I give him a pleading look. Smiling, he stretched his arm out so I could use his shoulder as a pillow. And his chest. I am in heaven, I think, as I drift off to sleep. Time skip. As I wake up the next morning, Nami is still laying against me. This time her left leg is now bent high, draping it over me just below my. Oh boy. As I feel her start to stretch, sliding her leg around. Just then she grazes something. She tenses, then her eyes shoot open. Slowly her leg slides back down till it is resting beside me. It's okay. Did you sleep well? With a smile on her face and hugging me tighter. Forget months. That was the best sleep I have had in years. I am glad it helped. I also enjoyed sleeping with you. Feeling my face get hot. Guess we need to get ready for breakfast. Seeing her frown. Hey, the best part is I get to eat it with you. Watching her smile as she gets up and heads to the bathroom to change her clothes. Why is she walking like that? Not that I am complaining or anything, just wow. As we enter the kitchen, we see Usopp and Kaya sitting at the kitchen table drinking, with a banquet of all kinds of breakfast foods in front of them. Kaya smiles at us. Morning, did you two sleep well? Winking at Nami. I think I can say for both of us that we did, thank you. Luffy, can I ask when you are planning on leaving? Kaya asked. Today or tomorrow? Why do you ask? Looking over at Usopp, Kaya smiles. Well, you inquired about a ship and I decided to give you the Going Merry. My father and Mary designed it shortly after my mom and dad got married. It is a marvelous piece of engineering. However, Mary really wanted to show it off to you and the doctor said it would take 2 days before he would let him out of bed. Looking worldly at Usopp, then back at Luffy. I also wanted to spend some time with Usopp since I will not see him for a long time. 2 days won't hurt. I don't feel like it will, on one condition. Watching her face turn to worry. Usopp becomes my sniper. Squinting at Usopp. No, we are not calling ourselves the Usopp Pirates. But if you come, you can keep the Mary safe. Smiling at him. Usopp's face lit up like a Christmas tree. He looked at Kaya smiling. Deal. Time skip. I watched Luffy and the others walking down the hill, with Kaya holding Usopp's hand while everyone carries their bags. I can tell Luffy is a good man even if I didn't know all I do, because he is carrying Usopp's stuff to allow him one final moment with Kaya. Welcome to the Going Merry. My idea at first was a lean toward a 2-mast carvel. However, to incorporate all the things Kaya's parents, Senya and Martin, wanted, it had to be expanded. Luckily, Martin was an engineer, wise tinkering in his youth. On their second trip to sea was after getting married. Xenia told him if he didn't build her a ship that made her comfortable, she wouldn't come with him on his business dealing. As a result, this ship was designed to make Xenia happy, so voila. Pointing at the ship, a 3-mast square sail carvel 90 feet long by 25 feet wide with approximately 150 ton or 300 pounds cargo capacity. Mary won't make it through the New World, but it should get you through paradise. As we walk onto the lower deck, I turn to Luffy. Since you are the captain and most of the things about the ship are for a woman's comfort, would you two mind if in the small rooms the others waited outside and then entered after to examine the tight places? Seeing everyone nod. Also, so it doesn't get confusing, I will use nautical terms for the orientation of the ship. If you are facing the front of the boat, the bow is the front, the starboard is on the right side, the port is on the left side, and the stern is the rear. Watching them nod. This we just came on is the lower deck. It is a 25 feet by 25 feet area with 2 sets of stairs going up to each of the upper decks. There is a 6 feet by 6 feet cargo hatch just off the port side of the mast, leading down all the way to the hold. You have 4 levels: the hold, living quarters, lower deck, and the 2 upper decks. As we walked up the steps on the starboard side going to the back, we stepped onto the upper rear deck and I pointed to the bow. The front deck is 35 feet long by 25 feet wide at rear and a figurehead of a sheep at the bow. It has a small mobile cannon that is currently strapped down to keep it from moving when not in use. Use up outraged, only 1 cannon. We're doomed. Ha ha ha. One would think that yes, exactly what Martin wanted. A non-threatening ship that actually has 4 very powerful hidden gun ports. He never went looking for a fight, but he was always ready for one. Something he learned from his wife. Smiling at Kaya. The rear deck is the biggest deck, 32 feet long and 25 feet wide, with the rear mast and one of the helms near the front of the deck in the center. Gesturing to the steering wheel 4 feet from the front rail in the middle of the ship with a 5 feet wide boxed-in railing around it, open in the back with a small wooden seat mounted to the floor. Raising her hand, Nami asked, "Did you say one of the helms?" Looking confused. Ha ha ha. Yes, typically there is only one. Martin liked to feel the wind, however, Xenia told him, and I quote. Hearing Nami and Kaya bust out laughing. Now let's go back down and I will show you the armory. Walking back down the stairs, we come to the lower deck. Walking across the lower deck to the door in the center of the front wall of the lower deck. Stepping through the door, we see 3 6-feet-long cannons that the gun barrel 8 inches wide. 1 on each side of the ship, 1 pointing forward, and the mast in the middle. Walking over to a lever, I pull it, causing all of the 3 ports, the restraining pins, to retract simultaneously, followed by the firing ports swinging in and dropping down. All 4 guns are the same as a new version. Also, don't let their size fool you, they are a new design that shoots shells instead of a standard cannonball. Also, they pack 3 times the punch, twice the distance, double the accuracy, and 3 times faster to reload for a normal cannon their size. The best part is to do all of this you only need 1 person. The stand they are sitting on pivots off of the gun port on this track with this crank here. The height is adjusted by this other crank here. Each cannon has a 30-degree elevation arc and a 40-degree shooting radius, with straight side shot being in the middle of the radius. The shells are stored in these slots along the wall, holding 20 shots available for reload before needing more from the powder room in the hold. The reloads are brought up using this dumbwaiter that connects the armory and the powder room, so you don't have to carry them up through the ship. Now let's show you the less violent part of the ship. Throwing the lever the other way, placing the ports back closed like they were. We leave the armory, walking across the lower deck to the wall leading to the comms area. On the starboard side is the 4 feet wide stairs leading to the upper deck. Beginning 2 feet away from the stairs along the whole front wall of the commons area were windows starting 4 feet off the ground going to the ceiling, until 1 foot off a 3 feet wide wooden door with a metal trim, 2 feet off the port wall. Stepping through, we see the well house similar to the one above, the difference being that there is the 6 inches metal column 6 in front going up through the roof. Also, the railing and seat are padded with a red leather cushion. 8 feet behind the wheel is a support post 1 foot round column in the center of the room. The mast is touching a wall in the back. The controls are similar to how they are upstairs, however there is a pin that disconnects the upstairs. Xenia often didn't agree with how Martin drove, earning a round of Snickers. As you can see, the commons area is an open space of about 25 feet deep by 25 feet wide across the width of the ship. There are 2 rooms behind the commons area against the astern wall and an open study on the port side that's 10 feet deep by 8 feet wide. A roll-top desk resides in the port corner with the part you sit at towards the front of the ship. Above the desk are 2 windows 3 feet wide by 3 feet tall in the corner on the rear and port wall. Next to the desk is a half bath 4 feet wide on the astern wall and 3 feet deep. Then you have the bookshelves along the side wall of the study from the commons area to the half bath, and a small couch against the port wall. The port side has windows going down the first 8 feet starting 2 feet from the lower deck. Then it is a solid wall until the corner. There is a study wood table on the port side that can seat 10 people comfortably for dining. The center room along the rear wall is the rear armory. It contains a cannon like the front, however the gun port is a rear 3 feet by 3 feet window that retracts and moves to the side like the others in the front. It also has 20 shells available, though you will have to run them from the front armory if they run out. Along the starboard side of the ship, starting at the lower deck, are the stairs leading down into the living quarters. The stairs are directly under the ones leading up to the rear upper deck and actually start 4 feet into the living area, with a handrail going to the front wall so someone will not fall. There are windows on the starboard side starting 2 feet after the corner, going 3 feet tall and traveling 6 feet till the kitchen cabinets and counter begin. Senior really liked to cook, so it is a kitchen complete with stove, range, and a 4 feet wide, 3 feet deep, and 7 feet tall refrigerator that is next to the rear mast on the back wall. A 6 feet long by 3 feet wide island bar acts as a divider somewhat between the kitchen and the rest of the commons area. Above the sink are 2 fresh water tanks, 1 hot water and 1 cold water. The 1 hot water is heated by gas. It has a temperature picture gauge on it. Both tanks only 20 gallons each, so you have to worry about making sure they're maintained. The plumbing is basically gravity fed. In this back room we have a pantry. Inside the pantry it is 10 feet by 10 room with 2 60-gallon tanks of fresh water in the corner, 1 hot and 1 cold. I know that sounds like a lot for a kitchen, but this isn't just for the kitchen. The reason why those tanks are so big is so they can provide hot and cold water for the shower below. What? Nami yelled. We have a shower. A real shower. With her eyes sparkling like when she thinks of treasure. Clasping her hands together. Ha ha ha. Yes, I thought you would enjoy that. The tanks are maintained in the cargo hold. On the starboard wall is a desk and work table for preparing ingredients. On the inside next to the rear armory is all the cabinets. Now that you have familiarized yourself with the commons area, would you like to go downstairs and see the living quarters? Luffy smiling. Yes, please continue. There are candles in the hold and small portholes around the living quarters. However, for the time being I will use the interior electrical lighting. Remember, the more you use the electrical, the faster the battery drops. As we walk down the 4 feet wide staircase on the starboard side of the ship, I start flipping switches. On the walls we come to a 6 feet wide hallway going across the ship. Then another hallway going up toward the front of the ship just a little off-center that is about 6 feet wide going to the bow of the boat. There are 2 doors, 1 on each side of the hallway, and then another door at the very end. There are 5 rooms down the hallway to the rear of the ship, 3 on the left and 2 on the right. All the rooms have 2 4 feet wide by 8 feet long beds mounted to the wall in a bunk bed fashion. The beds are actually a metal outside frame with a fitted net material that suspends the person like the net hammocks, with a light mattress on top for comfort. Both beds can be folded up to the wall and secured to give you more room. The lower bed is 2 feet off the ground and the second is 5 feet 6 in. 1 dresser going up 6 feet besides the bed to use as an end table for the top bunk, and a roll-top desk so you can close the top and not have everything move around. The 3 rooms behind me are different. The port and starboard rooms have the same bed system, however the port side has a slightly different layout, providing room for a small standing closet. The starboard room was made for Miss Kaya and is 12 feet down the length by 10 feet wide going with. It has no desk, but it does have a 8 feet long by 2 feet deep closet down the wall towards the bow of the ship. Watching Nami's eyes sparkling again. The captain's quarters are the end door at the bow of the ship, stepping through the door into the master bedroom. In the master bedroom here you actually have the biggest living space. In the center is the front mast, behind that a queen-size bed setting 3 feet off the ground with the headboard at the bow. A safe in the bow behind the picture of Miss Sina. You will probably want to change the picture. Overall it is a room 20 feet deep, 8 feet at the headboard and 25 feet at the rear wall. Going down the starboard side starting at the bow you have 2 dressers, a roll-top desk, and in the corner next to Kaya's room a 4 feet wide closet. There is a full-length mirror 3 feet wide on the wall of Kaya's bedroom. Usopp scratched his head. Why do you have all this empty space on the port side, without adding more furniture or another bed? Looking at Kaya, it is for training. Martin and Senior were heavily into martial arts and were taught by someone who held to a code of honor and not abusing it. Watching Kaya put her hand over her mouth. They did not tell you because you hated violence, Kaya. They also hate violence, but no, sometimes there is no choice. They made this place a training room so others would not question them or think differently of them. Like the guns upstairs. They didn't look for a fight but were ready for one. There is a ring in the port corner 5 feet off of the rear and port walls to hang a punching bag. The bed has a spring system in the headboard that folds it up to the bow to give an open sparing room. Under the bed are 2 compartments for punching bags and a spot for their gear. It was very discreet, plus if anyone heard them the world would think something else other than sparring was going on in here. Watching Kaya turn red, remembering all the times she heard noises coming from in here. Moving on. Walking back out into the first hallway from the executive hallway. The pole in the corner here is the center mast for the ship. The reason this 12 feet by 20 feet space is empty except for the stairs is because we are under the port hatch on the lower deck. There is also a 6 feet by 6 feet hatch right under the other one, except this one has a hinge to let it fold up against the port wall. As we walk down the 5 feet wide hallway leading to the rear of the ship, the hallway turns to the starboard side. Martin didn't like the idea of so many people on a ship and only one bathroom near the living quarters. Along with the upper half bath, there is another half bath in the center rear wall, opening the door into the hall to see a small 6 wide by 4 deep room with the commode at the starboard end and a sink at the other. I would like to emphasize you to be careful to lock it so that someone doesn't accidentally open it on you. Had that problem happy to me personally, turning red, getting laughs from everyone, shutting the door and turning to the door at the end of the short hallway to the starboard. Captain and lady, if you will follow me, and I would like to show you to the master bathroom personally, opening the door and leading them in. I get great pride watching Miss Nami placing a hand over her mouth, obviously knowing how hard it is to get a decent bathroom. The bathroom is roughly 10 feet down the rear wall and 8 feet down the starboard wall. In the corner here we have a 4 feet wide by 7 feet long metal tub going down the rear wall. It can seat 2 comfortably and has a shower curtain. We had originally planned on going with tile, but being at sea we were worried about it getting cracks, so we went with metal. You have a shower nozzle coming down from the storage tanks above. There is a blue and red bulb above the tub to indicate if one of the tanks is down to 5 gallons. I would also advise on making sure they are full and heated before getting in. Also, personal experience. A commode is next to the half bath, and a sink on the starboard wall next to the tub. Watching Nami tear up, she embraces me in a big hug and runs out in the hallway. I hear Kaya scream and then, watching everyone smile. Now I will proceed to the cargo bay steps and give everyone a minute to look around before we go down. After a few minutes, everyone gathered at the stairs. Hearing again Nami and Luffy yell together. Nami points her finger at Usopp. Also, I get the one beside Luffy. I mean the one with the closet final. Kaya also gives Usopp a firm look that says don't get in the way of a woman in her closet, winking at Nami, watching as Usopp raises his hands. Okay, let's head down. As we descended the stairs, we go down the stairs on the left side of the boat, right facing the back, then are on a landing, with a wall that goes across the ship continuing down the stairs to the center of the ship. Here we have the main cargo hold. It ranges from 30 feet long by 20 feet wide. In the bow of the boat is the powder room, with a reinforced metal door. Inside you will find the dumbwaiter that carries the shells directly to the armory without walking all the way through the ship. It also contains the shell casing materials. The device for making the shells is in the engineering room, so not to have an accident while manufacturing them you will have to carry some gunpowder in there to put the finishing touches. Currently there are 200 shells currently made down here, with an additional 20 in the upper armory, and 20 with the rear cannon. Moving towards the stern of the boat, there is a hallway going just off-center. Down the starboard side you find cabinets to the left that are about 4 feet deep and traveling the length of the hallway, which is 16 long, to store smaller things. On the port side of the hallway is a door, and it is a laundry room which is 16 feet down the length of the ship and 10 feet across the ship. On the port side it has a machine for washing the clothes, but not for drying. You'll have to hang them up to dry. Also, the tank that you store your fresh water with is in there. It holds up to 2,000 gallons. You don't have to keep it full all the time, but it is near the center to ship to add for ballast when you don't have a lot of cargo in the hold. There are also some 5 linen cabinets. 3 are currently for the sheets, blankets, and replacement netting for the beds. In the rear you will find the entering room. It is 8 feet deep while going all the way across the full 20 feet. There are 48 8 in wide, 12 in long, by 8 in tall rechargeable batteries. There are 4 shelves in the center of the astern wall. The lowest one is 3 feet off the ground, and the other 3 are at 1 foot intervals above the lower shelf. They power the refrigerator, the interior lighting, and the electrical pumping system. To the left is the table and equipment for making the shells. On the right is an exercise bike, and it has multiple uses. With the switches on the wall you can change the functionality of what it does. There are gauges beside each switch to tell if that particular item is low. For example, this gauge and switch is for the upper cold main water tank. Flipping it allows you to refill the cold tank by pedaling the bike. The next gauge does the same for the hot water. This gauge says hundreds because it is the switch that refills the lower clean water tanks with water from the ocean after sending it through the filter. The most important one though is this one that keeps track of the batteries. By flipping it you recharge the batteries. With the generator, there are 2 important warning lights that turn red if the battery gets low and you only have 8 hours max, probably less till the electrical stops. One is in the kitchen above the fridge, the other is here in the engineering, pointing to the red bulb above us. There are also 2 bilge pumps, one electric and one but the bike if water gets in. The switch for the bike is this bright red one on this yellow panel. As we all get back outside on the lower deck I clear my throat. So is this a ship worthy of the future Pirate King? Time skip. As they sail away, Mary's POV, seeing Kaya looking depressed again. You wanted to go with them, didn't you? Kaya sighs. As weak as I am right now, I know I will be a burden and a distraction for them. I also really want to study medicine to help people, sighing and letting her shoulders drop. I am just worried that Usopp will forget about me. Or worse, we will have a relationship like his mother and father, where I will hardly ever see him and he will leave me behind because I am not strong enough to go with him like Nami. Sinking in on herself more. Would you like to know how your parents met and more about your mother before she became the lady of the house? Smiling at her, seeing her mood improve. Your father was very rowdy, undisciplined, and quite a prankster. Your grandfather told him if your father didn't get his act together before he reached 18, he was going to put his nephew in charge. Your father asked me if I knew anything to help since we were friends. I told him of this martial arts dojo back on my island. He went there and they agreed to train him. The instructors are an old clan from far away, very big on honor, respect, and discipline. Your mother was a student there, blue belt, I think. She was best friends with the daughter of the grandmaster. They fell in love and started courting and eventually got married. Your father did get to become black belt, though Senya could always beat him even on her bad days. Ha ha ha. When Martin returned, he was a new man, focused, driven, dependable, and married. Though whether that was from your mother or the training we would never know. Watching her smile, Kaya straightened her shoulders like she made a decision. Mary, could you put me in contact with that dojo, or tell me where they are to go meet them? Sadly, no. The dojo moved back home a little over 2 years ago. Before you ask, they did not leave a location to where they were from. Seeing her sadden, I tell her the good news. However, at your mother's funeral there was a young lady of about 19 years old that showed up. Seeing you unresponsive, she asked if we could sit down and talk. She told me she was the daughter of your mother's childhood friend from the dojo. She had become a high grandmaster in her clan, being a child protege who was practicing almost before she could walk. Actually, the youngest to ever be trained, her grandfather said. It is required of all high grandmasters to train at least one, better if 2 grandmasters, before they are allowed to return to their homeland. She told she was training someone now that shocked her. It was only a year prior she started his training, and she had to push herself hard to beat him without using hidden techniques. She said he was going to leave in a year, but she said if she pushed him hard he might even become a high grandmaster by then, earning the hidden techniques she knew, making him the youngest person ever trained she knew of. She then told she always felt that she owed Senya a life debt because her mother and father wouldn't have gotten together if it wasn't for Senya's meddling. Smiling at Kaya, I am sure that would at least get you a meeting with her, though you will have to convince her of your motivation, character, and willingness not to abuse the knowledge shared. No debt will get her to give anyone that power. As Kaya was staring at the going Mary almost out of sight, she straightened her shoulders. How do I contact her? In a determined voice, beaming with pride. I have a letter she left me. I believe it was a small town a few islands over. She was staying upstairs at an inn. No, in a tavern, yes. Working as a waitress for the owner named Marco, Manio, something like that, not sure. Anyway, it is in the letter. She also said she would leave a forwarding address with the owner if she moves on for me. I take great pride looking at Kaya, knowing that she will now go after what she wants in life just like Senya did. Luffy's POV. As I walk onto the upper rear deck, I see Usopp staring at the island almost out of sight, and Nami at the wheel, smiling at me. I walked up to Nami. Smiling, she asked where to, Captain. To tell the truth, I am not sure. My gut hasn't told me anything lately other than we needed to sail. I am going to talk to Usopp to try to distract him. Watching her nod. Walking up to Usopp. Hey Usopp, are you any good at painting? Because I have been told by a lot of people back home that when I do get a day job it better not be in art. Watching him laugh and hearing Nami giggle. Puffing out his chest, he responded, yes. I have made many crests for other captains who have come to the island, and it is understandable you would come to me. Well, it's good to hear that, because now that we have a ship, we need a flag that identifies us. I see Usopp pull out a paper and pen and hunch over on the deck drawing something. After hearing my statement of a flag to Usopp, Nami secured the wheel and Zoro got up from his nap, approaching us. As Usopp proudly turned around and showed us a skull and crossbones with a face turned to the side with a very long nose. Before I can yell at Usopp, I look over at Nami. Clenching her hands and fists, she snatched the paper out of Usopp's hands, tearing it up, then giving him a death glare. The only pirate I would ever follow willingly is Luffy, so it should symbolize him. Got it. Crossing her arms. Then she goes pale and walks away. I follow her, seeing her leaning on the railing looking out to the sea. Thank you, Nami. I appreciate that you can say that about me. I will try my best not to disappoint you. As she puts her hand on her left hip. You better not, Luffy, because I will be watching you. Smirking at me, we return to Usopp, who is showing Zoro a smiling skull with crossbones behind it and a straw hat on its head. I really like that, provided we make the hat yellow. What do you think, Nami? Smiling now, Nami tapes her chin. Yeah, but I think we should put it on our main sail as well. Looking at the sail. Time skip. Luffy's POV. After the sail is painted, we see some small rock formations off the starboard side. Hey Usopp, let's see what those guns can do. Think you can hit that tall one way over there in the distance? Seeing him grin. Aye aye, Captain. Watching him head into the armory. Then the gun ports opened, the top couple of feet blowing up. Wow, sorry Captain, I really overcompensated for the distance these things have. No problem, try again. The second shot tears through the center of the rock formation, blowing it to pieces. Wow, those cannons really are more powerful, though the shells probably take longer to make. Alright Usopp, let's have lunch. As we all began to gather in the kitchen, Nami started making dinner. As we are sitting down ready to eat, there is a banging on the window. Alright, come on out here and get what's coming to you, you filthy pirate. As we started heading outside, I see a guy wearing shades, short black hair, blue shirt, baggy white pants, and a sword on his side, getting ready to throw down till Zoro steps out. New guy, cool, you're here big bro. Zoro, come on, we can take them easy with your help. Drawing his sword, Zoro smirking. And why would I want to take out my own captain, Johnny? Johnny's jaw hits the floor. What? You turned traitor, big bro. He is a pirate. Zoro smirking back. Yeah, he doesn't define a pirate the same way as most. Also, he is really strong. I wouldn't advise trying to bring him in. Glaring at me. Well, he nearly killed me and my brother, so I will get him for that. Charging. I simply dodge and weave. Are you sure, Zoro? I thought you get swords. I don't want to impose. Red with anger, Johnny said. Stop dodging and stand still. I grabbed his sword with my right hand with the pressure on both sides of the blade, yanking it out of his hand, inspecting it all over. This is a decent sword. A little heavy for most sword styles, but in the right hands can be very dangerous. Throwing the sword in the air and catching it with the handle. Smiling at him, watching him sweat. Throwing it up in the air again, I catch it by the back of the blade with the handle away from me, extending it to him. Too bad I never learned to use one properly. As he reached to grab the sword, I pull it away. What is this about your brother? Crossing his arms, Johnny said. My brother and I were anchored next to the rock face you just blew up. We are just lucky you gave a warning shot first. The second shot would have caught us in the explosion otherwise. Watching Usopp give a weak laugh. My brother looked bad before, but after rowing away he passed out on deck. Looking at Zoro, can you get him, Zoro, and we can see how we can help. Watching him nod and go to their ship, I hand the sword back. A few seconds later, Zoro came back and laid Yosaku on the deck. Nami examined him, then groaned. How much vegetables and fruits did you bring? Shrugging, Johnny asked. Are they important? Ugh, it's scurvy. Nami cried out. Usopp, go get me some limes. Now, rubbing her temples, this is why a cook is so important. To stay strong you need a proper diet. Otherwise you won't survive a few weeks at sea. As Usopp comes back with the limes, she cuts them in half and starts squeezing them into Yosaku's mouth. After a minute of this, Yosaku jumps up and starts dancing around with Johnny, saying they're cured. Nami starts to steam, then jumps up, pulling out her staff and hitting them both on their heads. You idiots. This isn't a cure. You have to keep eating more vitamin C, otherwise you will be right back where you are now. As she hits them again, some pages fell out of their bag. As they picked them up, Nami grabbed one off the deck. I smile at watching Nami. Her speed is good and she has a very good sleight of hand. Too bad I can't train her speed, though I don't think that is what she needs. Maybe during training I will learn what to teach her. Watching her hand the paper with a fishman on it back to Johnny with a shaking hand. I guess the next thing to get is a cook. How about as a way of saying we are sorry for shooting at you, we feed both of you? Zoro, Usopp, take them inside while I talk to our navigator. As they walked inside, I asked Nami, were you able to get everything exchanged, or do we need to look for a cook while also looking for a place to cache some things in? Giving her a worried look. Nami also looked worried and answered yes and no. He got much more reasonable after what Zoro, or should I say you did. I got all but one item exchanged. I am just worried. I am usually not gone this long. Smiling at me, though I have never made this much bully in one haul. Thank you. Good. Well, come on, let's get back inside. As we enter, we hear Yosaku talking about some restaurant at sea called the Barady. Do you think any of them will want to go to the Grand Line? Yosaku looks at Johnny. Yosaku shrugged. Don't know, but everyone there is tough, especially the owner. Well, Nami, I think I know where we are heading next. If they can give us a location to head for. Watching them nod. How long should it take to get there? Johnny looked at me. A day or two. Okay, Nami, will you set our course and I will go over the technical materials on the ship. If you need anything, Nami, let me know. Johnny, Yosaku, I will ask the both of you to help out, and in return I will provide proper food, water, lodging, and a proper restroom. Both of you will be given the benefit of the doubt and I will trust you, however, if you try to hurt my crew. Smiling at them. Well, you can ask Zoro what happened to the last person who tried that. Widening my smile to show teeth. Watching them gulp. Taking the technical manuals from the desk in the study area, I head below deck. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Johnny and Yosaku go pale at something Zoro just told them. Time skip. A day later. Luffy's POV. As we were about to dock with the Barady, a marine ship pulled up beside us. Johnny and Yosaku hiding behind the stairs, hearing someone calling out, "Either pirates. Who is your captain?" As Usopp cleared his throat, I sent a small wave of haki at him. Man, I think I will have to break him of this. Giving Usopp a stern glare. That would be me, Monkey D. Luffy. Why do you ask? I am Lieutenant Fullbody and it is our job to capture pirates. However, since we are off duty and there is no fame in a no-name pirate, I will just sink you. Men, as he wrapped his arm around a tall woman and they headed to the dinghy. As they shoot 3 cannonballs, I grabbed 2 of them while Zoro deflected the 3rd one. Then I threw both of mine back at the mast, breaking it in 2 places. As the men forget about us and are trying to save the mast, I see Fullbody enter the restaurant. Can't wait to see what he thinks when he gets back. I noticed my crew staring at me. What they shot at the Mary. Come on, let's get something to eat. As we docked and got to the door, we see a big man wearing an apron. In a voice dripping with forced sweetness. Hello there, scumbags. My name is Patty, and how will you be paying? Bully. Patty's smile got wider. Very good, let me take you to a table. As we move to a table, I see Fullbody arguing with a blonde waiter. As they finish, I see the same waiter come over to our table while he is professing his unending love for Nami. I find out his name is Sanji and he is also a cook. Nami keeps looking over at me and pout as I show no interest in the flirting. A few minutes later, I see Fullbody put something from his pocket in his soup. As he called Sanji over, I hear shouting and something about being called a liar. All of a sudden, Fullbody is kicked into a wall. As he slides down the wall, a marine rushed in and whispered something to Fullbody. As they rush out without paying, Sanji goes over to the woman making a dramatic Sean and tells the girl that he will take care of the meal so Fullbody doesn't stick her with the bill. A lot of girls are swooning at this as I roll my eyes. I catch Nami looking at me. A battered and weary sailor walked in carrying a smoking gun. He is a skinny man, with a green t-shirt and white pants, white open long-sleeved shirt that has snake on each side of the shirt. Also, he has big lips and bags under his eyes. Sitting down at a table, he puts his feet on the table as Patty walks up. Patty asked in that same honey venom tone, "How will you be paying for the food, you viper?" Jin responded, "We'll lead count," looking at the gun. As Sanji places our food on the table, Patty mercilessly beats Jin and kicks him out of the restaurant. As Sanji goes to the kitchen, I excuse myself and walk outside onto the upper deck above where Jin got kicked out. While watching Jin, I notice Nami comes out. "So you are more interested in what happens with a lone pirate rather than your crew?" With a hand on her hip, gritting her teeth at me, giving her a very confused look. "You forget something. My gut tells me the true intentions of a person's actions," pointing with my thumb at the dining room. "And there Sanji said and did all those nice things because he wanted to have sex with all the women in there. And you did what you did mainly because you wanted to get a free meal by taking advantage of his interest." Rubbing my chin, though I am very confused as to why you want to make me upset at Sanji. After all, even though he said it to get in your pants, everything he said I think is true. You are a vision of beauty and a goddess of a woman. Watching her blushing, then looking down at Jin as Sanji walked out. But out here is the first time he did something for someone else with no thought of himself. Looking at Sanji put a plate down. Nami walked over, still staring at me with a dreamy look on her face before she looks down. While Sanji lights a cigarette. "This is not charity. Look, you can swallow your pride and live another day, or you can keep your pride and meet death earlier. There is nothing wrong with wanting to live." Jin started scoffing it down. Sanji asked, "So what happened to your crew?" Jin swallows some water. "We went to the Grand Line with 50 ships and 5,000 men. When we got there, all it took was 1 man, that's all. He slaughtered the whole fleet. We thought we were ready." Looking at Nami, I smile and ask, "So did your crew have a dream or just after the fame?" Jin looks up. "What? In my experience, people who dream go above and beyond to achieve their goals. My dream is to become the king of the pirates." "Also, you didn't answer the question." Jin got pale. "Give up now. If Craig wasn't strong enough, you don't stand a chance." "Don't worry, I am stronger than I look." Smiling at Jin, "Sanji, do you have a dream?" Seeing Nami smiling at me, Sanji takes a long drag from his cigarette. "Yeah, you ever hear of the All Blue?" When he sees us shaking our heads, he smiled. "It is said that there is a place in this world where all 4 oceans come together in one place, where all the fish over the world are in one place. One day I will find it." Smiling at Sanji, "Well, from what my gut tells me, a place like that will only be found in the New World. From the stories I have heard, that means you will need to take a trip. Join my crew." Sanji gags on his cigarette. "Can't, I have obligations here." "Thanks though." Smiling at him, "That's fine, but I refuse your refusal." With Nami laughing at me, "It doesn't work like that. You hear me?" Sanji yelled. "Sure it does. Come on, Nami, let's finish the meal. Can't let good food go to waste." As she laces her arm with mine, we return to the dining area. Time skip. A couple of hours later. Luffy's POV. "Okay, let's get some training in. Johnny, Yasaka, you two are welcome to learn as well if you want." Watching them smile. "It will take many months, so might as well get started." Usopp clears his throat. "Are you going to teach us that speed thing too?" Smiling widely. "Sadly no. For 2 reasons. 1, until I face off against another high grandmaster, it would dishonor the master who trained me. It took almost a year to earn my master's respect and get them to train me after my master came to my island. 2nd, it is too demanding on the body. Even the high grandmasters have to train their whole life and use it, and they have to be careful as to how often they use it. Otherwise, they will get hairline fractures and their bones all over their bodies. Lucky for me, my bones are made of rubber, so no problem. Smiling at them. So what I will be training you in is one of the 2 forms of haki that all people can learn. Imagine that haki has a very hard lock on each form. Observation is the easiest to open. If you can unlock observation, then armament gets easier to unlock in a life or death struggle. Not a lot, but every little bit helps. A trick I was taught to refine and possibly unlock observation out of combat is to have someone hit you while you are wearing a blindfold. Now the attacker will imagine where and how they will hit their opponent, while the defender will try to read where the attack is coming from. Also, if you feel like you are about to get hit, try to dodge it. This trains your senses to eventually pick up on the attack. So we will pair up Johnny with Usopp, Yasaku with Zoro, and Nami with me. After 30 minutes, I tell everyone to have a 5-minute break. Nami achieved less than what I would have thought. Why is it so hard? She already reads the sea. Wait a minute, what if I use that? Getting her focused on one might slip into another. Snapping my fingers. If I promise not to trash your boat, can I use it, Yasaku? Shrugging his shoulders. Sure, why not? Okay, you all switch up and change who wears the blindfold. Nami, come with me. Watching her gulp. Placing the smaller ship between the Mary and the Barady. Clearing the deck and placing Nami in the center. Do you trust me? Seeing Nami is nervous, answering yes. Good, because I am also going to trust you. No blindfold, but keep your eyes shut. I want you to feel the wind on your face. Now take out your staff. Watching her assembling it in record time. Okay, now the rules, rewards and punishments are going to change. Watching her nod. Noticing some people started watching us. I smile. Maybe kill 2 birds in one go. Okay, Nami, I am going to jump from the Mary to this boat. You have 3 seconds to hit me in a straight jab or a straight down strike. No wide area attacks. Watching her nod. You will get 100 billy for each hit. Seeing her smile. However, if you miss, I tap you, and it will sting. Watching her frown but nod. Let's begin. As we start, I jump back and forth using some speed. She gets close but keeps missing. Every time she misses, I tap her and call out where I was so she can get a better understanding. After 10 minutes, we took a break and Nami asked me, "Why are you trying to help me? I am a temporary ally and a thief. Why should that matter?" Letting her catch her breath. Nami huffing out, "Because the way you have acted, I don't think you would like thieves who steal from others." Sesses. Not like thieves, sesses. Oh, that's rich, Nami. No, in fact, one of my best friends back home robbed and did thievery all the time. Even my brothers growing up thieved all the time when we were kids to save money for a ship. Looking down at her, for the right reasons, thieving can be good. The last couple of years, me and my friend would break into homes in Goa Kingdom and steal from the nobles. Watching bully signs in Nami's eyes. Then we give it to people who had almost nothing. Watching her look confused. Nothing traceable, food mainly. Occasionally a few bully if left out. Scoffing at me, Nami replied, "That's not stealing. Sesses. It is when the food of one rich noble could feed 5 poor families of 4 for a whole week. Try doing it to 7 noble families or more in a night." Watching her jaw hit the floor. If it's for a good cause, thievery is worth it. Smiling at her, then whispering just loud enough for only her to hear me, "You're worth it." Standing up again, I started jumping again. She actually hit me twice in the next 10 minutes. Then after she misses one time, I hit her and hear Sanji yell, "What the hell are you doing hitting a lady?" Trying to teach her haki. Jumping onto the small boat. No, all you are doing is jumping down here and hitting her after she swings at air. Watching Nami roll her eyes. "Okay, Nami, how about this? This brave gallant knight gets to attack me with 6 hits that I can only block with one of my hands. If he makes contact anywhere else, you get 100 billy each hit. Also, I can't attack him. After the 6th block, I jump down here where you swing with the same rules, except you get 1000 billy per hit." Watching her eyes sparkling now. "Deal." Both shout out. I jump up to the lower deck at normal speed. Remember, as long as you are under these conditions, you cannot get in my way, Sanji, or tell her where to strike. Watching Sanji grin at me, "No problem. After I am done with you, you're not even going to be able to jump to the boat." Watching Zoro smirking at Sanji, "Hey Johnny, want to see why Luffy doesn't use a sword?" Watching Johnny, Usopp, and Yasaku come over to watch from the upper deck. Placing my left hand behind my back. Begin. A sidekick comes in fast and I block without moving back. Shocking Sanji. Roundhouse. Front kick, each kick getting faster and faster. Spinning side kick. Leg sweep, kneeling down, I block. Seeing him going into a handstand, I block his first kick, then jump to Nami's side right behind her, rocking the boat a little when I land. Nami jabs just off my right side. I tap her wrist. Good try, a little to the right. Feel the ocean tell you where I am. "Hey, get back here, you cheated by dodging." Sanji cried over the rail. Jumping back, "No, I didn't. You gave a multiple hit attack. After the first hit made contact with my block, it made 6 times, so I jumped." Watching him go red with rage. "What's the matter? Not fast enough." Again, Sanji attacked again, getting madder and more sloppy. As he got ready again, My master trained me not to discriminate for gender. Doing a double spinning axe kick to gain power, he connected with me and shook the boat, but not phasing me. As he starts to breathe harder, I see Zeph smirking at us. Thinking I am distracted, he gives the fastest side kick yet, blocking it hard enough so he is forced back and falling down on the deck, immediately turning it into a roll and getting back on his feet to see me gone. Looking around confused till he heard, get back here," Sanji cried out. Before I jump back, I tell Nami, "Use what you are best at, the sea. Listen to its secrets." Watching her nod. When I get back, I see Sanji raging mad. I tell him, "I learned the hard way I can't protect everyone, Sanji, so I try to prepare them." Breathing hard, he spit out, "Maybe you aren't strong enough." Attacking with a vengeance. Getting mad myself, I started adding more force to my blocks. Sidekick, watching him stumble. His intended double roundhouse, turning it into a single when the block pushed his leg all the way back to the ground instead of just stopping it. His face is a mixture of anger and shock. Trying to catch me off guard, he gives a quick front kick. Thinking he can catch me off guard, he tried something he wouldn't normally do because he would leave himself open for a counter-attack. Spinning on his left hand, he goes low for a leg sweep like before with his left leg, except this time he goes for my midriff at the same time with his right leg, leaving his crotch open if I could attack. Thinking I can't attack him or block two places at once with one hand, just before impact I activated second gear. Time slows down for me to almost stop. Bending low, I block his shin with enough force to hurt but not break bones. Then while he is still not moving, I use the same hand to block his right leg with the same force. Standing back up, I relax, allowing my perspective to return to normal. Watching his spin reverse dramatically and him rolling across the deck, then clutching his shins. Glaring at him, I say, "I thought I could protect everyone I cared for, so I didn't train my brother like I could, and he died because of that. You can't be everywhere or save everyone, Sanji." Disappearing from view. I land 2 feet from Nami upwind, facing her, blocking the breeze. "Come on, you can do it. Feel the wind." "Yeah, that's it." "Oh no." As Nami brings up the lower end of the staff to jab, once she gets it level, she hits resistance. As Nami opened her eyes, smiling, she sees me falling to my knees, and the end of her staff sliding out from between my legs. Her smile of triumph turned to shock, then horror. Nami asked, "Why didn't you move?" "I told you I wouldn't till you hit. I just didn't plan on an uppercut." "Good one, Nami. I think that's enough for today. You made good progress." Jumping back onto the deck. As I walk past Sanji still sitting on the deck, I stopped before going inside. "Oh, and Sanji, my master was a woman. Even after finishing my training, I could only win half the time. The other times she wiped the floor with me. She would never have gotten that strong if someone had prevented her from training. Women need to be able to defend themselves also." I get some ice and put it in a towel and go to my quarters. When the crew eats supper, I skip out and take a shower. As I get back from the shower, I drink some water and sit on the bed. Just as I started to stretch my arm the 10 or so feet to place the cup on the desk, I got the idea to try using Split's power. Concentrating as hard as I can, I detached my right hand at the wrist slowly like a drunk man walking. I bob and weave, getting closer and closer to the desk. Just when I get halfway, almost dropping the cup, as my hand snapped back like a rubber band, splashing water on me and making my wrist sting. "Luffy, are you there?" Nami called, taking the cup in my left hand and putting it on the desk. Rubbing my wrist, I opened the door, smiling at her. "Can I help you, Nami?" Looking nervous, Nami looks at me. "Can I come in?" "Sure, no problem. Something wrong?" Gesturing to the bed. Giving a weak laugh, Nami answers, "You may not want me near your bed after what I tell you." Seeing me looking confused, she responded, "I can't take your kindness anymore," knowing inside that if you really knew me, you would think differently of me. Rubbing her shoulders like she was cold. "Let me be the judge of that. You need to let me be the judge of my actions." Watching her look to her right, ashamed, she pulls her left sleeve up to reveal Arlong's mark. "I am part of Arlong's crew." Squinting her face as if expecting a physical or emotional blow. In the most gentle voice I can speak, "I know." Watching her jerk her face around to me. "What? How? When?" Nami's face was full of worry. "When you reached up to the release to rigging on the rowboat on Alvida's ship, it became visible." Watching her go pale, Nami started to shake as I led her to the bed and got a chair and sat in front of her. Looking at me, she said, "All this time you knew, but you have been so nice to me, helping me get my money, treating me like a human being, complimenting me, saving my life." Looking questionably at me, helping with Morgan's men, and Alvida. Watching me nod. Almost in tears now, even cuddling to chasing away my nightmares. "Why?" Smiling at her, "Because you are a human being, a caring, compassionate person, and most of all, a good person at your core." She looks at me strangely. "My gut tells me you are stealing for a good cause to help someone, or a lot of someone's." Watching her go pale. "However, there is more. You act like your life is over, as if it doesn't matter anymore. Meaning you aren't looking to save yourself. As long as they are safe, you will accept anything that happens afterwards to you." Nami looked at her hands shaking. "Belmere found me and another girl after a battle as orphans. She adopted us and became our mother and left the Marines to raise us. When I was 10 years old, Arlong came to our island. He demanded 100,000 per adult and 50,000 per child. With Genzo's help, she came up with 100,000 bully. Even though we were hiding, she knew they would eventually find us. She told him that the bully was for us, not her, as tears were falling now. Then she looked right to where me and Najiko were hiding, smiling like she was truly happy as she was shot. That same smile you had in the cage. I held her as she cried until she calmed down and continued. Then it got worse. A picture of the island I had drawn for her came out of her pocket. One of them picked it up and showed it to Arlong. He demanded to know who drew it, and I wanted it back because it was the last thing I gave her. So I spoke up as he locked me up and forced me to draw for him. After many months, he gave me a deal for me to buy the village for 100 million bully, but I have to give it to him in one lump payment. Belmir always said that if you can get through the bad times, the good ones will come. So I started stealing from pirates, sniffling at me. So how close are you? Smiling and rubbing her back. Sniffling and rubbing her nose, Nami responded, if I sell this map I got from Buggy on how to get to the Grand Line, more than enough. If not, I am close to 3 million short, give or take. But I don't want to sell it. You need it to help your dream, and you have done so much for me. I have to do something back. I just can't stand it, not after all you have done. Crying again, rubbing her back. It's okay, don't worry. I have a feeling something bad will happen if you don't go back home right away, since I have to stay here to get Sanji and take care of something else. You, Usopp, Yasaku, and Johnny take the Mary to your island. I will get the rest of the money, but you take the map just in case. Watching her shake her head, no. Look, I will come for you, I promise. There is only one person in the East Blue I know of who can give me a run for my Billy, and Arlong isn't her. Seeing her nod, still nervous, Nami asked, can I stay tonight? Please. Anytime, Nami, wiping the tears away. As we get into bed, Nami snuggles close as if I was her only source of warmth. Rubbing her back, she finally went to sleep. I whisper to her, you will be free again, I promise. Feeling her wiggle a little, snuggling closer. Time skip. When my crew entered the commons room, I got their attention. Johnny, Yasaku, I would like to ask a big favor of you and will repay you for helping me. The crew needs to be in 2 places at once. I have to stay here for Sanji, and something else is coming. Nami has to get to her home island now or something bad will happen. She needs people to help with the ship. Johnny and Yasaku, could you go with Nami and Usopp on the Mary, while Zoro and I use your boat to catch up? As Johnny and Yasaku look at each other and nod, they speak in unison. It will be our pleasure, big bro Luffy. Good. Now Nami is in charge, and no matter what she does, you are to follow her orders without question. You are going into hostile waters, and I know what is going on, and have faith in Nami to keep all of you safe. But only if you follow her orders. Nami, the Mary is yours, keep all of them safe. Zoro, let's get some items for a few days. Whispering to Nami, as I go to get some items, I won't let you down. As I leave the Mary, I hand Usopp a piece of paper and whispered, when you question what I know, read it, not before. Giving him a stern look, watching him nod. Time skip. Zoro stands beside me as I wave goodbye to Nami. If she is half as good as you say she is, Arlong will never let her go. Saying, when did you learn? Zoro with a strat face. On the boat as she had the nightmares, her tattoo came uncovered. I covered it back up before I woke her. You think I am wrong to let her leave? Chuckling, Zoro responded, no, I trust you and your gut. Plus, she really cares for you. It shows in the little things. So something really bad must happen here if you aren't going with her. Right. My gut says epic bad. Same if she stays here for a reason at her home. I just hope it will all work out. I do the best I can, but sometimes it isn't enough. Sighing and taking a deep breath. She believes Arlong will keep his word to a 10-year-old girl. You and I know different. However, only my master saw what I could do with her training and my rubber powers combined. When Arlong goes back on his promise, all hell will break loose on him. Smiling and waving at Nami one last time, watching her wave back. I enter the barrady and we get seated at a table for supper. As Sanji comes over to take our order, in a bland voice Sanji asked, what would you like to eat? Glaring at me, I smile at him. Whatever you recommend, I know it will be good. Watching him glaring at me, I ask, what is wrong? You look like you have something on your mind. With his temper rising, he asked, why did you set me up just to humiliate me in front of Nami? I had her eating out of the palm of my hands, looking at Zoro about to bust out laughing. Then back at Sanji, still glaring at me. Sanji, Nami is a professional thief. She was playing you as much as you were her. Watching him try to burn a hole in my head. Yes, I set you up, but not to make you look bad for her or anybody else. I blame myself for my brother's death, even though there was nothing I could do at the time. If I had tried harder to teach Haki to my brother, he could have had a better chance to survive when he was shot. Seeing him actually looked apologetic, I continue. Not wanting to fight a woman is commendable. Denying a woman a chance to learn self-defense is dishonorable. Watching him with a face of shock. Sanji stuttering now. IIW wasn't. There are people who will not care to hurt a woman, and if you are miles away, what then? What if a stronger woman starts beating up on a weaker woman trying to kill her? Or worst of all, a woman comes here to kill Zeph. Will you defend her from Zeph while she tries to kill him? Watching him looking very nervous, not knowing how to answer. You need to consider all the possibilities, just not the ones in plain sight. And don't worry, you will have plenty of time to work on holding back as Nami or other women are training on our crew. Smiling at him, as he nodded with a smile. He then vigorously shakes his head, then glares at me. I didn't say I was joining your crew, Tashishi. It is only a matter of time. Hearing Zoro also laughing. As Sanji leaves to cook our meals, we see patrons get up and rush to the window. Then a lot of them started to leave. As we looked outside, a big ship, possibly a galleon, was approaching. After our food is put before us, Jin enters carrying a big man under the man's arm and a sack of treasure. Setting the sick man with a coat covering most of his body down at a table, Jin spoke up. I need some food here. I have plenty of money. Sanji walked back in the kitchen. Patty spoke up, crossing his arms in front of himself, standing between Don Krieg and the kitchen. No one here will feed you, scumbag. Jin, getting mad, yelled. Before you said to a customer if they had money you would feed them. Now we come in with money and you will not give us food. As he said this, Zeph came down from the upstairs captain's quarters. Sanji comes out of the kitchen with a plate of food and a glass of water. As two other chefs yelled at him, he kicked them out of the way. As the other chefs get ready to attack, they are stopped by a voice from the stairs. Let him eat. We never turn away a hungry man. That is our motto. Sanji knows that better than you lot. Let him feed the man. Now, as the men draw back, Sanji puts the plate of food down in front of Don Krieg on the table for him to eat. The tension mounted as Don Krieg gained his strength back little by little. Sanji, move back before he finishes. Now, as Sanji jumped back, Krieg got up and gave me a glare. Smiling, Krieg said, I will have to pay you back for that. You ruined my fun. With Krieg standing up now, we see him standing proud. His coat covering most of his body is now open in the front, revealing a yellow shirt and pants over a bulky body. One of the chefs yelled, why did you have to feed him, Sanji? Now that he has his strength back, he is unstoppable. Krieg, looking smug, demanded, I need enough food for 100 men. Now, as Zeph and Sanji go to the kitchen, Zoro and I casually eat our meal. Patty goes to a section of the wall and opens a cabinet, pulling out a gun or cannon. I don't think so, and without your men you don't look so tough. Pointing at Krieg and pulling the trigger. As the smoke clears, we see Krieg unharmed except his shirt and taters, revealing gold armor underneath, and he looks unhappy. Before Krieg can do anything, Zeph and Sanji place 2 bags of food down in between Krieg and the cooks. Zeph answers, here is the food for your men. The cooks shout in unison, Zeph, what are you doing? If you feed them, all of them will attack us. Zeph gives them a look that silences all of them immediately. No one deserves to starve. If they choose to fight the hand that feeds them, so be it. They will find out how tough us cooks can be. Krieg looks at Zeph. Then realization struck him. Ha ha ha. You're red leg Zeph, the fighting cook. What happened? Why did you leave the Grand Line? Noticing Zeph's peg leg. I see, forced into retirement. Too bad. Oh well, you must have a logbook. Give it to me. With it I can rule the Grand Line. I had men, ships, and strength. All I needed to conquer the Grand Line is knowledge. Shishishishishi. Keep telling yourself that, Krieg. Knowledge will not stop the man that beat you. And if you think it can, you are crazier than I thought you were. As a collection of gasps are heard, Krieg, glaring at me, asked, and who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Lifting up my plate so the last bit of food slides into my mouth, I replied, Monkey D. Luffy, future king of the pirates. After the laughing dies down from Krieg and the cooks, Krieg responds, I needed a good laugh. In a deadly cold voice, I wasn't joking. Seeing him get mad, I tell him, how about this before you get mad and we throw down? Holding up my hand and gesturing at the ship all around us, possibly doing damage to this ship you want. Giving him a stern look, you feed your men, and we can fight on your damaged ship, so there will be less damage to fix here. Smiling at him, Krieg, smiling back, laughed hard. Ha ha ha. Oh, you are a riot. However, you have a point. If I cut loose, there won't be much left. I hope you don't disappoint me, kid. Giving me a stern look. If not, I will make you watch as my men go through everyone else. Come, Jin, let's feed our men. Grabbing the treasure and leaving the food for Jin. Jin picked up the food and looked back, ashamed, saying, I am sorry. He said he was going to pay for the food that we needed to survive. He even brought some of the treasure. I never thought. As I spoke, he looked up at me. A man like him has no honor. Tell me, how often does he keep his word when he wants something someone else has? Not when it suits his goals to let them keep it, but when he desires it. Also doesn't count. Jin looks down, trying to think of one time, just one. When you figure out the real question I am asking, you will find your answer also. Hearing his name yelled from outside, Jin takes the food and leaves. As all of us get on the lower deck of the Barady, I tell Zoro I will be right back. Krieg is not going to be needing some things soon, and it would be a shame to let it go to the bottom of the sea. Disappearing from view, Sanji, standing beside Zeph, laughed. That coward running away at a time like this. I wish Nami could see him now. Smiling, thinking he will tell her. Zoro laughs uncontrollably and has a hard time standing upright. Zeph answers Sanji he isn't running away. He is robbing Krieg. He has already made 2 trips to somewhere in the Barady, probably getting it for that woman that left with his ship. As Sanji's jaw hits the deck and Zoro gets back up, Luffy reappearing beside Zeph. You saw. Zeph laughing. You may be faster than this old man can move, but I can still half see you. You had an impressive teacher. Be warned, those moves have killed lesser men. My rubber powers worked to correct that flaw. That is why it took so long to convince my master to train me. She wanted to be sure I didn't misuse it. Also, not all the money is for Nami. Some is to fix the damage that will be caused to your ship. Zeph gives me a nod. As I see this, I felt someone else getting close. Oh boy. As we started to hear chanting from Krieg's ship, a big explosion and the ship started sliding in 2 different directions as if cut in half. What the hell? Zoro asked. There were more explosions and the ship started sinking and soon became nothing but scattered floating debris. Looking through the debris, we see a man with a goatee who is floating on a raft that looks like a coffin with a huge sword on his back. Zoro said one word, Mihawk. As I see Mihawk jump onto a piece of floating debris, he yells to Krieg that he has come for him. Then Zoro lands on the same debris, smiling at Mihawk. Mihawk, looking bored, asked Zoro, are you part of his crew? As Zoro shakes his head no. Mihawk continues, then why are you defending him? Zoro, scoffing at Mihawk, replied, I don't care about Krieg, but I wish to challenge you for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Looking at Zoro with a critical look, Mihawk in the most bored tone answers, you are not ready. If you grasped the level of power before you, you would understand the difference between us. Turning back towards Krieg and his men, Zoro yells back, don't ignore me. I have been training my whole life. I am ready and I will not lose. Watching Zoro place his sword in his mouth, getting ready to attack, Mihawk sighed, pulling off his cross necklace. Very well then, since you will not let this go, I will show you the difference. Turning it over and pulling off the bottom half to reveal a small 3-inch blade hidden inside. Zoro scoffed, what are you going to do with that? Pick your teeth. I think wow, and I thought Sanji was overconfident. Guess they have something in common. In the same bland tone, Mihawk said, you wouldn't use a cannon on a fly, would you? Raising an eyebrow at Zoro. I am just sorry I didn't bring something smaller, but it will have to do. Zoro cried out, attacking Mihawk with all 3 swords at once. His swords were stopped by the tip of the knife. Zoro strained against the knife and thought, impossible, he can't be this much better than me. Trying again, Zoro attacks with blinding speed with one swing after another, with all of them being blocked or parried. The more Zoro got frustrated, the more Mihawk did not change. As Zoro attacked with power, Mihawk counters with skill, hardly using any power or strength as he parried each blow. As I looked on, I realized what Zoro needs to focus on in his training. Yes, he had power, strength, and skill. However, he relied too much on power and strength. Not sure how I can change his focus if he survived. Hopefully he will. Mihawk, getting bored, asked, why do you continue? It is clear you are outclassed. Yield and I will show you mercy. Never. I would rather die, Zoro proclaimed. Getting ready for a special technique, Zoro called out Tiger Trap. However, before it connects, Mihawk lunged forward right through the blades, stabbing Zoro in the chest, burying the knife to the hilt. Mihawk, staring at Zoro, thought. He puts his very soul into the fight, asking the question, what compels you to continue? Zoro, standing there with blood staining his shirt, said, I made a promise to someone to become the world's greatest swordsman. If I yield or back down in any way, I will fail in my promise. So quitting is not an option. Smiling at Mihawk. Then Zoro lunged his chest forward, pushing Mihawk back, causing the blade to be removed as Mihawk stepped back to regain his footing. Mihawk sheaths the blade and reaches for the sword on his back. Because you fight with honor, I will give you the honor of clashing swords with my black blade. Tell me, what is your name? Drawing the great sword that is 7 feet long, crossguard sticking out 1.5 feet on either side of the blade, and double-handed hilt, Mihawk was getting into a stance with the sword drawn over his right shoulder. Zoro started to twist the swords in his hands opposite one another at an alarming speed. Then Zoro called out, my name is Roronoa Zoro. 3,000 worlds, as they both attack one another. As they finish, Zoro's swords in his hands end up shattering. Standing up, Zoro turns with his shirt sliced open and bleeding to face Mihawk, sheathing his remaining white sword, and holds his arms out to the side. Mihawk raised an eyebrow at Zoro, then Zoro responded. Scars on a swordsman's back symbolize a swordsman's shame. Smiling at Mihawk. With a slash, Mihawk not only cuts him but also sends him flying into the water. As Zoro is flying into the water, I tell Sanji, get Zoro, cause I can't swim. I will deal with Mihawk. As a ripple leaves my hands and feet, traveling up my arms and legs to my chest, I disappeared and a shockwave comes from where Mihawk is. As the onlookers stared at us, my haki-covered fist against the flat side of his black blade, Mihawk asked me, now this could be a challenge, though I am not sure what the battlefield will look like afterwards. Watching me look at the Barady and the surrounding debris. After a few tense seconds as I back up and flex my hands, Mihawk continues, I didn't kill him. It would be a crime to snuff out someone with his potential this young. Smiling at me as I relax. I was wondering how long you were going to let him continue. I commend you for not interfering in the duel, even if it was one-sided. Why didn't you interfere? Surely you understood what the outcome would be. I couldn't get in the way of his dream, even if he could get hurt or killed. Glaring at him, Mihawk then asked, and pray tell, what is your dream? If you had asked me that a few weeks ago, I would have said to be king of the pirates. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. And now, to be king of the pirates, and my nakama safe by my side. Mihawk narrowed his eyes at me. If you have to choose. Narrowing my eyes back. There is no choice. Knowing he is using haki, I think as loud as I can. Nakama always comes first. Then smiling and relaxing my features, I say, I will have both. No problem. Watching him smile as he chuckles. Luffy, we hear from Zoro on the Barady. Luffy, I am sorry for failing you. I will never lose again. Is that acceptable, Captain? Yes, Zoro. Watching Mihawk sheathing his sword, he tells me, tell Roronoa Zoro I will be waiting for him on the Grand Line for our rematch. As I jump back to the Barady, I hear Krieg call out to Mihawk, trying to taunt him into a fight. Hey, didn't you come here to kill me? In the same bland tone without turning around, Mihawk answers, I thought it might be entertaining. However, I have had my fun, and am getting bored. Stepping onto his ship. Why you? Krieg exclaimed as he opened some gun ports on his legs, forearms, and shoulders. Yeah, firing at Mihawk. Mihawk turned and with a slashing motion sent an air slice that cut the shots, exploding them. Then it continued on to impact the debris near Krieg. When the smoke clears, Mihawk is gone. Where did he go? As I am standing next to Zeph and Sanji. Do you mind if I take Krieg? People like him really make my blood boil. Also, can your cooks take Zoro below and give him something to knock him out, and not a frying pan? Glaring at Patty listening in. Watching Zeph laughing, sure, no problem. But don't get in our way, this restaurant is our home, got it? Punk, sure thing, old man. Sanji takes a drag from his cigarette. Hey Phil, raise the fins. We need to keep this outside the restaurant. Give us some room to stretch our legs. Smiling as Phil rushed inside. As the men prepare to fight, there is a vibration on the ship and the Barady starts rocking. Then water started rushing away from the ship as something came out of the water, surprising the pirates and me as two large docks came out of the water on each side of the ship. As the cooks filed out to intercept the pirates before they could get inside. As the two groups attacked one another, it looked like the pirates were winning until Sanji stepped in. After knocking the pirates back, Sanji tells the cooks that this is more than a restaurant, reminding them of all Zeph has done for them, inspiring them to give their all. Just as the cooks started winning again, a big man 7 feet tall and built like a small giant comes out of the water with a round shield with a large pearl on his chest, back, elbows, knees, and hands. I am Pearl, the second lieutenant of the Krieg Pirates, so you might as well give up because I have never even had someone get through my defensive barrier to draw blood. As he approached Sanji, he got kicked, knocking him back. With every kick, Sanji drove him farther back. Then Sanji jumped in the air with a roundhouse kick so hard it drove Pearl's block back into his face hard, giving him a nosebleed. As the pirates gasp and start getting worried, Pearl gets furious, banging his hands together faster and faster till the shields burst into flame. As he runs at Sanji, Pearl is knocked clean off his feet and back all the way into the water, putting the fire out. As Pearl got out of the water, he looked at Sanji. How? Everybody runs away at that attack. Why aren't you scared? Sanji, taking a puff of his cigarette, answers. I wouldn't be much of a cook if I was afraid of fire. As we watch, I hear a ruckus beside me and Zeph on the floor with Jin holding a gun to his head. Jin looks at me and Sanji. Give up and surrender. As all of the attention is on Jin, I reach over and pull Sanji's head down as Pearl is about to clash his hand shields together on the sides of Sanji's head. Then I punch him in the face again, driving him to the edge of the deck, making his nose bleed again. Jin, you know Krieg will kill Zeph anyway. He has no honor. Power doesn't equal greatness, and he doesn't have all that power. Mihawk took your entire fleet out and didn't break a sweat, I bet. Seeing my words getting through, I continue. Tell you what. I can tell you don't want to repay what they did for your crew with a dishonorable act, even if you think that Krieg may spare them if they give up, which he won't, because in his opinion it will make him weak. Let this play out, and after I beat Krieg to a pulp you can ask for forgiveness. Jin looks at me shaking. And what makes you think that you can beat him? Shishishi. Without even looking back, I sent a first at Sanji, who ducks. As it passed over Sanji, I covered it in haki, hitting Pearl in the chest as he was going for another sneak attack on Sanji. When it connects, Pearl's center shield cracks and shattered along with the Pearl in the center, knocking Pearl completely out. Better than 50 divided by 50, I would say. Shishishi. With a stunned face, Jin lowered the gun. Sanji is still wiping his head between Jin with Zeph and Pearl. Krieg yelled out, Jin, you traitor. I will kill you all and keep the ship intact too. Taking one off his shoulder guards off and attaching it to his hand. His men go for their gas masks, putting them on. As Jin goes for his, Krieg yelled to him, don't you dare, traitor. If you do, I will make your suffering 10 times worse myself. Watching Jin drop the mask and fall to his knees. While this is happening, 2 cooks grab Zeph and take him inside, along with Sanji and the rest of the cooks. I take a big breath as the canister is fired and Sanji closes the doors, stuffing towels in the cracks. Krieg is watching from the remaining debris at the cloud of smoke. Okay, men, charge in there and open the doors. Ha ha ha. Let them get a good deep breath of victory. Ha ha ha. As men charged into the cloud, you could hear fighting. As more and more pirates swam to the boat, you could hear people running across the deck, then more fighting. As the noise died down, you could almost see into the fog, making out a giant big man who must be Pearl. Krieg spoke up. Ha ha ha. I knew that pirate couldn't keep you down, Pearl. Now let's take the ship. As the smoke clears, some more the pirates get on the deck to find it isn't Pearl, but an inflated Luffy looked like a small giant instead of a round balloon with his eyes shut, holding his breath in the middle of the deck. In front of him is Jin, tied up in pink rope around his whole body, keeping the mask on his face, with Luffy's left hand on his shoulder. As more smoke clears, there are bodies lying all around, some near the doors to the barricade. Quick, while the gas is still active, open the doors. As Krieg's men rush at the doors, the Luffy stretched out his right hand and grabbed one pirate, throwing him into 2 more, then kicked and punching the rest, all with his eyes closed, facing straight ahead. A lone pirate was a foot away from the door. Sneaking quietly, he looked down as he felt something wrapped around him. As his eyes bug out at the sight of a leg wrapped around him like a snake all the way to his feet. As the leg retracted at blinding speed, the man spun like a top. When he stopped, he fell to his knees, then threw up in his mask before getting knocked unconscious with a kick. As a stalemate started, one pirate started to get out of the water, stealing glances at Luffy. As he was almost out, Luffy lifted his left leg. Both paused, then as the pirate went back in the water, Luffy lowered his leg. Krieg was furious. Can't anyone hurt him? He is just one person. Then Luffy spun around at the waist, exhaling with great force. People's hair was blown back, and the windows of the barricade vibrated when he rotated towards them. As Luffy finished, he opened his eyes, and the ropes holding Jin retracted back Luffy's hand, revealing them to actually be Luffy's fingers that were holding Jin in place. As Jin fell to the ground, ripped off the mask, and was scurrying away from Luffy. That was so fun. I haven't practiced that in a while. Grandpa stopped trying gas against me when I was 12, and I showed him my trick. With Zeph and his people coming out of the restaurant, I look at Krieg with my hands on my hips. So are you through playing games, or are you going to still hide behind your own men? Because I am getting bored. Watching as jaws hit the deck, Krieg was beyond furious as his weapon opened up to have numerous gun barrels all around the ring of the round disc. Firing at me, I ran towards him, dodging or catching the spikes shot at me. When I was 15 feet from him, he threw his cloak over his body with metal 3 and spikes pointing out. As I punch him, knocking him to the deck, I see people on both sides wince. As they look at my black hand, they see it turn back to flesh-colored, unharmed and completely normal. But as they look at the cloak, they see in the center of it a 6 in diameter area, shattered spikes, and said spikes sprawled in pieces on the deck. Come on, Krieg, I know that didn't finish you. You are tougher than that. You can't play possum with me. Watching him get up as he throws off the damaged cloak, Krieg, glaring at me, unhooked his other shoulder plate and connected the two together, pulling out a pole and having a short blade appear on the other end, creating a spear. I underestimated you, but because of your arrogance, I will use on you my ultimate attack. As he attacked, I punched the head of the spear, as the explosion covered the immediate area. Ha ha ha. He stood there and took it. What an idiot. Chishishishi. Yeah, what an idiot. Hey, who are we talking about again? I am confused. As the smoke clears, I am unharmed, smirking at Krieg with my arms crossed. All the jaws hit the deck except Zeph, who is also smirking. As Krieg attacked again and again, I kept hitting the tip of the spear. Finally, there is an explosion twice as great as the rest. When the dust clears, Krieg is panting hard while I am unharmed but covered in dirt and soot. As Krieg lifted the spear to attack again, it cracked and fell apart at the movement. What? No, this can't be. I am the strongest. Like hell you are. Covering my hand in haki, I punched him in the chest, shattering his armor on his chest and back. The blow is so hard he flies through a chunk of the floating debris and also crashes into the front of the barricade, crashing partially into a wall, cracking my knuckles. Okay, does anyone else want to cause trouble? As most started swimming away, I saw Jin still sitting there. Jumping back to the barricade, I look at Jin. Second chances rarely come around. You can continue on the path Krieg put you on. Start off fresh, either by yourself or trying to change their values, or you can join my crew and make a difference in this world. Your choice. I will not hold your past against you. Be warned though, if you follow the path Krieg started you on, you will be my enemy in the future. Smiling at him, turning to Zeph's crew. Unless he does something new, his past is clean here. Please, Zeph. Zeph, smiling at me, nodded. I will give him a chance if you are willing to. After all, we all got a second chance here. Looking at the rest of his crew, who nodded. What about Krieg? Turn him over to the Marines. He should be out for a few days. I will leave tomorrow morning with whomever wants to come with me. Glancing at Jin and Sanji. Now I was thinking a 50 split for Krieg's treasure should be good. You can expand and upgrade. Zeph looks at me. What about that navigator of yours? She did not need that much to meet her goals, so the rest is excess. If she joins my crew after things are taken care of, she will get a share like everyone else. As Zeph, Sanji, and Jin are looking at me, I sigh. She has a prior obligation I need to take care of for her. After that, she will be free to choose her own path in life. Staring at Jin, as I walk in to check on Zoro, I whisper, I pray she will come with me. With my haki picking up Zeph's emotions, I feel him smile. As Sanji is smoking on the upper rail of the barricade, Zeph steps out. Leaning against the railing, Zeph asked, I know we don't talk much, but did I ever tell you why I saved you all those years ago? Watching Sanji shake his head, no. When I first saw you, I saw myself when I was a boy. My dream was also to find the All Blue. It drove me to become a pirate, to sail the Grand Line. I searched all through paradise to make sure I didn't miss it. Along the way, I got discouraged and gave up on my dream, reveling in being a pirate and free. Then I found you, a brat with the same dream I once had. When you fell overboard, I didn't think, I just jumped. I have and will never regret my decision. As Sanji lit another cigarette, Zeph continued, while we were on that rock, my dream changed. I always loved cooking and wanted to have a place to cook for others. When we were saved, I had a chance at a new start, and I decided to give others the same chance. Zeph looks at me then. However, you never gave up your dream. I will never see the All Blue, but you can find it where I couldn't. I believe what Luffy said, if the All Blue is out there, then it is in the New World. But to get there, you will need a strong crew and to get stronger yourself. As Sanji is about to protest, Zeph raises a hand. Don't even say it, that young man is on a whole nother level. Also, you may not believe it, but he probably didn't use half of what he is fully capable. I have seen men like him before. He needs a cook, and you will never have a better chance of finding the All Blue than with his help. Look, I still want to know it exists even if I don't find it myself. Smiling at Sanji. So are we going to have to make a big scene of insulting your food to try to drive you off because we all want you to follow your dream? Or are you going to join his crew and find the All Blue without us embarrassing ourselves? Watching Sanji laughing and shaking his head. As Zoro and I are getting ready to leave in Johnny's boat, Jin walked up to us. Permission to come aboard and join your crew, Captain. Permission granted. Glad you chose to join us. What changed your mind? Jin looks at me. You showed me and my crew more honor and fairness in combat than any opponent we have ever faced. I am not a leader, but you are. Welcome aboard. As Zeph approaches us, he holds out a book. Do you want my logbook? It will help in paradise. Nope, that is your pride and joy, along with the history of your crew. It would be an insult to their memory. Besides, I like surprises. Smiling and watching him smile at me before walking back to the barricade. Before Sanji walked out, the other chefs lined up in a tunnel holding cooking knives like swords out for Sanji to walk through. After Sanji finished the walk, Zeph spoke up. Come back and let me know what you find. I will be looking forward to it. Sanji turned and bowed down on the deck. I will never forget what you have done for me. Standing up, he got into the boat. Permission to join your crew. Gladly. Set sail to Kakuyashi village. And let's go save our navigator. As we set sail, I smile. My nakama are growing. Then I get a worried look. Does anyone know how to get there? Watching everyone laugh, Jin spoke up. Yeah, every Krieg pirate knows where Arlong's territory is, so we could avoid it. Even Krieg wasn't crazy enough to challenge him. Watching a big smile come over my face, he sighed. Of course you are crazier than him. I should have guessed, so we're going to save her. As I turn back to the water ahead of us, this is bigger than just her, though she is a big part of it. No, Arlong is holding a lot of villages and people hostage under fear. That is about to change. As we sail away, I can't help but feel scared. I am leaving the one thing that has made me feel safe outside of the house and memories of Belmere. I actually believe he will get me the remaining money, and I can give him the map. Then with everyone safe from Arlong, I might be able to sail free. Maybe I can go with him and he will need a navigator. As I think this, I see him wave one final time. Who am I kidding? Arlong will never let me go once the village is free. I will be locked in that room again, drawing sea charts for the rest of my life. I hate how dark my thoughts get without his strength near me. I never thought I would rely so much on another. Steadying myself, I turn and walk to the helm and turn to home. I will keep them safe. Not like I did with Luffy at Buggy's camp. This time I must be strong for my crew. I lose the strength in my legs sitting on the seat as I thank my crew. Before I had much time to think about my slip-up, Johnny walked up. Looking at me with a worried face, he spoke up. I don't mean to question your navigation skills, but do you know where we are going? As I looked at him funny, he continued. I mean whose territory it is we are entering. Sighing, I nodded him. Get Usopp and Yasaku, and meet me at the lower helm. Securing the wheel, I go inside and switch the controls to inside. After everyone was there, I secured the wheel and turned around and sat on the bench facing the rear of the ship, wanting to be anywhere but here. Luffy and I have a temporary alliance, waiting for this to sink in. I work for Arlong as a cartographer. He lets me leave the island because we have a deal that if I give him a large sum of money he will free my village. This is a private deal between the two of us. Only my sister and Luffy know of this outside of Arlong's crew. With a stern glare I continue. The only reason I am telling all of you is this ship is too big for one person, and more importantly Luffy trusts all of you. Watching them nod. Luffy trusts me to keep all of you safe. I will try to keep us hidden, but if not, the story is we stole this ship and you three are here as deckhands because that work is below fishmen. The reason why is I can't breathe underwater, and if I had a mobile place to draw and keep my charts dry, I can complete making them that much faster. That will probably give us a few days before he decides to do something. By then Luffy will be here to take all of you away. Looking down. As Johnny gets ready to say something, Usopp spoke up first. No problem, Captain. You can count on us. We will do as you say. Come on you two, let's get more familiar with the rigging. If we are going to make this believable, we need to understand how this ship works inside and out. As they exit the room and he starts to go over the rigging with them, I know something is up. As long as they follow what I say to keep them safe, I don't care what they think about me. Wiping a tear away as they go to the front mast to explain its rigging. As I walk to the front rigging, I know Nami is looking at us. Look guys, I know Luffy. He saved my village and never asked for anything. Yes, Kaya gave him this ship, but he never asked. The point is Luffy would never leave a friend hurting. And from what I have seen, Nami is more than a friend to him. I don't know why he stayed, but he let us go into this hostile situation. Something worse was going to happen back there. He has a sixth sense about things. Guess Haki helps with that. Luffy will come and fix Nami's situation, but till then we must be strong for her and him. As I finish showing them the front mast, we go to the rear mast. Johnny asked me, "Why aren't you scared?" Oh, I am more than scared without him here, but I have faith he will come when we need him. As I turn to show them the rigging of the rear mast, it takes all my willpower not to let my hands shake. The next morning I go down to let everyone know breakfast is ready. I passed by the executive hallway to the front of the boat. I walked up to knock on Luffy's door. Hearing sobbing coming from inside, I put my ear to the wood. How do you do it? How do you keep smiling? As I leave, I make my way back to the stairs and yell, "Breakfast is ready." Then walk back up. After everyone has eaten, I ask Nami, "What time will we get there?" As she wiped her mouth, she responded, "Tomorrow around 7 a.m. I need to take the long way around to avoid being noticed. Also, if I draw up some maps and charts, it will help convince him this ship is a good idea. So I will be using the dining table and I don't need to be disturbed. I know I am not the best cook, but I can make sandwiches for lunch and soup for supper if it will give you more time." Watching her give me a small smile. I believe that is the first one since we left Luffy. Nami smiling, "Thanks Usopp, that will help a lot." After drawing most of the day when not checking our navigation, Nami relaxed at dinner. "Nami, do you want me to take the first watch? That way you can correct changes later." Nami tenses up. "Why are you being so nice to me, Usopp?" "I don't know exactly why. Probably because it is the right thing to do. Don't you deserve good things too? You are helping your town and sister after all. Why should you be treated badly for that?" Watching her look down at her empty bowl. "For a little while longer let people be nice to you." Nami getting up. "Well, you are right about one thing. If you take the first shift I can correct it. But Yasaku takes the second with waking me to check the heading, then I'm going back to sleep till the last shift. I want to be awake as we get closer." Smiling back at me. As she leaves to go below deck, I turn to the others. "You heard our captain. Get some rest. I have a feeling we are going to need it." As we walk up the hill to the orchard Belle Mironde, I feel a hint of regret. I have lost so much, and I will again after he leaves. I have the tube on my back with all the drawings I have made. Up ahead I see our home with Nijiko walking out. "Hey sis, I am back." As I see her face lighting up, then she sees everyone else. Nijiko, looking at everyone, smiled. "So good to see you, Nami. You are just in time to help me in the kitchen. I still can't get your recipe quite right yet. Will you guys excuse us? It's a secret family recipe and all that." As we enter the house, Nijiko shuts the door. "What the hell are you thinking? Bringing pirates here of all places when you are so close? What if they find something?" Nijiko asked with a worried face. "Don't worry, they won't do anything." Nijiko looked shocked. "Didn't you learn anything the first time? They will rob you blind if they find out. They already know." Nijiko looked serious. "Okay, you've lost it. I will go tell Arlong we got some pirates looking to move in and no problem." Turning to leave. "You can't, Nijiko. They're good pirates." Grabbing her arm. Nijiko looks like she has been slapped. "Good pirates? Have you forgotten what pirates did to our mother?" Getting in Nijiko's face. "No, I haven't forgotten, but there is good and bad in every profession in life. On this last trip I have seen butlers try to kill and another jump in front of a blade. A pirate tries to kill a whole town and a different pirate gives away money and saves people's lives. There is good and bad everywhere." Crossing my arms, staring at her. Nijiko squinting her eyes at me. "Fine, convince me they are the good ones. Otherwise I am calling Arlong and protecting you from yourself." Mimicking me, crossing my arms. Okay. Look, their captain is Luffy and he can tell if someone is not truthful. We had a deal where I was his navigator temporarily and I got a portion of the treasure for a time. He lent me this ship and he is bringing the rest of the treasure to put us over the top. Smiling at her, Nijiko looked shocked. You told him. That's it, he's playing you. I'm getting Arlong. No wait, he saved my life, I can't let him down again. Grabbing her arm, as Nijiko stared at me. What do you mean again? When I don't answer, she sighs. Start from the beginning. I was breaking into a marine base and some guards cornered me. Then he knocked the corrupt leader through the wall on top of the men. I got him caught by Buggy the clown to get Buggy to drop his guard and Buggy set me up to execute him with a cannon that took out 3 buildings in a row. Looking down, in a shocked voice, Nijiko asked, You didn't, did you? Shaking my head, no. I stopped the fuse, then Luffy relit the fuse. Seeing her shocked face, I continue. Didn't put a scratch on him. Later, when Buggy was about to skewer me, he saved me. Then when I was about to get hit with a chakram to the face, he stopped it with his hand. Then when Captain Kuro of 1,000 Plans went to kill me, he knocked him into the cliff. Smiling, Nijiko rolled her eyes. I get it, he saved you, that still doesn't make him good. Giving her a stern look. He saved a little girl. Ran Buggy out of town, protected a dog's treasure, gave treasure to the town to rebuild from Buggy, saved a second town from destruction, protected the Lady Kaya from being murdered, never asking for a goddamn thing. In fact, he refused to take credit, giving the credit to others, standing in her face yelling, and gave me all the bully. Clasping my hand over my mouth, Nijiko's eyes go wide. You're in love with him. I step back. What? No, I am not. Look, just keep them safe. If they are found, there is a cover story. They can fill you in. I need to get to Arlong. If he finds me here without checking, and he will get suspicious. When Luffy gets here, we can finally pay Arlong. The town will be free. Barely holding in the tears, I start to leave. As I make to leave, she doesn't stop me. Watching her storm out, I get worried. As the others give me stern looks after seeing Nami's face. Pointing at the one with the long nose, I tell him. They take their cues from you, long nose. So come here, we are going to have a talk. Now, as he follows me and we sit down at the table, I glare at him. Okay, I have heard my sister's take on this Luffy person, and have decided she is biased. So what can you tell me about Luffy? Long nose clears his throat. Well, my name is Usopp, not Long Nose. And what exactly do you want to find out about? I mean, I have only known him for a couple of days, but during that time I have witnessed him do a lot. That is very vague, Long Nose. And you will remain Long Nose or Nose until I say otherwise. Well, first of all, what is he to Nami? And how did she bring back more money than ever before? Glaring at him, Usopp rubbing his chin. I can answer the second question easier. According to Zoro, Luffy wanted her as a navigator and settled for a temporary alliance where she is a navigator for him in exchange for all the treasure. As my eyes went wide, he continued. Luffy has a way of knowing what people need somehow. He knew Claddor was the notorious Captain Kuro. Django had 2 hidden stashes of cash, and I believe he knew about how much Nami needed the money and gave it to her. I suspect it has something to do with Haki. Fine, he knows things, that still doesn't answer how she got the money. Laughing hard, Usopp continues, counting off on his fingers. Luffy is super strong. He decimated the Black Cat Pirate's entire crew like it was a joke. Planned a defensive strategy as easy as most people make a shopping list. Beat an entire pirate force with his eyes closed using Haki without getting hit once. Beat Captain Kuro, who could move faster than anyone except maybe Zoro could see, because Luffy is even faster. Oh, and Kuro was worth 16 million. Billy had gloves with 12 knives on each finger. He never got a scratch, leaving Kuro in a coma in a crater with his legs bent at angles that if he woke up he would never walk straight again if they healed. Giving Nami all the money. Yeah, he is super tough. Giving a huff. Why isn't he here then? As Usopp gives what I hope is a thinking look. There was a pirate from Don Krieg's crew that left the Bear 80. If he was to bring Krieg back, they would kill everyone there. He must be planning on fighting and bringing the rest of the bully Nami needs. If lives were not at stake, Luffy would never leave Nami at risk. This causes me to raise an eyebrow. Oh, and why do you think that? Usopp with a plain face answers. He cares a great deal for Nami. They have even slept together. Slamming my hands down on the table, standing up, glaring at him. What did you say? Waving his hands in front of him. Not like that. It wasn't his idea. Nami had a breakdown after Luffy shot himself and had nightmares ever since, from what Zoro said. And Nami couldn't sleep without holding onto him like a pillow. So she asked my girlfriend Kaya, whose life Luffy had saved, and put us up for a few days to help her cuddle with Luffy because she was a nervous wreck trying to sleep after that. I don't think they did anything, otherwise Nami would be acting way more embarrassed, I think. As I calm and sit back down, he relaxes. Well, I would never believe she would be falling for a pirate of all people. Seeing him stare at me, I ask, so Luffy is bringing the rest of the bully? Looking down, Usopp said, yes. By his shifting posture and how he is not looking at me, I know there is more. What aren't you telling me? Staring at him, Usopp huffed out. Luffy is very insightful. Even I can tell Arlong will not let Nami go after seeing the maps and drawings she made en route here. He isn't coming to pay the rest of the bully, though he will bring it to keep his word. No, the reason he is coming is to set Nami free. As I hear this, my jaw hit the floor and my heart stops for a second. You are kidding, right? No one is that crazy to challenge Arlong. As Usopp laughed almost out of his chair. Oh, I assure you the only thing greater than his strength is how crazy he is. Well, maybe the other way around. Watching my confused look, he continued. I suppose the only reason it sounds crazy to you or me is because we don't know how strong he is. When I saw him put on a blindfold and walk toward a whole crew, I thought crazy. When he didn't get hit once after going at it for over a minute looking like he was doing a coordinated dance routine. Well, I then think power. Who would guess it was in him with him acting like that? As my eyes widen, he continues. I get the feeling me judging his power is like, well, it's like I am looking at the ocean water wondering how deep it actually is, knowing I really will never know by looking at the surface. As I allow myself to hope for the first time in a long while. Then I remembered Nami. Why did Nami act that way if he is coming to free her? Sighing, Usopp said, Nami doesn't know. As my face falls, she believes she is not worth saving. I believe he didn't tell her because she would do everything in her power to prevent him from coming here to protect him. She cares for him and doesn't want to see him hurt. Smiling back, well, she will be shocked, that is for sure. I will need more supplies if I am going to make supper for everyone, so let's head to the village. As I am walking through the gate to Arlong Park, I see very few fishmen. I ask the nearest one, where is Arlong? They answered, he went to confront and deal with someone who got a gun. Thanks. As I left to find Arlong, I started running. Not now. I get to Kakoyashi village and find him about to crush Genzo's head. Hey Arlong, miss me? As he relaxed his grip, I can tell I got his attention. What is the trouble? Surely Genzo did not disobey the law. Giving Genzo a glare, Arlong smiled wickedly. Actually, he defied my orders by possessing a pistol. Looking back at him, ooh, did you get me a revolver or a single shot? As Arlong looked shocked and confused, he said, what? I rolled my eyes. I asked him to get me a pistol to defend myself with before I left. My staff is great at hand-to-hand, but at a distance I need something. Arlong gets a devilish grin. Nami, I am hurt you didn't come to your crew. We are family now. Watching everyone present flinch except me because I have played this game before. Taping my chin. I remember something you told me when I first started. I have to be self-reliant. No free rides, everyone has to pull their own weight. So I know Genzo knows guns and will get a pistol that will not backfire on me. I had one of the pirate guns I was training with backfire and decided if I get one it needs to be dependable. Smiling at using his own words against him. As he smiled back, I knew I was in trouble. So you have been practicing. Any good? Decent? Why do you ask? Trying not to show how nervous I am. Arlong is still holding Genzo. Well, let's set up a test. Shu shoots all of the clothes off the clothesline at the end of the street except the yellow placemat. Well, if you are not just trying to lie to help him, you can hit that target at 200 feet easy. If you can't, he is getting it for himself and he deserves to be executed. Also, if he gave you a faulty pistol, he deserves to be executed for putting you in a bad situation. So if you don't hit near the center, I will execute him here and now. Smiling at me. As I take the gun Chu handed to me, I know my bluff is called, but there is nothing I can do. Taking my time aiming as best I can, I pray. I aim as best I can, then as I slowly pull the trigger I close my eyes. As I open them, the placemat is hanging from only one close pen. Arlong started to snarl. You go check it out. Telling one of the townspeople. As they get there, they bring back the mat with the hole just off of the center. Arlong, putting on a familiar smile, says, I guess you weren't lying after all. You can understand how coincidental it looks. As he glared at Genzo and let him down. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Putting the gun in my belt behind my back. One of the men, Pissarro, walked up. Boss, there is a pirate ship off the far side. It must have come through the coral reefs. Damn it. Clearing my throat, I glare at Pissarro. You ruined my surprise. As Arlong looked at me confused, I turned to him. While I was out, I visited a naval base along with later robbing some pirates. One of them had a nice ship, but I found out his crew hated how childish he acted. So I convinced them that they could do better for some of their captain's treasure, that is. As he slowly smiled, I continued. We stole the ship. I figure you can place a merchant mark on it, traveling to marine ports or rich cities. Drowning up diagrams and charts, making it easier to walk right in and take over. As the townspeople look at me like a traitor. Just a little longer, hold it together. As we were coming back, I drew up these charts of the islands I visited and sketches of the base. As I pull out at least 17 drawings. Most 3 feet by 2 feet from the roll. As he looked at them, he smiled. As Arlong thumbs through them, he asked, and what of the crew now that you're here? Well, manning a ship is beneath fishmen, and it would give a good cover for other ships to see people manning the sails. We could modify some of the cabins to house fishmen, giving a fighting force to attack the port from inside as a surprise. Also, some of the rooms can store the charts I create. As he stopped and raised an eyebrow at me. That is till we get back here. Arlong rolled up the papers. I like it, Nami. We may make an executive officer out of you yet. However, I want to meet them tomorrow around lunch. Also let them know if they step out of line. In the most dull, emotionless tone ever. They're dead. As he puts the papers in the tube I handed him, he turned to leave, then stopped. I trust you want to see Najiko, and since you have made these lovely charts, take the day off and bring the sailors by tomorrow at lunch. I would like to judge their character personally. Sure thing. After they leave, I head towards Genzo and I look at him sternly. You owe me one. Then Sally pulled out a big clothespin with a chip out the side. Or someone else. This was done by a bullet. All the rest show just hit the clothes, making the garment shredded, or the clothespin popped loose onto the ground. Except this one. As I started to shake, I told them, just don't do anything else. Not now please, otherwise it will ruin everything. Starting to leave, Genzo asked, are you okay? Rubbing my shoulders, I answer, I have not held a gun ever since. Well, ever. I got to go. Walking towards Belmir's grave, I think. Please get here soon, I need you, Luffy. As we enter the town, I hear Najiko say, where is everyone? It is like dead. As we hear a commotion farther, and she said, come on, Long Nose and company, but keep quiet. As I give her the stink eye, we go through the back alleyways. As we see a shark fishman about to squeeze someone's head off, I get ready to shoot a flaming star at him. Then we hear Nami's voice. As we listen, we hear her try to talk her way out. Since it looks like it is working, we relax. However, when we listen to the conditions, Najiko gasps, putting her hand over her mouth. I ask, what is it? Najiko looked scared. Ever since our mother was shot, she wouldn't go near a gun. She can't make that shot. I grabbed her shoulders and whispered to her as to not be heard by the fishman. Get it together now. Keep focused on Nami and nod hard when she pulls the trigger. Motioning to Johnny and Yasaku to raise me up to the roof. I find a clear spot on the to see the placemat. And Najiko, I aim. Okay, not to perfect center, not too far off. I can do that. Please, Miss Nami, there can't be two holes. As my hand starts to hurt from keeping the tension, I see Najiko nod, releasing the shot at the same time as I hear the crack of the gun. As I heard Arlong tell someone to check, I hurry to the edge and jump into Johnny and Yasaku's arms. All three of us hide. We see some women running past us, then run back again to Arlong. As we hear Arlong tell Nami how he was sorry he doubted her, and we left to the docks. Najiko came up and gave me a hug, then hit me in the shoulder. You are all right in my book, use up. If you are any indication of the people on your crew, or your captain, I just might rethink how I feel about pirates. As Arlong is sitting on his chair, Hatchin comes up to him. What's wrong, boss? You look troubled. Arlong rubbing his chin. It's Nami, she's different. Bold, confident, some might call her almost defiant. The only time I see her like that is when she thinks she has won or almost won. Looking at Chu, call Nezumi and tell him I want him to raid Nami's orchard tomorrow morning. He is looking for 100 million Billy. Tell him he can have 15% if he gets there between sunrise and noon. I want to see her face when she comes here after losing everything. Smiling as Chu left to make the call. Scratching his head, Hatchin asked, Boss, why are you taking Nami's money away? Didn't you make a deal with her for her village? Arlong glared at Hatchin and said, do you know anything about humans? Watching Hatchin scratch his head. Human children without hope are nothing but mindless sea urchins, which is fine for most, but Nami has a rare talent. As a child without hope, her drawings become nothing more than scratches on paper rather than an artwork. So I gave her just enough to keep her gift alive with that stupid price for her town. However, I believe the way she is acting, she has met or is near her goal. So now it is time to crush her and bring her under my heel. The fear of her sister's death and her town will work just as good on an adult as my deal did for a kid. She will always and forever be under my control. That evening I fixed dinner for everyone, not seeing Nami. I am going to find Nami. As I leave, I go to the one place I know she will be. Walking up to Belmir's grave, I see Nami there sitting in front of it. Hey Nami, thought I may find you here. As she turns with tears running down her face. What is wrong? Sniffling, Nami said. I almost got Genzo killed. Sitting beside her, I answer. No, you didn't, you saved him. I heard about it from the townspeople. Watching her shake her head. Nami rubbing her nose. I missed. Sally told me so. I don't know how, maybe if it was Usopp. I have seen him shoot. If he was nearby. But not me. After a long pause, Nami speaks again in a weaker voice. I want you to leave with Luffy. What? Nami looking dead at me. You have to go. Once the town is free, he won't have it to hold against me. Then he will never let me leave that room again. Unless he gets you. As she stared at me, I realized she always knew Arlong would never free her. It was always about everyone else for her. What about Luffy? Can't he help? As Nami looked back at the grave. He is not a fishman. He will never win against one. But he can keep you safe if all of you leave fast enough. Then I will be happy. Arlong got his fishman's superiority bullshit into her. She has given up on herself also. She just thought she could free us. Smiling at Nami. Okay, how about you come home and we eat together? If I am going to leave with them, we can at least have a final supper together. As she wiped her tears away and started to smile, I tell her, we can even cuddle up like we did as kids to chase the nightmares away. Seeing her give a weak nod. You better be all Usopp thinks you are Luffy. Otherwise I will hunt you down and kill you myself. I thought as I placed my arm over Nami to hold her close as we walked back to the house. Luffy's POV. We were sailing towards Kakuyashi village when Zoro walked up to me at the bow of the boat and said, "You aren't thinking of taking any bird flights again, are you?" Shishishi. If I thought it would help I would in a heartbeat. Looking back at the sea. The Going Merry is an exceptional ship. I don't know if we can catch them. Johnny, Usopp, and Yosaku have potential but against executive officers. As Zoro placed a hand on my shoulder and said, "Come on, let's have lunch and you can tell us what you know." I look at him and ask, "What makes you think I know anything?" Zoro, smirking at me, says, "You may act crazy and childish, but in reality that is the farthest from the truth." I sigh. "When did you figure it out?" Zoro snorts. "It is the little things that are your tell. I don't know why, and I am not going to ask. You must have a pretty good reason for keeping everyone in the dark. But be warned that you can become a pressure cooker. I am not saying me, but let someone relieve the pressure before something breaks." As I nodded, he continued, "Till you are ready to talk, don't worry, I got your back. Whatever the reason, I know at your core you are trying to help everyone. That you cannot hide, Captain." Hitting me in the shoulder. After supper I got everyone's attention. As one of you know already, I have family in the Marines. Because he wants or wanted to recruit me, I got a lot of insight into them. Also, I am good friends with a lot of the snail operators. Hearing a lot of gossip. Arlong has a base called Arlong Park. He has many towns under his control. His officers are Hachin, a 6-armed swordsman. Hirubai is an expert in fishman karate. Chu, who basically is a sniper, along with about 50 or more fishmen with various talents. When we get there, we first find Nami, then we wait until she wants us to fight. "What?" Sanji exclaimed. "We wait. Why not go in there and kick their asses?" I take a deep breath to calm down. Because I want Nami to truly be free. Right now she has given up. She believes she has no worth and believes if she tried to be free she would end up getting people killed while she remained a slave. She needs to want to be free no matter the cost. Otherwise the walls she imprisoned herself within her mind will always be there holding her back from her full potential. Sanji glared at me and blew smoke in my face. "And what makes you think you can change her mind? What makes you so special?" As Zoro started to get up, I put my hand out to stop him. "I wouldn't have to. He will try to rip the rug out from under Nami." As Sanji looks confused, I continue. "Zoro, if somebody takes Wado, what would you do?" Zoro, looking like he was about to kill. "Beat them to an inch of their life, then after they heal start all over again till they get the point or die." Smirking at me, I look back at Sanji, and that is coming from a sane person. Arlong is not sane. He destroys whole towns if one person can't pay. Screaming again, Sanji yelled, "And you let her go back to that? Why didn't you go with her?" Getting mad, I yelled, "I knew Jin was going to bring Krieg back to save his crew. Should I have let them kill you and Zeph?" Sanji yelled again, "Then keep her here, don't let her leave. It's not that simple. She would have stolen the ship." She was extremely nervous. "If Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku left with her, they can protect her. Plus I had a feeling she needed to go. I can't explain it, but when I go against that feeling, people die." Sanji got in my face and said can't or won't explain it. I glare at him, getting extremely mad, watching everyone back up except Sanji, who got pale. I have gut feelings based on haki and impressions I get from everything. Taking a step towards him, making him back up and shrink in on himself. I have taken years learning how to read the feelings I get from this damn voice, watching him actually draw up in a ball like about to get hit. You think I like knowing if I guess wrong people may die? To wonder if she may die. Then I hear behind me. Looking around, I see Jin and Zoro also on their knees. Drawing my haki back, and I back up and slide down the mast. I am sorry, I lose control of my haki when I get extremely emotional. Sanji, standing back up on shaking legs, and asked, "What the hell was that?" I look up at him and Jin and tell them, "Conqueror's haki, an extremely rare form of haki, 1 in a million can do it at all. Basically, the person sends their will over another person or group. Any normal-willed person would have passed out at receiving that level." As Sanji looks at me wide-eyed, I continue, "If I had done it on purpose, it would have been at least twice as strong." As Sanji and Jin both drop their jaws, Zoro is smirking at them. I tell them I don't like the feeling that bad things may happen to others, but I try to use it to keep people safe. It isn't perfect, but it feels like a vague hunch or a nagging feeling you forgot something but you can't remember what. Zoro puts his hand on my shoulder, looking at me. "We will get you there. She will be safe. Right, guys?" Watching them nod, I relax. Nighttime, I am trying to get to bed early because I need some sleep before the second shift. Hearing something odd, I became more alert. I noticed Zoro's voice. "I am telling you right now, Sanji, don't pursue Nami. She already has feelings for Luffy." Hearing Sanji speak back, "That's only because she hasn't seen a lot of me. I am sure she will want me once she gets to know me." Zoro spoke again. "Do you want her as a person or just what she looks like?" After a few seconds of silence, Zoro continued, "That's what I thought. Luffy cares for Nami for who she is inside. Look, if Nami doesn't choose Luffy before we leave the island, fine. chase her, but until then she is hurting and Luffy makes her pain easier, so leave them alone. After what feels like forever, I hear Sanji say, fine, but after we leave the island, Nami is all mine. Got it. It takes all I have not to go kick Sanji's ass. I am not sure why. I don't even know if she will want me after she finds out about me. What am I thinking? Of course she won't want me. As I drift off to sleep, I am scared out of my mind. Should I tell her? What would she think? Could she even look at me knowing that I knew her secrets before she told me with Haki? As I sleep, I have nightmares about what she could say. The next morning we eat breakfast. I ask Jin, how long till we get there? Jin tells me, a good day and a half unless something changes. We should be arriving around 2:00 p.m. tomorrow on average. As I am looking around, I get depressed. Zoro spoke up. Easy, Luffy, I don't see anything, so you can't leave us. As I looked around again, I get the feeling we are being watched but can't figure out from where, even with Haki. All while I turn to Sanji. How about you whip us up something special for lunch? And a lot of it. I am hungry. Looking around again. As lunchtime gets here, Sanji has a huge meal ready for everyone. Just before they started, I started smiling. Zoro quickly looks around. I know that look. Just then a sea cow came out of the water eyeing the food. Sanji and Jin get ready to attack, but I get in front of them and start talking. Hey there, what is your name? Oh, well, that was not very creative of them. As I kept making small talk, Zoro smiled while the others were in shock. Zoro said, you get used to it, something about Haki, I think. As they sit down, I asked the sea cow, how about if I give you my share of the food? You take us to Nami's island. Oh, come on, why not? I close my eyes and say, you don't like Arlong, do you? We hear a soft, then I get a serious tone, and in a voice filled with authority I tell Momo, when I am finished, I promise you, Arlong will never again hurt you, Nami, or anybody on those islands ever again. As he is quiet for a moment, I continue. I give my word. This seems to perk him up. When the fighting starts, our hatch and calls stay clear. Then giving him a big smile. You know Sanji is an exceptional cook. Good, after you eat, we will put a rope through your mouth and tie it onto the helm of the boat. Thank you so much. Placing a hand on Momo's head. Looking at Sanji, I ask, can I get some food, Sanji? Seeing him just staring, I snapped my fingers in his face. Earth to Sanji. He is going to take us to Nami and stay out of the fight if we feed him. Having said the magic word to Sanji, he not only gave Momo my share, but Zoro and Jin's also. Shaking my head, Zoro comes up to me as Jin and Sanji secure the ropes. I should have known you would come up with something. Smiling at him, I say, this is new to me. Talking yay. Getting them to agree no. He must really hate how Arlong treats him. He really is a nice sea cow. It has been 7 hours and night has just set. When I see land in front of us, everyone looks sick. Walking up to the front of the boat, I ask Momo, any way to get us on land undetected? I get excited. Wow, that would certainly do it. I never thought of that. Hearing Zoro from behind me. Thought of what? As I turned back looking like the cat who ate the canary, Zoro spoke. Oh fuck. Hold on. I don't know what, but I know that look. Just then Momo raises up almost out of the water, pulling his head back like a person taking a deep breath. Jerking forward in what must be a flip. Momo bit through the ropes right as we crest his back, sending us flying through the air like a rocket. Behind me I hear Zoro say, I knew that look meant trouble. As we get near the island, we are twice as high as the trees but starting to get lower while still traveling like a rocket. I see a field we luckily are heading towards, but are going too fast and are going to hit the beginning of a mountain. Wrapping my legs and left arm around the boat a few times, I take a deep breath. Biting into my right forearm, I blow into it, enlarging my right arm to that of a giant. Sticking it out in front, I hit the ground ahead of us like a person would do falling into the sand at the beach, bending at the elbow to soften the impact. As we stop, my hand is barred to my wrist, making it stable as I gently lower us to the ground. Then I return my 3 other limbs while exhaling and shrinking my right arm. Flexing my right hand, I started to meet my right arm with my left hand. Sanji is pointing at my arm. What the hell was that? As I looked back, Jin and him looked almost in shock. I tell them in a calm voice. Gear 3. I pumped air into my bones and muscles to expand them. Shishishi. You should have seen it when I first tried it. It had a nasty side effect afterwards. Shishishi. As I started to look at our surrounding area, I hear Zoro comment to Sanji. Are you sure you want to challenge him for Nami? Pretending not to have heard the comment, I see Sanji give a little shiver before composing himself. Sanji asked me, why did you do that? Was it to show off? As I looked at them, I told them in a bored tone. I told Johnny and Yasaku I would bring their boat back in one piece. The other tricks I know would have damaged it more. Watching Jin and Sanji's jaw hit the deck while Zoro is just snickering behind them. Then he said to the 2 newcomers, welcome to my world, gentlemen. As I looked over, I saw Jin get a small grin on his face. I tell the 2, everyone is asleep right now and I don't want to be traipsing around in hostile territory with a good portion of our crew missing and unprotected, so let's get some sleep. I will take my first watch, then at 2-hour intervals with Zoro, Jin, and Sanji. After 2 hours I woke Zoro. As I do, Zoro asked me, Why didn't you just use Haki to find Nami? I look at him with a very tired look, then check with Haki to make sure the other two are asleep, telling Zoro, I have gotten more sensitive to Nami lately. She is scared and for some reason about to break down again. As much as I want to see and hold her, she needs the rest more. Zoro spoke up. She is lucky to have someone in her life that cares more about her well-being than making themselves look good. Get some rest, Luffy. As I drift off to sleep, I pray she is okay. The next morning early with the sun barely up, we are walking into town. As we passed, a lot of people gave us funny looks. I saw a woman vendor and asked her, "Excuse me, can you direct me to where Nami lives?" This seems to get her attention, along with a woman slightly older than Nami with blue hair and a lot of tattoos on her. They look at each other, then the women with tattoos ask, "What do you need with Nami?" As Sanji gets ready to speak, I hold my hand up to him, making him start glaring at me. That is a private matter I can't discuss openly. As I said that, I smile as she examined Sanji glaring at me. Then Zoro and Jin keeping their head on a swivel, she spoke up. "I know where Nami lives. I was just about to go visit her. Care to join me?" I told her, "Sure." The whole time we are walking out of town down a road, Sanji is fawning over the girl, telling her how he is going to make such great food for her and how she is a dream girl, along with how he can't wait to see Nami again. The whole time she is smiling, she is also grinding her teeth. As we started leaving the town, I asked her, "So is Nami at Arlong Park right now, Nichiko?" As I said that, she stopped and got pale, then said, "What do you mean?" I look at her and tell her, "Nami told me Belmere owned a tangerine grove, which is in the other direction from where we are going. So either she is at Arlong Park or you think we are bad pirates wanting to hurt Nami and taking us to Arlong to have him deal with us to protect your sister." As I said, Sanji jumped in my face. "How dare you insult this woman's character with outlandish accusations of deception?" He raised his leg to attack. Nichiko in a very weak voice, "How do you know my name?" As Sanji relaxed and stepped aside looking shocked, I told her, "You were carrying a fresh basket of tangerines to the stall, along with examining us closely. Nami mentioned you to me, the other reasons I mentioned." Then she smiled at me and said, "I don't think we have been introduced properly. My name is Nichiko, as you have guessed already. And you are Luffy, I take it," holding out her hand towards me to shake it. As I was about to speak, Sanji jumped in front, grabbed her hand and said, "Sanji, my name is Sanji. Obviously Nami has talked about me. My lovely angel," bringing her hand to his lips to kiss it. Snatching her hand away, Nichiko glared at him. "Did I ask you?" "No, I asked him. I can get a feel for a man like you a mile away." Looking at him with loathing, she continues, "I want to find out about the man who made my sister believe pirates might actually be good after one killed our mother in front of us and tortured my sister for years." As everyone but me gasped, she examined everyone, then squinted at my sad face. After she looked closely at my posture, she continued, "You knew already, didn't you?" I give a sad nod. "Nami told me in private and it seemed personal, so I didn't feel right discussing it without permission. I am sorry for your loss." As everyone looked at me shocked except Nichiko, who just smiled. Then she said, "I must admit you aren't what I expected. But after meeting some of your crew," glaring at Sanji, walking up to him and poking him in the chest hard with each word, "who aren't perverts," turning back and relaxing, "I can see how you could change her mind, especially if the stories Usopp and Nami say about you are true." Giving me a warm and comforting smile, I scratched the back of my head. As Nichiko looked at me, she laughed a little. "Come on, let's go to the cottage. Nami is waiting." She looks at me from top to bottom again. I hear Zoro tell Sanji in a low voice, "Strike one, better be careful." Then I hear snickering from Zoro and Jin. As we walked through town, Nichiko picked up a different basket from the vendor. Then I noticed a marine ship headed for the harbor. I turned towards Nichiko and asked, "Is it usual for a marine ship to come into Arlong's territory?" She huffed, then answered, "That ship belongs to a marine captain named Nezumi from Branch 16. His branch is the only marines allowed to dock here without being destroyed. If they are coming here, it isn't good for who they are looking for. Let's get out of town before they dock. I don't want to get caught up in it." As we hurry along, I look at the others and whisper, "Remember what I said. We don't want trouble." As we leave town, we are walking up a hill towards the tangerine grove. I see Asaku picking some tangerines. As we get closer, I hear Nami calling out, "Nichiko, what took you so long? Did you get the supplies for breakfast?" As Nami stepped out of the house, she stopped dead in her tracks. Then Nichiko said, "I did, and I found something even better." Gesturing to all of us, Nami busted into a sprint yelling, "Luffy!" I was so worried. As she jumped into my arms, I hold her close and breathe in her scent. Nami spoke again, "I thought something might happen to you." As she pulls back and blushes, "I mean, you don't have the bully that it is." Nichiko rolled her eyes. Sanji stepped forward holding his arms out for a hug. Nami grabbed the basket from Nichiko and thrust it into his arms as she says, "I am so glad you came along. Now you can cook breakfast for all of us, Sanji. After all, you are the best cook around. Also, don't forget to cook extra for Luffy." I know how much he can eat. Smiling at Sanji as his eye twitched, Nijiko is barely able to contain herself behind her hand. Nami looked at me with wide eyes. Did you get it? The remaining bully. As I nod, Nami smiled. I love you so much. You don't know how much this means to me. I thought I would never achieve it at times. As Nami runs her hand through her hair, I handed her the remaining bully, then she cradled it to her chest. Come on everyone, I want to hear all about it. As breakfast is cooking, we ate and told of what both of the groups went through. Nijiko was impressed with how I handled Krieg, giving Jin a glare as I tried to assure her he was okay. She didn't ease up until Nami walked up to Jin and held out her hand to him and said, if Luffy said you're good, I trust you too. I know you won't let him down. Nijiko then had to pick her jaw out of her plate as Nami shook his hand, with Nijiko's thoughts staring at Nami. How can Nami do this? Pirates killed our mother. Then it hit her as she watched Nami looking at Luffy with eyes filled with love. It was not Jin's word of having changed. It was because Luffy vouched for him. Looking at Luffy, Nijiko sees it clearly. Luffy commands a presence equal or greater than Arlong, but the exact opposite. As Arlong represents despair, Luffy represents hope. That is what Nami sees, what Luffy stands for. I can see why she fell for him. Hearing about the incident with Genzo was tough for Nami to relive, but she gave Usopp a hug and thanked him for saving Genzo. During all of this, it felt like a family eating together around the dinner table. Nijiko is in shock watching Nami. Pulling me aside, she tells me with tears in her eyes, I have never seen Nami this happy. Not since Belmere died, thank you. Just then I stiffened up. She looked at me confused, then asked, did I say something wrong? I get a serious look on my face, then tell her. Haki tells me there is a large group of Marines approaching us. As we walked back to the others, everyone noticed how my mood shifted. As they get nervous, we hear. Nami got mad and we all walked out. Seeing a large group of people coming out of the house, the captain got nervous. As the captain started talking, 20 of his 40 Marines took up defensive positions, searched the premises, starting with the house and shed. We are looking for stolen treasures or a large amount of bully that has been converted from said treasures. Nami got a wicked smile and said, Arlong won't stand for this. You know I work for him, Nezumi. However, Nezumi smiled more and answered back, I am not taking his treasures, only returning what has been stolen from other people. However, because you are working for Arlong and the reports say you liberated it from pirates, I will only confiscate what I find and return it to the rightful owners, rather than arrest you. As Nami goes pale, Genzo spoke up. You can't do that. You have no authority. Nezumi got in his face. I have all the authority of the Marines to back me up, and if anyone tries to stop me, my men will shoot them. As Nami is shaking in rage, a Marine comes out of the house. Sir, I only found 20,000 in a coffee can. Then another came out of the shed. No treasure here either. As Nami and Nijiko are smiling, Nezumi throws his arm out pointing at the orchard. Get the shovels. Dig up the whole orchard if you have to. I want that treasure. It can't be that hard to find 100 million bully. As he said that, I struggled to hold my haki in. Genzo grabbed Nezumi by the shirt and held him off the ground. Who told you? How did you know? As Nezumi looked nervous, 2 Marines grabbed Genzo and were holding him back. Nezumi said in a cocky voice, we have been getting reports for years. I just decided it was about time to do something about it. As I feel Nami about to run to Arlong to confront him, I unleash a blast of haki. Nami froze, recognizing the feeling even if it was not directed at her. As all eyes turned to me, I asked with authority and haki. He asked, who told you? Answer now. Increasing the flow of haki, Nezumi croaked out. Arlong TT told me. Walking towards him past Nami, then I speak again with haki behind my words, while some Marines fall to one knee. When did he call you and what was the deal? Feeling him about to pass out, I sent my will to not pass out into him, forcing him to remain conscious. He said, IGG got a CC call from Arlong yesterday that said if I get here between 9 and 12 I could get 15% of what I take. He would get the rest. Arlong wanted to see Nami's face as she came to him. While he takes everything away from Nami to destroy her will completely. I hear a wailing scream behind me. As I looked back, Nami is on her knees. Everyone looking at her is stunned. Then she claws at the tattoo on her arm, ripping into flesh with her nails. Nijiko runs up and grabbed her. Nami screamed again and forcibly shoved Nijiko away. Then she drew the dagger on her belt and tried to stab her tattoo. As she can't move her hand, she looked up to see me holding her hand and the knife unmoving. With tears running down her face, she just stared at me what felt like forever. Then Nami said in a weak voice, help me, Luffy. I take off my hat and place it on her head, telling her, I leave my treasure in your care. Nijiko, take care of Nami, please. As I let go of the knife, she dropped it and Nijiko grabbed her in a hug, both women crying. When I turned, Nezumi was sweating bullets. As I took a step towards the village, I released a full blast of haki at the Marines at the moment my foot hit the ground. By the time my next foot fell, every Marine was foaming at the mouth, unconscious before hitting the ground. As everyone still conscious was in shock, I say as a command, we are going to Arlong Park to take care of this now. All my crew and Jinzo fall in behind me except Nami and Nijiko. A few minutes later, before the town, we see 3 fishmen heading towards Nami's house. I tell my men, I got to work off some steam and I want to send a message, let me handle it. Hatchin said, hello, are you the crew Nami brought? Man, there are a lot of you. I tell him, no, I am a friend of Nami here to discuss her future employment with Arlong. As Chu gets ready to fire, inhaling a breath, I grabbed his snout with my right hand and stopped the airflow. Pulling him down to my level, I glare at him while he is tugging and hitting my arm. As Kurubai attacked with a palm strike, I grabbed him by his throat, picking him up 15 feet, then bringing him down, leaving a small crater 10 feet away. Dragging him through the dirt beside me, leaving a small trench in the road while both are now having trouble breathing. As Hatchin is about to attack, I glare at him and said, I still have a leg free. Want to try? As he sees me raising my leg, still holding the other 2 immobile. Then he looked at the crew behind me, all glaring at him, waving his hands in front of him, probably because he didn't bring his swords, not expecting trouble. I lower my leg, then lift the 2 so I see all 3 at once and say, tell Arlong, a lowly human captain wants to have a meeting with him. Tell him I am coming to meet him, if he is man enough to meet me, and have him bring his friends too. I smile and let them go. After a few deep breaths, they glared at me and looked ready to attack again. Releasing a noticeable amount of haki at the 3, I yelled. Now, as they are running off, I started walking again towards town to go the route Nijiko showed us earlier. Johnny, Yasaku, lend Zoro your swords. You 2 will not fight. Not because I don't think you can, but because I believe the townspeople will come and I need crowd control. Jin, impress me against all the general fighters alone, if you can handle it. Watching him nod and smiling. Sanji, take Kurubai. I saw how you looked at him. Zoro, Hatchin, but watch your injuries. Usopp, the sniper Chu is all yours. Usopp sputtered out. MMEWW what? I look at him over my shoulder. I have faith in you, Usopp. Have faith in yourself. I know you can't take him head on. I am not asking you to. Get him away from here. Use your cunning, skill, and ingenuity that I saw protecting Kaya. I know you can do it if you believe you can. With Haki, I feel him nervous but barring it deeper and deeper to be brave. As we walk through town, Genzo lets the people know what the Marines were here for and who sent them. By the time we leave, a huge number of adults are with us. I am coming for you, Arlong. Author notes, I am sorry for the short chapter, but I want to do the fight scene justice. After all, it is one of the most influential in my opinion until Alabasta. And if I put it in now, it would be an extremely long chapter. Someone once said, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Nami and Nijiko have gone through hell from pirates. You don't change from hating them to liking them without an equally great emotional impact. I also wanted to show how much Nami meant to Luffy from his pav, along with the fact powerful people can be scared too. Luffy has things he is afraid of, not Arlong but something else. I did say romance in description, so I hope their growing interest counts. By the time they leave the island, the 2 will be inseparable. Lol. Next, let's get ready to rumble. As I am leaving town, I am getting madder with each step, trying to not release too much haki. I know I am breaking the rules Mimic wants me to follow to help keep me safe that I had agreed to. I know I have used too much haki on the rat face man's men, and I know what I am about to do will put me on the Marines' radar as a target, all of which I realize may cause me to face difficulties and questions I don't want asked faster, but I don't care. All I can see as I walk to Arlong Park is Nami's face and shoulder. Zoro walks a little faster to get beside me rather than behind me, off to my right, with Sanji to my left shoulder a few feet back also. I know Jin is strong, but I can sense he doesn't want a high-ranking position right now, and I can't blame him after what he has been through lately. I don't like Sanji trying to take Nami, but other than Jin, I believe Zoro and him are the 2 next strongest fighters. When Zoro catches up, he asks, "You okay?" I darted my eyes a split second, then looked back straight ahead, answering in a cold, quiet tone, "Yes, why?" Zoro gave a chuckle, then with an equally quiet tone said, "After the way you handled those Marines, I am wondering if there is any need for the rest of us to show up." I actually smile and hide a laugh, calming a little. I whisper back, "I know everyone is fond of Nami, even Sanji, even though he has barely met her." With a little venom creeping back in my body before I continue, I won't deprive anyone on this crew of getting justice, and I don't see any of you as not valuable. I promise I will get all of you able to be called monsters by the end of paradise. Something snapped when I saw Nami hurting herself, and if I opened up on them with that anger right then, closing my eyes, I can't continue my sentence. Zoro is an even quieter whisper. It would be like sending an entire battleship artillery to swat a fly. He gave a chuckle. I smiled a genuine smile at that and nodded. As we get near the 10-feet-tall wall and gate to Arlong Park that resembles more of an amusement park than a basis for a notorious pirate, I could not help getting mad, telling my men, "Remember what I said earlier. Usopp, keep your eye on Chu. You will know when to lure him away. Johnny and Yasaku, keep them outside the wall, understand?" They fall back to block the people at the door. When I get to the door, there is a fishman present as he stops me, saying, "Who are you, human, and what do you want?" I tell him in a calm voice. I am here to see Arlong. It concerns Nami. He immediately got tense as he looked over everyone, then said, I will take you and only you, smiling at me as he thinks he would get me away from them. I stretched out my hand and placed it on his shoulder faster than he could stop me or dodge. Tightening my grip and adding haki to my stare, I tell him, we are all going in there with or without you walking with us, so if you don't want to show us properly. Tightening my grip to the point I am almost breaking his shoulder, I also increase my haki to overwhelm his will. You will be removed from the fight before it officially starts. Now introduce me properly. Letting go of his arm as he is now hunched down lower than me. As we entered the side entrance, because the front is obviously the harbor, we stopped at the edge of where the pool or bay is in front of the main multi-level house where a fishman sat on a marble throne. We stopped with the bay to the left, the throne and house to our right and forward, as if we were off the corner of the building. Fishmen are all around the pool or bay and around Arlong. The executive officers I met earlier are around Arlong. As my crew fans out to my sides, the fishman at the gate walked up to Arlong and spoke. Arlong, this man and his crew want to talk to you about Nami. Arlong looks like a mountain of a shark fishman with a smile that makes you think predator. He has an open Hawaiian shirt and has his chin on his hand. He looked at me and his smile widened, showing his sharp teeth. Obviously to intimate people, as he said in a voice dripping with honey. Oh, you must be the captain she swindled out of the ship. Well, I will let you have it for a price. I see you's up, getting ready to counter when I speak up before him. This isn't about the ship, though I will be leaving with it. No, this is about Nami. He shook his head before he spoke. Well, I am afraid I can't let you hurt her. You see, she is a part of my crew. I could tell he was waiting for me to yell or scream. Anything but my next response as I remained calm. She already told me, along with your deal. His smile returned. Oh, I see. So it is the money you are after. Well, I interrupt before he can ramble on. No, I am here because of Nami. As his face turned angry, he spoke with venom in his voice. So you recognize her value also. As my tension mounts, I try to not release haki and spoil my crew's fun as I respond. Yes, but I have not come for that reason. All people deserve to be free. Arlong started to laugh, then bawling out laughing before he spoke. You humans are so funny. We fishmen are superior to you. If we decide you should be our slaves, you should be honored we let you live. Hatchin spoke up. Boss, let Momo handle them. They are not worthy of fighting us. As Hatchin played reveille or something on his snout a third time, they all looked worried as I smiled. Clearing my throat, I asked Momo to stay away. I am glad he listened. He seems like a nice sea cow once you get to know him. As I smiled at him, I rubbed the salt in the wound. After all, you claim we humans are below you fishmen. So I propose a contest. My crew against yours. Arlong laughed so hard he almost fell out of his chair, covering his face. You have nothing to bargain with humans. I didn't hesitate as I used my hidden techniques. Red taught me, blinking almost out of sight. I hit 6 pressure points on a fishman off to the side, grabbed his sword, then reappeared where I was. The fishman saw me with his sword, but as he started to move towards me, he fell on his face yelling, "What did you do to me?" As Arlong and the rest were about to yell, I told him, no permanent damage, just some pressure points. I wouldn't want him to miss the fight after all. I appear next to the man, jab a point on his side, drop his sword, then reappear next to Zoro. As the man is getting up while picking up his sword looking nervous, I tell Arlong, I wouldn't teach such techniques, but if your crew and you beat me and mine, I will work for you. As Arlong is contemplating it, Sanji asks Zoro, should I be worried? Zoro didn't even turn back, saying, about us losing, no. If I know anything about Luffy, he hasn't shown us but a fraction of what he can do. He can win this. He just wants us to get some licks in before he opens up on Arlong. We got this. Then Zoro smiled with a smile that would send shivers down your back at Sanji, saying, as far as you challenging him directly for Nami. Yes, be very worried. Arlong smiled, rubbing his chin, then agreed. Fine, how do you want to start? I look at him, then respond. How about you and me last? Your top 2 executives one after another before that, and everyone else first. Arlong looked at his men, then told them, Hatchin, Kirubai, hold off. The rest have some fun. As 50 fishmen attacked, Jin went to town on them. A dozen heads towards the gate. However, before they can get there, Jin threw a fishman flying into the middle of the group. When they turn around, Jin is dodging like crazy, breaking knees, arms, hitting some in the gut, and sometimes sending them flying through the air. When he hit so hard, they flew into the outer wall 30 feet away from the gate, knocking a hole through it. The men turned around away from the gate to attack Jin head-on, charging him. It truly was impressive and a testimony to how strong the Krieg pirates were. Yes, Jin did take a whole lot of hits, but unlike some people, he never faltered. When a merman connects on a hard right hook to the face, Jin used the momentum it gave him to his right to twist and give a truly colossal left hook, combining the hit's power with his own on the opponent. As this went on, I noticed Arlong getting more upset as 3 fishmen were beside him. Never letting my eyes off the fight, I also noticed Arlong with haki giving an unspoken conversation to Chu to attack. Just when I almost got involved, I stopped myself, feeling another person was ready and waiting. Just when Chu was about to snipe Jin, he got a hit to the face with pepper. Or was that sneezing powder? As he glared at Usopp, he turned beet red, yelling, "I will kill you for that, you long-nosed freak." Usopp busted out laughing as he taunted, "You're the one to talk. How is the weather up there, beanpole?" With that, Chu attacked, breaking into a running sprint after Usopp, who at the first sign of Chu starting to move darted to the hole in the wall, dove through, then took off towards the woods. Chu crashed through the wall, never slowing down, chasing on. Zoro looked at me and asked, "Did you know he could run that fast?" I tell him, "Wasn't sure, but I believed so." Arlong smiled, speaking to us as if we had already lost, even though Jin was still putting a hurting on his men. "So you cheated by attacking one of my officers," I replied without even taking my eyes off the fight. "No, Chu is not one of the two officers you chose, unless Kirubai and Hatchin have had a demotion." I pointed to each as I said their names. "And you expect me to believe this one fighter is one of your regular crew?" Arlong argued as I answered, "Yes, I have 3 more. 2 temporarily keeping the townspeople from getting involved, and 1 permanent named Usopp who is taking care of Chu." Arlong almost fell out of his throne laughing so hard. "Him, take care of Chu?" As I gave a grin that would make the great flamingo proud, I answered by holding my arm palm up towards Jin. "Yes, I do." As Arlong looks over, Jin has only 2 men left. He hit one with a tanta to the gut, and as he bent over still on his feet, the bigger man clasps his hands together, coming with an overhead double hand strike. Seeing this, Jin rolled over the bent-over man back to back, barely getting out of the way. The big man slammed the bent-over guy in the back, knocking him out. As this happened, Jin used the momentum of his roll to spin his tanta around, and as the man fell to the ground, Jin connected with the taller pirate, knocking his teeth out and sending him a couple of feet in the air and back out for the count. Nobody else was standing. I see Arlong crushed his right armrest as he glared at Jin walking back to our side, stepping over his men. I don't need Haki to know what he wants to do to Jin for the disgrace of his men. Even though Jin looks severely battered, he is walking proudly with the faintest of smiles on his face as he walks, saying to me, "You were correct, Captain. It is going to be fun working with you." Arlong started to have a vein in his neck pop out as he yelled at Kirubai. Kirubai gets out there and break him. Kirubai walks forward, staring at Sanji as he also walks forward. I stared at Arlong. He was glaring at me. His pupils were getting smaller and turning a tint of red. This will be fun. I wonder how long he will last. Sanji dodges an open palm strike, spinning with a left leg side kick that was blocked by Kirubai, pulling his arm back and blocking with his right forearm. Before Sanji could recover, he was hit with a left palm strike, then an elbow from the same arm. Sanji didn't slow down, hitting with a left knee, then a front kick as Kirubai was knocked back. The knee hit, but the kick was blocked as Kirubai crossed his arms in an X in front of himself. As the battle continues, they appear to be on equal footing. Then as Sanji does a roundhouse, Kirubai doubled in speed, blocking them with the same arm, attacking with a strike strong enough to crash Sanji into a guard shack, I suppose near the gate. I am not surprised Sanji is getting back up and still talking back. "Come on, is that the best you got?" The old man kicked harder when sick. As the battle started back up, I felt 2 people coming up the road. I smiled as Sanji gets a few kicks in, but he still is not giving over 100%. That is about to change. Feeling someone now at the front of the crowd watching, I asked Sanji, "Hey Sanji, didn't I hear you mumbling something about them paying for making someone cry?" As he looked at me wide-eyed, then his head wiped to the crowd. Kirubai attacked with a right-hand strike. Without looking at Kirubai, Sanji blocks with his left shin while still looking at Nami. Without a second passing, he does a jumping roundhouse kick with his right leg to the face, knocking Kirubai back, then jumping forward with a handstand, spinning with his legs around out wide. Even though they were blocked, Kirubai was knocked farther back again, jumping straight up in the air in a tight ball, spinning as Kirubai started to run forward. As he was getting close, Sanji unrolled, giving a double kick to the chest under the strike, hitting the chest, knocking him back into one of the far building. Sanji rolled when he hit the ground from the recoil, then stood up. As Kirubai came crashing out the building running at Sanji, I threw a lot of Gatling punches at the air between Arlong and Sanji as Nami was about to yell a warning. As the fight between Sanji and Kirubai kept going, Arlong and Nami were staring at me. Arlong with his arm and hand out as if he had thrown something. Nami with her mouth almost on the floor, eyes widened. I pretend not to notice, focusing on the fight. I see Arlong's other hand get crushed as Sanji is now giving 130% with Nami as an audience. Without the interference, Sanji eventually started giving more than taking abuse. As if on cue, I have to give another set of Gatling punches with both arms. This time the strike was wide enough to have hit the crowd and Sanji both, if not for being intercepted. Arlong is now focusing on me, ignoring the fight. I can feel it with Haki while staring at Sanji. I also feel Nami focusing on me rather than the fight, this time a glint of hope and something else I can't identify right now present in her. Sanji jumped straight up, doing a forward spin countless times, almost in a blur, turning into an axe kick at the last moment. Hirubai blocks, but the kick goes right through the block, knocking his arm out the way, knocking him into the ground so hard he is unconscious in a small crater. Sanji turned to Nami and said while lighting a cigarette, "Wasn't too hard for you, Nami." Nami looked at Sanji, then Arlong smiled, taunting Nami and us. "So these are the foolish humans you conned into coming here to try and destroy me. You should know she is using you like puppets. She will stab you in the back like so many others before you." I can feel Nami breaking down as I spoke. "While you are full of shit, Arlong, you do know one thing: how to hurt Nami the most, making her feel alone and isolated, vulnerable. Perfect for you to control. But I have news for you." Holding my arm out, point at the crowd now looking through the gate. "Every person here and more back at the town cares a great deal for Nami." Pointing my thumb behind me at my crew. "My crew care for Nami." Placing my hand on my chest, I stared at Arlong. "I care a great deal for Nami. She was never alone in truth, and if I have anything to say about it, she will never again feel that way. Now are you going to give up on all this fishman superiority bullshit you preach? Because you clearly do not have faith in your men." Arlong, jumping out of his throne, slammed his foot on the stone floor, cracking it. "What do you mean I don't have faith in my men?" I released a bit of haki, knowing it wouldn't stop him, but it would let him know I am someone to take seriously, not a no-name pirate. As he feels it wash over him, his eyes go wide before he smiles, knowing he has got a fight ahead of him. I answered his question. "While I have trusted my crew keeping watch, twice you have tried to intervene with Sanji's fight. The second time targeting the crowd also got me to choose between protecting them or Sanji. So do you really believe fishmen are superior and let your men fight for themselves, or are you going to go against your belief and interfere with Hatchin and Zoro's duel also?" I can see the veins in his arms, neck, legs, chest and forehead pulsing. He looked like a pot ready to explode as he sat back down slowly, his eyes red dots, speaking in a cold tone. "Hatchin, kill the swordsman." Hatchin looks worried, and I can feel with haki his thoughts. It is not for Zoro's fight, but what Arlong will do when he loses. All play is gone as Hatchin comes forward, taunting Zoro. "Your 3-sword style won't save you now. Not against my 6-sword style." Zoro takes off his green bandana off his sleeve and ties it over his head with a knot in the back. Then in an emotionless voice replied, "I found out recently it is not the number of swords, but the weight behind them that counts." Hatchin laughed at that, saying, "Well, I should win then, because my swords weigh 300 pounds each. I have more weight." With the battle starting up, Zoro is relentless. Hatchin has more arms and swords swinging wildly, sometimes like a top or a blinder. I noticed something different about Zoro. For the first time I noticed that he is not being flashy, or not using much energy. I find this out of caricature. Then it hit me. His wounds have not properly healed. Damn it, I've forgotten my haste to challenge. With what Arlong told Hatchin, "You better not lose, Zoro." I can tell the fight was taking its toll. Zoro had received a few cuts to his arms and shoulders. He has surprisingly kept new cuts away from his chest. Hatchin waves all 6 of his arms wildly in different cross and zigzag patterns, barely missing each other while running at Zoro. Zoro jumps from foot to foot, twisting in the air, dodging most while slicing and blocking others. When they end after passing, Zoro takes a knee while Hatchin erupted blood from his hands, dropping the swords. Hatchin glared at Zoro, picking up his swords. As Zoro gets up, he comments, "It isn't the weight of the swords that matters. It is the weight of the conviction behind the swords that truly matters." Hatchin bull rushed Zoro with all 6 swords in a point like a drill or an arrowhead. Zoro easily blocks, but Hatchin opens all 6 at once, throwing Zoro's head back and arms out, leaving his chest exposed. Hatchin headbutted Zoro, then flipped him into the air like a rhino. While Zoro is falling, I almost want to get involved, but I restrain myself, knowing it will dishonor Zoro. I am relieved to feel Zoro center himself while falling, then twisted and rolling right before contact, his blades blocking or dodging as he passed through, barely touching and repelling off the ground back through the blades to land behind Hatchin. Hatchin erupted in blood on his chest as Zoro staggering to turn around, blood leaking through Zoro's bandages to face Hatchin again. Hatchin looks like he is about to blow a gasket. As he gets up from his knees, he attacks, yelling, "I will kill you, Zoro." Zoro faces him, and as Hatchin gets within range, yelled back, "Dragon Twister." A whirlwind erupted from his swords, breaking all of Hatchin's blades and sending him flying in the air, blood flying everywhere. As Hatchin fell to the ground, he landed hard, barely breathing. Zoro fell on back, breathing hard. As Jin helps Zoro to the wall, Arlong laughs, "After I kill all of you, it won't matter. The only person I will keep alive is Nami. Though I will save you for last after I beat you to a pulp." As he gets up, I feel Nami shaking in fear, Nejiko holding her shoulders. Feeling someone I recognize approaching the wall, I hold up my hand, knowing this will pique his bloodlust. As he stopped with a confused face, I pointed to the hole in the wall. Just then Usopp climbed through the hole, looking like a bloody mess but alive, and proclaimed, "Got him. Sorry it took so long." His eyes now red dots. Arlong was beyond words. Arlong lunged towards me. Usopp was running down the path, occasionally stopping to snipe Chu, as he now had a rice field in sections to his left and trees to his right. Yelling back, Usopp taunted. You may be superior in the water, but on land you are just another floundering fish. As he turns back to snipe, he is hit with a close line, knocking him off his feet in the air, landing on his back. Getting to his feet, he is hit with a punch to the stomach, followed by another to the face. As Chu is cracking his knuckles, Usopp pulls a hammer out of his bag, slamming it on Chu's foot. As Chu screamed out loud, throwing his head back. Recovering, he reached to strangle Usopp. As he did, he was met with a pulled back slingshot. Where are you, you little shit? Chu exclaimed as he caught a bottle thrown at him. As he is looking at the label of a nice bottle of vodka, licking his lips, it is hit with a lead pellet, splattering it all over himself. Yelling in rage, he goes to the field and sucks up all the water in the section, blasting some of it at where he thought the pellet came from in one blast, destroying a group of trees. And a taunting voice is heard before Chu started blasting small shots like machine gun fire at all the bushes and trees, cutting deep gashes in the trees and punching holes in the bushes. When he stops breathing hard, he is hit with a flaming blast, igniting the alcohol. Looking around, he started running towards the next section of field with water in it. Before he can make it, his legs are tackled from behind, knocking him to the ground. In his panicking mind, he can hardly process what is going on as he is viciously attacked with a hammer repeatedly to his head from behind by Usopp. Even though nobody is around, Usopp screamed at the top of his lungs. I did it. I beat a fishman. Arlong bull rushed me as I dived to the side to avoid his teeth. I know I can use haki, but I don't want it to go quickly. He needs to suffer for what he did. As he clamped his teeth on nothing, I hit him in the back of the head, driving him into the rock. Recovering quickly, grabbing my leg, he threw me at the water. Rolling in the air, I do a split, slamming my feet against the walls on each side of the bay as it resembles a giant swimming pool on the sides 80 feet wide. As I am hanging there 5 feet above the water, I ask in a mocking, childish voice, "What is so funny?" I want to laugh too. Arlong snapped his head back at me from where his head was thrown back with his maniacal laughter. I take pride at Nami actually cracking a small smile at my usual banter with my hat on her head. Arlong charged at me, diving. If not for haki, I would think to tackle me. However, I know if he hits, it is a plus. He really just wants the water. Kicking with my feet, I raised up, spinning forward. I kick off his back as an insult, propelling me back to land 10 feet from the edge on the bank with his building behind me. Without a second to waste, Arlong came flying out of the water at my mouth open. I caught it with my left forearm covered in haki. Arlong looked ecstatic, thinking he was now biting off my arm as we slid back near his building until he heard me saying in a loud voice, "Awa, he is too small, I have to throw him back now." Stretching my fingers of my right hand around his stomach, I lifted his feet off the ground, then spun around a few times before I threw him back in the water. He had grabbed my left arm, but my strength in my right ripped him off of me as I stretched my right arm out, letting go, sending him skipping a few times before he dove down deep to get a running start at me again, faster than before. The only thing keeping me in control right now is my banter and the noticeable smile on Nami's face, as Nijiko also has a smile staring at Nami. Feeling with haki Arlong attached, I grabbed a long pointed nose flying at my chest. With my feet coming off the ground, I got thrown back, cracking the wall of the building. I hear, though I did not let the saw nose pierce me, I hear from Arlong, "Not so invincible are you. Ha ha ha." As I snapped his nose to the side so now it isn't straight, Arlong goes berserk as he punches through the wall, missing me, letting the blow carry him inside. I know he is going for his sword while I jumped back, and he went inside. I want him to get it. At least then I won't feel so bad kicking his ass. On second thought, I would not feel guilty regardless. Never mind. As he emerged with a sword longer than him, I dodged, jumping near his throne. The next swing cut the back off at a slanted cut. Taking a look back to him, I comment, "That can't be comfortable now." As I jumped close to the main building, he connected, destroying the throne. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Nami smiling as everyone else is in shock. She has seen me during my demonstration of haki and knows I can dodge it easily. I actually relaxed a little, losing some of my killing interest. Using Arlong's rage, I jumped level by level. Having him destroy the main building of Arlong Park slowly is fitting. When I get to the top, I feel Arlong doesn't want me to go in a hole he accidentally made, so I go inside. Nobody knows this about me except Red. One of my natural gifts I was given from birth, Mimic Enhanced, is the ability to hear or feel inanimate objects' voices along with living. I guess objects because of the memories placed on it during creating it, or emotions people have around or using that object. That is the best way I can describe it. Mimic has been vague on why or how it works. Back home there was a place so warm and safe, like a hug from someone you love. My brothers and I created and lived there for a long while. This is the opposite. I instantly feel it upon entering. So vile as Arlong comes in talking to me about this being where Nami drew her charts. I am just about to wipe it out when I feel something that doesn't belong, but I can't find it. Too small a voice to many bad ones. One voice in hundreds of despair and pain, but it felt important. I opened myself up, feeling everything. The crying nights, the sore and raw fingers on the desk drawing, the hunger of no food for over a week, just water. I am about to explode. Not yet. A little more to find it. That one voice gets louder, Arlong almost through talking. Then I knew which stack of papers the voice was in. Snaking my hand through the stacks unnoticed, I started at the top, flicking my index finger over the sheets, going down till I found it. The only good voice in the whole place. Reaching out with my left hand, I grabbed the bed, pulling it through many stacks, throwing it out the wall we came through. While doing that, I knocked the papers above the one I wanted to the side, grabbing the one I wanted. While I retracted my arm, I kicked a drawing desk through the back wall. As Arlong is trying to catch charts, I put my target in my back pocket as he lost it completely, swinging his sword at me through charts. With not having to worry about damaging things, I let loose, allowing my rage to surface. I blocked his sword with my right arm, covered in haki so hard it shattered into pieces, going through the wall. I know it is on the side of the villagers, but as high up as we are, and the force of those pieces are going all the way to the forest. Arlong can feel my haki now as I grabbed his neck with my right hand, pulling him in my face. He looked worried as I grabbed his nose with my left hand, ripped it out and threw it aside as if it was nothing. Covering his face with blood coming out, I decided, time to bring this place down. I am worried. They went inside my old room a few moments ago and it got quiet. I have wanted to burn that place to the ground many times. The only thing stopping me is the thought of what Arlong would do to my sister. Then my bed crashed through the front wall. Countless charts followed. My drafting table next out the back wall. Just then the wall next to us has some things fly through it way over our heads, going towards the forest. There is that icy feeling 10 times worse than before. I wonder if it is just me feeling it till I see some townspeople faint hearing. Oh shit. From Zoro and Sanji, followed by behind the wall people. Behind the wall, I see something break through the roof with a pink line following. Then it looks like a giant mouse swallowed by a snake, flowing up the line in reverse. Zoro, Sanji, and Jin get frantic. Now hustle, hustle people. I look up to see a foot in the sky bigger than most of the town's boats start to come down as it turns black. What the hell is a foot doing up there? Mijiko pulled me on the outside of the wall just as the ground shook. Dust and debris went everywhere. The wall took a heavy beating, cracking and giving way in places as debris fell in the surrounding field that went over the wall. As the noise finally calmed down, the icy chill got stronger. Luffy, I ran into the war zone as Zoro, Jin, and the brothers stopped everyone else, including Sanji. I go over the rubble till I find Luffy standing over Arlong. He isn't moving. His body mangled worse than Kuro's body was. Nose missing, all his legs and arms looked like only an octopus fishman should bend, which can't be good. I look at Luffy, fists clenched, asking, is he dead? In a cold voice I would never think he had in him. Not yet. I am in shock. It isn't Luffy. Not my Luffy. I ask, what are you going to do to him? In that same tone that makes me want to throw up or hide under my bed, I hear, he doesn't deserve to live. I am in shock. No, not my Luffy. I want my Luffy. I told him, don't kill him. You aren't an executioner. He never turned around as he replied, I can be. Maybe that is what this world needs. Before he can think, I answer, you are wrong. I thought that also. But you go down that path making exceptions, little by little you die inside. When Buggy told me to light the fuse, I almost let it burn out. I think back and probably would have if I hadn't talked with you earlier, getting to know you. After all, another dead pirate, I thought. I have been slowly losing myself. Thanks to you, I see how wrong I was. You gave me hope for a better way. To not take the easy path and give in. You inspired the town, protecting them without them asking. Not asking for payment, leaving treasure behind to make their life better. I know you don't want to be a hero. I won't call you one, but you give hope, not death. Don't become the Reaper. For a minute I am not sure he heard me, then the icy chill goes away slowly. Just as he turns to me, we hear clapping behind me. Looking over, we see Nezumi and his marines as the rest of the town approaches behind them. I must say you put on a hell of a show. However, if you don't want your face all over the wanted posters, you will keep quiet and let me get the credit for his capture. Oh, and before you ask, we did leave Nami's treasure alone. I am not suicidal while you are here. I think we are about to fight, but Luffy just asks, and how are you going to stop us? You know you are no match for us. Nezumi with a smug face simply said, I have a transponder snailed to headquarters in the forest. If I don't return shortly, they will. Without even being noticed, missing Luffy was back. A big snail in front of him sounded. Luffy answered in a chipper voice, Susan, I thought you worked weekends. What changed? I am in shock along with everyone else. Zoro, for some reason. Luffy, is that you? Hazel said you called the other day to speak to the big guy. But I didn't believe it. You were supposed to be on your way to becoming a pirate after all. Anyway, to answer your question, Hazel is getting married today. Luffy answers back as I am in shock. Good for her. That guy from Requisitions, I suppose. Susan responded back. You know it anyway. Vice Admiral Garp just picked it up. Later, don't forget us. The voice changed as Nezumi goes even paler. And Zoro is barely able to contain himself from laughing. You little brat. Do you know what kind of trouble and disgrace you caused us? We are supposed to get rid of our own corruption. Not of you made a spectacle of it for everyone to see. You hear me, brat? Luffy casually answered. Sure, Gramps, I hear you. However, if that is the case, you are really going to hate me after this. I go pale. He is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Holy shit. We simply here. Don't tell me. You found some more corruption, didn't you? Luffy smiled that beautiful smile, then replied, Captain Nezumi of Branch 16 taking bribes from Arlong, possibly more under his command. I would investigate the whole base to find out who is involved before it goes public. Also, he probably has records of who he bribed higher up the chain of command to cover it all up. It is quiet for a while before we hear in a dark tone, is anyone else present to hear this conversation? I smile when Luffy replies, yes, the town and his marines. There is a lot of garbled sounds along with cussing barely detectable, as the mic must have been covered up before we hear clearly. Have the magistrate lock up Nezumi and tell them I am sending my best auditors there. If any of them run, I will make sure they go straight to impel down. Otherwise, their punishment will only be as severe as their crime. The non-corrupt Marines will not be punished. Is that clear? The Marines shout. As for you, Luffy, I regret I couldn't make a Marine out of you. You would be a fine officer, but after Sabo, I understand. It will take possibly a week to put together my team to get there, and a few more days to sort this out. If you are anywhere around, I will personally give you my fist of love. Am I clear? As I am in shock. Is he telling Luffy to leave before then? As Luffy answered in a relaxed, joking tone. Shishishi. Sure, Gramps. Before he finishes, he says one more thing to Luffy. I am cutting all communication till we get there. I don't want any more lies or deception from Nezumi. My men will sort all this out. By the way, you wouldn't know anything about a big-time pirate turned in unconscious by the restaurant Barady, would you? I don't know anything, I promise. Luffy tells Garp before Garp gives a simple, fine then. As the Marines back away from Nezumi, Genzo walks over, grabbing him as he is pale and lifeless. The Marines present start doing their job, arresting the Arlong pirates that they are pulling ruble off of. As everybody started cheering, I rushed Luffy. Running up, I jumped into him, his arms outstretched. I cling onto him for dear life. He stroked my back as I hear in a calming tone as I cry tears of joy, now still in shock. It will be all right now, Nami, but I have a few things I need to take care of cleaning up. I gripped him tighter, not wanting to let go, as I heard in a whisper, I promise I will come see you tonight. There are things I want to tell you. Can you get your shoulder looked at by the doctor? I nodded, still not letting go. I asked, you promise? He quickly answered, yes. In fact, keep my hat till then so you know I am serious. Also, we will be here a few days wrapping everything up. This relaxed me greatly as I released my hold, allowing Nijiko to take me away. Luffy quickly disappeared as they carried Zoro on a stretcher along with everyone else going back to town. I hear the townspeople talk about everyone having a celebration to be free. A lone bandaged octopus fishman wakes in a cave on the other side of the island near the water. What hit me? He asked. Another figure near the entrance back towards him answers in a dull tone. You were barely conscious when Arlong Park was obliterated. After that you were knocked out. Hatchin moves away against the wall. Nowhere to run. What are you going to do to me? Are the rest of them dead? In a scared tone the fishman asked before hearing the answer. They are alive. The Marines arrested them. As far as you, nothing. You are free to go. Hatchin looked extremely confused as he asked, why didn't you kill us all after what we did to Nami? And why am I here? Without turning around, Luffy answered, you were the only fishman I could tell with Haki reading your thoughts who regretted what you did, so I brought you here. As far as not killing everyone, you can thank Nami. She didn't want me to become the executioner. I was about become killing everybody I feel is evil. Luffy gets up off the rock, slowly walking towards the cave entrance, saying, second chances are extremely rare in this world. Nami gets hers, and because of her helping me you will get one. Though she doesn't know it right now, if she asks I will tell her. Pray she doesn't ask, or mellows before she sees you again. Because after I get through training her. Luffy stopped and looked at Hatchin and in a cold, unfeeling tone said, she will be able to give someone as strong as Arlong a run for his money all by herself. The party is at full strength. People are laughing and eating. The crew is drinking and eating. Usopp is telling his tale of how he beat Chu. Jin is even giving a small smile beside Zoro, who is drinking and living it up. All the villages that got together to participate. Johnny comes up to Usopp as he just finished telling how he beat Chu for the 7th time, asking, hey Usopp, I was wondering what Luffy wrote on that paper he gave you. Usopp blinked then responded, I forgot to even look at it, to tell the truth. He said to look at it if I question what he knows. I suppose it would not hurt to read it now. Pulling out and unfolding the paper, Usopp finds it is blank. Usopp said as he looked at Johnny and asked, what does that mean? Johnny shrugged his shoulders, saying, beats me, you will have to ask Luffy for that one. Knowing him, he had a reason. Usopp shrugged and put away the paper. At the bonfire, Sanji is flirting with all the single ladies, cooking special dishes to entice them, showing off his culinary talents. Nijiko comes over to the main fire to ask Zoro something. Zoro, have you seen Luffy? Zoro responded, Not since Arlong Park, but I would not worry. I am sure he will show up sooner or later. I think the ordeal shook him up a bit more than he wanted to admit. Give him some time. As Nijiko gets ready to leave, Sanji comes up to her saying, "Have you seen Nami? I want to make sure she is okay. I cooked some dishes specifically for her to celebrate her freedom." Nijiko gritting her teeth and answered, "This has been a very trying day. She is resting at home." Sanji looked towards the orchard and said, "Maybe I should take her some." "No," Nijiko yelled at him, then continued, "That is our home and my sister is resting. If you bother her, so help me, one of our saviors or not, I will make you sing soprano for a week. Understand?" A few people are looking at Sanji as he goes back to the cooking and talking to other people. As Nijiko gets a plate piled high heading towards her orchard, Jin leaned close to Zoro and asked, trying to keep a bored tone, "Strike two, I take it." Zoro just answered, "Yep." Jin then asked, "Is he that full of himself, or just that oblivious?" Zoro takes another swig of his sake then answers, "Haven't figured that out yet. Good thing the captain is forgiving, for now." Jin asked, "For now?" Zoro answered with a smile, "Nami and Luffy haven't told us yet, so either they haven't decided they are a couple or they want to keep it quiet. Personally, I can't wait to see the look on Sanji's face when it comes to light. I am sitting in my room. The doctor told me he would see me tomorrow to check my shoulder. I never thought I would ever get to this point. I thought I would die with the old one on my arm. All of a sudden I hear a knock on my door. I rushed to the door knowing Nijiko would not knock, and she would keep Sanji away as she promised me. Opening the door, I saw Luffy looking nervous as he asked, "Can I come in?" I am blushing as I tell him, "Please, I have been waiting for you to get here." As he entered, he asked another question. "Why aren't you at the party?" I gave a slight smile as his eyes darted to his hat still on my head and back to my face as I answered, "I could ask you the same thing, but you asked first, so I will answer. I was waiting for you, because you wanted to tell me something." "Want to sit down?" Luffy looked kinda nervous as he replied, "I didn't feel like partying, and personally I don't want the praise right now. Thank you for the offer to sit." As he sat down, I spoke up as I sat across from him. "I know what you mean. I am ecstatic that everyone is free, but I feel like we dodged a bullet there." When his shoulders slumped more, I tried to lighten the mood. "It is all thanks to you." Luffy seems to get more sad as he speaks. "You may not think so highly of me after I open up, but before I do I want to give you something." Leaning up, he reached into his back pocket, pulling out a folded up piece of paper, handing it to me. As I take it in my hands, I open it to find the drawing I did for Bellemere. Instantly my hands began to shake. Arlong had this hidden and I did not know where. I hold it like I was holding a note for all the money I have collected to date as I ask in a shaky voice, Where did you get this?" Luffy looked down saying, "I found it in the room with all the charts." I look right at him for any sign of a lie. When I saw none, I told him, "That's impossible. There are thousands of charts. You couldn't have found it when you didn't even know it was there." As I place it on the table off to the side a few seats over, he tells me, "It has to do with one of the things I have to tell you about myself." As his eyes darted up then back down, Luffy said, "It was the only good thing in that whole room. The only thing I didn't want to destroy." I waited patiently for him to begin as he started. "I don't know what you will think of me after I tell you this. I have never told a living soul, not Shanks, Gramps, my brothers, or even my master Red." I immediately told him, "If it bothers you this much, don't tell me." Though inside I think, would not knowing drive a wedge between us? Always wondering. Luffy looked straight at me with determination. "No, that isn't an option. If I am to have anything more personal with you than I currently have, I must tell you. Wow, now I am seriously curious." Luffy spoke, looking down again. "When I was 8, I didn't just eat the gum fruit. I also ate another fruit. I don't know if it was a devil fruit or something different." My eyes went wide as he continued. "I got extremely sick. I didn't feel better until I was thrown into the ocean. I felt like a war was inside me. Apparently, when I almost died in the ocean by the Sea King, the two fruits decided to stop fighting." He looked up at me as I nodded for him to continue. "When I fell asleep, I met them. In my mind, an awakening of a sort. The first is Mimic. I didn't find out what she did until recently. The second is Gum. They told me about where I was and how having an awakening would unlock a lot of my natural gifts from birth. They didn't tell me what they were, but when they came about, they would bring me into my mind to train." Luffy relaxed a little, smiling, thinking about them. As I trained, my skills improved faster because Mimic took me into my mind for additional training twice a week. The big thing is every time I was there, I would get a week's worth of training non-stop, no sleep needed. He gave a big smile. Red could never figure out how I improved so much. Basically, I got well over 4 or 5 years of training because of not needing sleep during my mind training. Shishishi. So she thought it was a year. It was good to see him happy till he simmered down and continued. "Red will probably want to kill me for that. Anyway, that is one of the reasons I was so strong starting at 8 years old 9 years ago. I can't help but think, holy shit, he has been training for roughly up to a possible 27 years or more because no sleep in mine. Luckily, he continued, not noticing my shock. During that time I developed Haki. Though I am self-taught, Mimic and Gum helped some but said I had to find out new stuff on my own. Ugh, Red helped me refine it a lot. I am starting to dislike how fond of this Red girl he is. Luffy then got serious again. I learned I also have something called the voice of all things. Basically every living and non-living thing has a voice it transmits. Not like Haki, more like a guidebook to a person's inner self, who they are inside. For people. For items, I think it is either what someone intended while creating it or intended while using it. He looked off to the side at the map I drew of the island before continuing. It was the only good thing in that room. To find it I had to listen hard. I felt every bit of the pain and suffering you imprinted in that room all the years you were there. Every ounce on the paper, desk, floor, and bed. That's why I almost went mad. My eyes went wide again as I placed my hands on his to help him. After calming down he looked away, continuing. I don't try to use Haki all the time because, well, when you get good at it as I am, it shows almost everything like mind reading. I stiffen up. Oh shit, he has been reading my thoughts. Then why didn't he calm down? He noticed me pulling my hands away, pulling his hands a little backwards but still on the table as he continued. I try to only use it in combat. However, you had a lot of thoughts go through your head on Alvida's ship and on Morgan's base, along with running away from it. Growing up I realized people were pulling away, treating me like a freak around where I grew up. So I learned to say I had a gut feeling and kept it vague. People relaxed, didn't shut me out, so I made it my thing. I saved a lot of lives that way. That's kinda how I met Red. But that is a story for another time. He looked up at me, his eyes almost pleading as I said, that's why you made that deal with me. Because you knew I needed it to save my village and sister, but you had enough in savings so it wasn't important to you. I was important to my dreams and needs. I see him simply nod as I continue. You could have taken advantage of me but you didn't. After thinking of something I asked, when did you know Arlong was going to betray me? He looked down, taking a deep breath before answering. In truth, not until I was here and Nezumi showed up. However, I suspected back when we were going to Berady and saw your skills. From what I knew of Arlong, he would never let you leave. When you told me the whole story, I knew he gave you the hope as a child to keep you from shutting down with depression. As we sat in silence for a long time, he said in a whisper, I had decided no matter if you wanted to stay on my ship or not, I would make sure you would be free back when you were running for your boat leaving Morgan's marine base. I look on in shock. That long. And he didn't say anything. Not abusing what he could do. Could I be that strong in his place? Would I abuse it? Who am I kidding? If he hadn't set me straight, I would be abusing the hell out of it. I cleared my throat and reached over the table and grabbed his hand, telling him, I can live with that. You don't abuse it and I can accept being with you even if you have an advantage over me. I wasn't expecting him to still be sad after that. At least he didn't pull his hand away as he spoke. That isn't the biggest thing. The biggest thing I only found out recently is what Mimic can do. I can't believe it. Not the biggest thing. He spoke up. Remember when I got that rash? Well, Mimic does this. He holds his left hand up, elbow on the table, while I still have his right. Then his hand detached, floating over to the counter, picked up the dish towel and brought it back, placing it in front of me. As I locked eyes with him, he saw my shocked face. I briefly let go of his hand. All of a sudden, the floating hand snapped back, attached to him, and I saw him grimace in pain as it snapped back together. I grabbed his hand, not wanting him to pull away. I couldn't take that. I could tell that small action meant the world to him as he continued. Any fruit, person, or ability I come in contact with, a place in my mind copies that ability. I can train the ability in my mind, but the concentration I can only practice out here. And it is not easy. I gripped both hands tightly. Wow, I don't know what to say. This is incredible. With time you will be super strong. Why is this a problem? If you could make enough connections, people kill for this level of power. Luffy yelled at me. I am in shock, not because he yelled at me, but what he said before he continued softly. I wanted to tell my brothers I was determined. I argued with Mimic about it. Gum told me she had her reasons. I wish I had listened. I squeezed his hand gently, then rubbed my finger over the back of the hand as he started back. The night before I was going to tell them, Mimic didn't tell me what she was going to do. She had me share her memories of her last vessel she inhabited. Instead of the hallway, I awaken his memories. She was only there for a few weeks, only really active for one. However, in that short time, if a person remembers the past, she sees the memories, and she gets to take them apart. If I am riding a horse, I have to pay attention to where I am going, direct it, and pay attention to the horse. As a passenger, she gets to pay close attention to the scenery and what is going on around the person. He never achieved a full awakening like I did with the fight between her and Gumhead causing to come about. That means no warning or talking, just a feeling as to the right approach. During the story, she omitted the parts showing her power, muffled the words that described it, or the words that commented on what the power really did. Looking back, I should have figured it out, but I was just 9 at the time. I wanted to blank it out, forget it happened. Luffy covered his face with his hands. I ran around the table, sliding a chair next to him, and held him. Then he started telling me, I am playing in the woods with another boy. We both lived on a small island on the Grand Line. It was too small to actually generate a magnetic field strong enough because a big island was actually inside of ours. We were best friends, almost brothers. His name was Philip. The time jumps around a lot growing up and later. All in all, it felt like a lifetime of growing up. Not a week as usual for my visits. Eating dinner, school, festivals, even courting two sisters on a double date. Me and Sally worked out, Molly and Philip did not, but they remained friends. My father was a shipwright for the village and I accepted his call. Philip wanted to be a law officer in the town. Later on, Sally accepted my proposal for marriage. She had beautiful blue long straight hair and green eyes. She helped the doctors care for the sick. Her sister helped the town police become good with a musket and swords. Along with Philip, they helped protect the town. As time went on, Sally and I had a girl named Nikito. Her sister Molly treated Nikito almost like her own child. Things were happy. Then one day when Nikito was 6, there was a sailor who washed up on shore. The doctor treated him and he stabilized. 4 days later he died. Unfortunately, he was contagious and Sally got sick along with 10 others who died before they got a cure to the virus. Without Sally's income, things were tight for a year. When the Marines decided to make a huge recruitment drive for all villagers because of pirates, I volunteered to support my daughter, who Molly took care of since she rented a room of her own with us. Philip also joined and eventually became second in command on the battleship. I became a non-combatant repair operator on the same ship. Half a year later, after a bad storm, we landed on an island to gather food and get wood for repairs. I found a bush with one fruit on it. I ate it after working hard and hungry. I was disappointed when there were no more fruit because it tasted good. I told Philip at dinner before I went to bed. A week later, we ran into the Admiral's fleet to assist repairs on the way for shore leave back at home. I brushed into an officer and got a rash on my arm. Next thing, I was talking to Philip about this ability I could do. It freaked me out that I could now hurt someone. Then the next day I got a different rash on my hand, and I developed something different talking to Philip again. He told me to keep quiet about it. 2 days later we reached the big island nearby and our ship broke away, except the Admiral wanted to see Philip's home, so he came with our ship. When we got there, I saw my daughter showing her gifts, so we ate and we went to bed. Philip put the Admiral up for the night. The next morning I was dragged out of bed in chains, taken to the square and put in stocks. Philip was there with the Admiral. The rest of the fleet came and occupied the town. The people who resisted were locked up, beaten, stabbed, or shot. I found weird shackles on my legs. The Marines kept bringing boxes off the ship. I was questioned all day about the fruit by the Admiral as more ships and boxes arrived. During the night, Molly tried to free Najiko and some other people in the jail. She failed and was shot for treason in front of me and the people she tried to save. Nami, as the Admiral did it, he said if I told them what the fruit looked like, they would only give her imprisonment. I couldn't remember, it was wiped from both of our minds. Luffy said tears rolled down his face. In the morning, 3 more ships arrived with boxes of all shapes and sizes. A post was also driven in the ground 40 feet in front of me. Someone got a ladder and put a set of shackles near the top 10 feet off the ground. As they piled wood and boards all around the bottom, I got scared. 50 grotesque start 50. The Admiral brought Nikito out himself, walking up the wood, and handcuffed her in the shackles. I began to beg, plead, anything, but I couldn't tell them what I didn't know. After removing the ladder, her feet barely touched the wood as she screamed for help. Then they brought the townspeople out, putting them at the far end of the square. Philip came forward and stood before me and spoke. You could have saved everyone so much trouble. All you have to do is tell us you still can. Last chance. When I said nothing, he continued in a voice to the whole crowd. If anyone tries to interfere, they will be shot. Then the Admiral lit the wood. As it slowly caught fire, I screamed and cried. I could hear the townspeople, my daughter, everyone. Some tried to run forward and stop the fire getting shot. Some fell to their knees. Others cursed me to hell. I watched as my last part of Sally left in existence was being taken from me. She tried to pull her body up away from the flames, straining to hold herself up, but the wood was too much and the fire too big. It caught up to her as her arms gave out. I cried and screamed myself raw as my daughter slowly burned. Luffy was shaking and crying like crazy. I held him for the longest time. In a whisper, I don't think he knows what I hear, he said. I still remember the smell she made after all these years. My heart sank as I rocked him. 50 grotesque and 50. When he slowly calmed down, he spoke again a little more firmly. After she died, they shot all the townspeople. Philip came up to me and spoke. You really don't know, do you? They were never going to live anyway. The Elder Stars have heard of the powers your fruit gives people before. When I described what you told me to them, they told me what to do after that. They want that power at all costs. The Admiral opened one of the countless crates around, showing a bunch of mixed fruits. We have every different fruit we can find here. When you die, we bet it will reaper in one of these. And regardless of what happens, I have been promised a devil fruit in a high-ranking position of an admiral for my loyalty. Goodbye, brother. He then shot me in the head. The part I only found out recently is that the fruit I ate will only bloom on that one island hidden away, always changing location, but they don't know that. He just looked at me and asked, is it right to love anyone with that possible future hanging over them? Luffy just cried in my arms, soaking my shirt with his tears. As I looked at him, I couldn't help but think. I had the possible future of my sister in the town on my shoulders if I screwed up. He is carrying the possible future of everyone he loves now or will love in the future if he screwed up. Can I love and be with him knowing? Of course, but how to get him to believe and accept my choice? Then I gave a big smile and lifted his chin up to look me in the face. In a warm voice I tell him, you accepted me knowing all of me. I know I can do the same. And I know of a secret way couples who love and accept one another can show their love and relieve stress in their lives. Want to know? As he nodded yes, I took his hand leading to the bedroom saying, I want to show you how much I love you. As we were walking into the bedroom he asked, you mean more cuddling? In a seductive voice I answer, no, something better. I see Najiko outside the doctor's office. This should be fun. I smiled at Najiko, teasing her. So you have fun keeping Sanji at bay here in town? Najiko looked cocky, answering, you owe me big time for keeping lover boy at bay. I hear him, Johnny, and Yosaku found some girls to have a good time with in town. Want me to find Sanji for you? I get up to her ear and whisper, you do, and I will tell everyone Luffy had to clean up the mess you made. As Najiko goes pale I continue, I wouldn't in a million years, but the look on your face was worth saying it. Relax, Luffy is okay with you knowing he just wondered what you want to do now. As she looked at me in shock she looked down saying, I am not sure what I want. I am still in shock about Arlong being gone. Even though I am not sure what I want to do, I will never tell anyone what I heard. I am just worried about what you could be getting into. I replied before she had time to think more. Well, talk to Luffy. I am sure he would let you come with us if you want to keep me safe. I would like that. I missed not having you near while I was gathering the money for the town. Anyway, I have to talk to the doctor about some medication and to recheck my shoulder. Before I entered I stopped her as she started walking away. Sis, thanks for stopping Sanji. Usually with people like Sanji I would string them along so I could get whatever I wanted from them. But now that I'm in a relationship with Luffy it doesn't feel right to string along someone in my crew, even someone like Sanji. I will put him straight and ease things between him and Luffy. I suggest you do the same. Najiko goes pale as she stares at me in shock saying, well, what do you mean? As she gulped I told Najiko, Sanji will treat you the same way he did with me after I became unavailable to him. Though he probably took my flirting to get all the food for free as me liking him, so I guess I partially deserve him chasing me so hard. Most men are so gullible, with Sanji especially. I didn't have to do more than wink at him to get everything for free. We both flirt without giving anything away and tease you for fun, me to rob men blind. I suppose I need to change a little. I will have to see how Luffy feels about how I tease others, as long as Luffy is the only person that touches the goods. Turning I walk into the doctor's office. I remember back to yesterday when talking to the doctor as he said, you really did a number on that shoulder with those nails. You were lucky that the young man didn't let you stab it with a knife. It could have done more internal damage. Luckily it is all cosmetic. I know you wanted to get rid of his tattoo, but I don't think with this damage I can't do that and have it look decent afterwards. I can however change it to something else. Do you have an idea of what you would like to change into, Nami? I told the doctor. I have been thinking for a couple of days now, just as a dream I can't have. However, now that it is possible, if I can, I would like it to look like this. Pulling out a drawing I showed it to the doctor and Najiko. It looked like a pinwheel pattern, longer on the top and bottom with 2 circles on the ends of the top and bottom. The top has an additional detail to look like a tangerine hanging on a limb. The bottom is the identical size circle, except it has a hat on it that looks like Luffy's, but same color as the rest and smaller, so at a glance someone might think it is another tangerine just sitting upright instead of a straw hat on top. Najiko smiled before she spoke. I like it. At a glance it could be mistaken for 2 tangerine, while having his mark clearly visible. Very clever and not too out there. I blushed hearing her praise. As I walked into the office, the doctor looked up from restocking his cabinet with many bottles. I asked him, Hi doc, I was wondering if I can buy some medication for my journey from you. The doctor looked at me warmly, answering, Sure thing, I will gladly give it to you, but we are low on bandages and antiseptics right now. I blushed with a smile on my face, pointed a little down, shifting from foot to foot, looking up at him. God, I hate asking this from him. I told him, well, it is actually not that kind of medicine I need. I kinda need some prevention medicine along with morning after pills. I say the last bit with a hitch and higher tone. The doctor just laughed, then got a bag and put some of the medication he was restocking away in the bag, then taking a pill out of another bottle and then putting the bottle and many other similar ones in the same bag. Afterwards he went to the sink getting a glass of water, handing me both, saying, that bag should last you 1.5 years before it goes bad. After a couple of weeks you can depend on the birth control to work. However, just to be certain, if I was you I would always take a morning after pill. These are the best on the market. Almost 98% guaranteed with both, I would say 100%. I take water and a big pill. As I stared at the pill in my hand, then his face, then the pill, he spoke. You look like it was going to take a crowbar to pry you off of him. And as strong as he is, I wouldn't want to try. Even though your shoulder needed to be looked at, he would probably move heaven and earth to keep you safe. Plus both of you were absent for the celebration. I think it is wonderful to see you happy after so long. I swallowed the pill while walking over to the examination center he indicated as I asked, how much I owe you. He actually laughed as he started to unwrap my shoulder to change the bandage, saying, ha ha ha, don't worry, it's free. I was the distributor of all the birth control methods for all the townspeople under Arlong's control. I got the best there was because a lot of people use sex to release stress, except you and your sister. Nobody wants kids to live under that tyrant. But now everyone is asking for fertility medicine. I predict in 9 months a huge population increase to all the free islands. Ha ha ha. Everyone brought their old medicine to me. I can't give it away before it goes bad. In fact, if your group stays a few more days, I bet a few kids will be from that cook and 2 sword-fighting brothers. As I looked at him in shock, he continued, a lot of women wanted to thank the people who saved us. Those 3 were more than willing to accept. Most were looking for their captain, Luffy, I think, but they couldn't find him. I just keep grinding my teeth as he keeps checking my shoulder. Nijiko walked up to me, Zoro, Jin, and Usopp. As we set Johnny's boat in the water to get the Going Merry to take to port, Nijiko spoke to me. Mind if I help you? I look at her saying, sure, no problem. As we were going to the Merry, Usopp asked me while pulling out the paper I gave him. Luffy, this paper you gave me, why was it blank? Shishishi. I was wondering if you would look at it. When did you, by the way? I asked as Usopp responded. At the party. Why do you ask? I smiled at him, noticing Nijiko watching me as I answered. I felt you might need some reassurance. That I trusted Nami, or I believe in you 3 to keep her safe when you found out about Arlong. You know something fiscal you can see and hold. I knew the simple fact I gave you something in itself would be enough without reading it, just that little bit of a push. As far as it being blank, well, as much as others can bolster your strength, true strength comes from within, not others. Never forget that. I watched as he folded the paper back up, putting it back in his pocket. When we boarded the Merry, Nijiko asked, do you guys mind me borrowing Luffy to show me around your ship? Plus I want to talk to him in private about my sister. Please. Zoro took the lead, speaking up. We can handle it. Go ahead. As we finished the tour, we walked into my cabin and I sat down on my bed. Nijiko sat in a chair at my desk looking at me as I asked, so what are you going to do? You are in charge here. Even if you weren't Nami's sister, I would not threaten or harm you. Also, you know what is at risk, so no need to rub that point in. If I had been more careful, we might not be having this conversation at all. Know that I won't try to change Nami's mind whatever she decides. Nijiko busted out laughing as she spoke. Ha ha ha. Like anyone could control her. Then she thought of rubbing her chin as she continued. Actually, she might listen if you tried, but I know you won't because it would hurt her and put her in more danger. No, I actually believe you are seriously giving me a choice. Or are you just using haki to manipulate me, knowing my choices? I shake my head as I answer. I don't like using it outside of combat or against hostile people, so no, I am not reading you. In fact, if it wasn't for habit when I go to bed, or Mimic berating me when she visited, I would have missed you entirely. Nijiko asked me a question. If I come with you, can you make me strong enough to protect her? I was hoping she would ask that as I answered. I won't promise you a definite yes. However, I will do everything in my power to make you strong enough to protect everyone, especially Nami. You may even save me someday. I am not invincible. Nijiko smiled as she spoke next. Good enough, no guarantees in this world anyway, right? Except death and taxes. And as a pirate, no taxes, so only one guarantee in this world. Though personally, I believe your best is as good as a sure thing. I have a few things to put in order before tomorrow then, Captain. So what room is mine? Author in notes, lemons and limes. To readers, no, I will not put all lemons or limes that happen in my story. Some dessert is good, but for me you need meat and potatoes also. Lol, there will be more in the upcoming chapters, but Nami and Luffy will probably be going at it like rabbits, so I will not include all of their activities. After all, by boat it will take a month or so to reach Logtown after Nami heals. That is a lot of sexual interaction. I have decided I should do like another Arthur I like and create a story just as a collection of behind-the-scene lemons for my stories. Not all the time, but some. The farther along the stories get, the more advanced and frequent the lemons will also be, with more powers to practice in the bedroom, as women can use a lot of ways to distract him, making him practice his focus. Though, that said, I hope everyone enjoyed it. Mimic, if you think of her like any intelligent living creature she wants to live, that means protecting Luffy above all. Good thing she thinks of him as an adopted son. Also, as the world has been changing, the odds of her finding another worthy host near her island is almost non-existent unless something changes the general concept of the world. Mimic holds a grudge and hates the Elder Stars. Luckily, with being in Luffy's body, she has seen not all Marines are evil. Some are just good people working for a corrupt leader where most of the population is. So she doesn't want to kill all of them. Also, she has had a bloodthirsty murderer as a past host and doesn't want to repeat. If someone is killed, I think she can accept it for the right reason. However, it could lead Luffy to becoming a mass murderer, and that scares her. I hope this clears up why in my story Luffy, while using Haki Income's power, is okay. Using mimics is unacceptable. Yes, he will start to train in private, and in future he will use it occasionally, when nobody is supposed to be watching. As we are pulling into port, Nijiko comes up to me looking a little nervous as she clears her throat. Captain, I know I am new, but can I make a request not just for me but Nami also? This has got me curious. For one, in the little time I have known her, she comes off as the opposite of shy. Second, something for both of them. Nijiko, my crew are like family, especially you and Nami. Ask away, I answered as Nijiko relaxed, asking me. The Tangerine Farm was our mother's and mine while Nami was treasure hunting. I can get some villagers to take care of it, but can we make a place on the upper deck for some to carry with us? Before I could answer yes, she continued. It would keep Belmere close while providing us with valuable vitamin C. I smiled as I answered in a warm voice. I already would have said yes the moment you said it was your mother's. We will get to work immediately. Just tell us what the trees require and oversee the transport. Personally, I don't want to take any chances on us making a mistake with precious cargo. For a second, I think she might hug me as she wiped her eyes. As she stood straighter, she answered with resolve. Aye, Captain. I smiled as she rushed off to find Usopp. Most of the day was spent preparing the ship along with supplies and transportation of the trees. Nijiko oversaw all of it, and surprisingly Nami was missing. I suppose it was because of saying goodbye to her mother at her grave, leaving her home, putting it all to rest. Sanji was very enthusiastic in the preparation for Nami. The party started back up and the men looked at me, thinking we have 6 more days. 1 more will be okay. I look at the crew addressing them. Okay, 1 more, you earned it. Also, we may not get another party for a while. As everyone cheered, Johnny and Yosaku walked up. Looking at them, I asked, so is this where we say goodbye now that your ship is back in the water? Or are you going to stay and see us off tomorrow? They look at one another as Johnny spoke up. Actually, neither, if you will let us join your crew, that is. We started bounty hunting to protect not only our village but others as well. Watching you and how you handle yourself well, we decided the place we can do the most good is with you. I smiled at them as I asked, got a dream? Yosaku was the first to speak. We decided to become the world's greatest sword-fighting duo. I simply answer, welcome aboard. With the party starting, I see Nami talking with Sanji off to the side. Nami takes Sanji to the side as he smiles and tries flirting. So you want to pull me aside already? Can't wait till we are at sea. Nami visibly shudders, but not for the reason Sanji thinks. Nami cleared her throat addressing Sanji. Sanji, I want to apologize concerning we are going to be crew members. Sanji looks confused as Nami continues. I have spent my whole life deceiving men to get what I want, giving nothing back. I never felt I could truly be myself or feel safe with them. If someone knew me, who I was, the lies I told, I knew they would leave or kill me. Some have tried. I isolated myself to protect me and my sister, only the 2 of us. Sanji looks about to interrupt Nami. Luffy got in, not because of his looks or wit, but because he accepted me and gave me his love freely, knowing everything even before I told him. I know you are going to say you can also. However, for the first time I have someone in my life I value as much as my sister. I feel safe, warm, loved, and whole again. I hope you can understand how much that means to me and how I will never give it up. Him or my sister. For a long while nothing was spoken before Sanji cleared the air. He means that much to you already. Nami only nodded as he continued. Does he feel the same? Nami blushing answered, yes. Sanji looked down but smiled as he looked back up, addressing her again. I still only know one way to treat a lady, so I will continue to dote on you. He better treat you properly, otherwise I will steal you away. But I will try to hold back on flirting and not pry. In truth, you could do far worse. He is strong and kind. A rare combination in this world. Also a little intimidating when mad. Nami smiled before she spoke back a little nervously. That might work in our favor. As Sanji looks confused, Nami continued. After Luffy opened up to me last night, we are both scared that if we openly show affection in public, and some other things get out, it will put a target on me as his girl. Sanji looks upset as he crosses his arms. Sure he did. Nami gets mad in his face, poking his chest, almost yelling. He has his secrets like everyone. I am sure you probably have something in your past too. Sanji gets nervous for some reason as she continues. It makes mine look minor and would paint a target on the people close to him. Neither of us want that, so I will keep quiet about our relationship. Sanji recovered from his shock, standing up for himself in a stern voice. So you know his secrets? Nami looks nervous, backing up a little as she answers. Yes, I believe he will tell everyone in time. He is just scared. He thinks he has to carry everything alone. Also, it is not my story to tell. I won't betray his trust. Sanji looked shocked for a while before relaxing and spoke in his chipper voice. If you trust him, I will too, and I will wait till he is ready to tell us his secrets. Besides, I still owe him for saving the Barady and taking me to the Grand Line, and I like how he helps people. Nami came over and gave Sanji a hug, telling him, "Thank you, I would hate to lose your cooking." Sanji laughed at that. I am now shaking hands with Genzo as he addressed me. You know, I definitely believe you are a pirate rather than a hero now. I believe he is joking by his tone breaking through as I give him a puzzled look before he continues. You are stealing away the two best treasures this island has. Good thing you are a good pirate according to Nami and Nijiko. I give a smile as I see Nami walking out of an alley with Sanji. Nami spotted me blushing before she talked with the merchant we saw earlier. I catch glances of her looking at me and giving death glares at other young women looking my way, driving them off with just a look. Genzo gave me a pat on the back as he told me something. I haven't seen her smile that big since Belmere was alive. That is more than enough to convince me you are good for her. Just keep her safe, please. As he walks over giving Nami a hug, whispering in her ear, she tears up hugging him, looking at me. As the party continues, I enjoy the food and festivities, trying to sing. Everyone is happy. Nijiko ends up much later coming up to me whispering, Nami wants you to come over tonight for snuggling. She said she is too sore for anything else. She was snickering as she left. With the ship loaded, it getting late, and our new precious cargo safe, I leave to find Nami. At Nami's house after knocking and Nami calling me into the bedroom on the way, I found a lot of chests in the house. I find Nami in a t-shirt and underwear lying on her bed. As I take off my clothes getting into bed, she cuddles up to me as she gets comfortable. She spoke. I want my last night here with you. Let Belmere know I got through it intact. She loved us so much. I hope she knows we are safe. I am sad Nijiko and I are leaving, but I believe she is better coming with us also. Rubbing her back, I tell Nami, it is simple to Nijiko, like Belmere family is what truly matters, you and her together. Nami snuggled closer to my chest as her pillow. We are at the dock with everyone present except Nami. Nijiko just walked up the ramp with a marine breech-loaded long-range rifle on her back. I walked up to the upper deck railing, calling out down to the main deck. Where did you get the rifle, Nijiko? She looked up answering, I found it before Arlong raided the village. Wrapping it up and hid it in the foundation. I wanted to keep it to remember our mother, it were hers. I will have to get Usopp to teach me to shoot though. As the time draws near, Usopp at the wheel, Nijiko coming up to the back rail telling me, it is time, Captain. The whole town present, I tell my crew. Set sail, time to go. Everyone gets busy, the ropes and tied sails unfurl. We start moving slowly. The whole crowd who was looking around searching for someone now staring at us as Nami appeared at the hill behind them. Before they noticed, Nami darted into the crowd, weaving not in a straight line. People exclaimed as they got a glimpse of her. Frantically looking now, we passed the edge of the dock. Nami broke through the front of the crowd in a straight line like a blur. She got to the edge, kicking off a dock post, and jumped to the deck, landing on the rail before stepping onto the upper deck. Turning around, she pulled her shirt out, letting over 24 wallets fall to the ground, laughing. As people are outraged yelling now, I asked, you sure they will get over you doing that? Nami smiled her warmest smile as she answered, I took a page out of your book and left all the bully I have collected to save them in my home, while telling Genzo that it was to distribute evenly with the townspeople. After all, I stole it for them anyway. This is spending money till our next haul. As she waves back, I tell her, good thing I have over 22 million bully stashed away from Krieg's treasure to divide out, and I believe you would make a great treasurer to handle finances with me, if you are willing to take on the additional responsibility, that is. Nami gave a shocked look with bully signs in her eyes, answering quickly, yes please, Shishishi. We will discuss the distribution over lunch, and because it is our first distribution of treasure, I am sure there will be questions. Also, we will discuss a training schedule for everyone. Okay everyone, I want to make some things clear. We may not always agree, but I am captain. I will listen and consider what is brought to me, but in the end responsibility and decisions will come to me. As far as treasure goes, unless there is something particular you want, it will be divided with 20% of the stash for maintaining the ship, food, drinks, repair equipment, needed cooking equipment, and other necessities. 15% the captain, and the rest everyone on the crew. Except because I don't want the hassle and Nami is so good with money, I asked her to be the treasurer, so because of 2 positions she will get counted as 2 shares. Usopp poked his chest out asking, do artists and snipers count as 2 positions? Nami actually growled at him before answering for me. Not unless you want to deal with everyone coming to you asking for this and that on a regular basis. And the hassle of keeping this ship financially afloat, it doesn't. With a death glare and a come and get it look to everyone present promising pain. Nijiko was about to burst out laughing. At the same time, Sanji hit Usopp on the head. Jin spoke next surprisingly. That is more than I got working for Krieg. He was very stingy. Addressing everyone again, I continued. Because we have now formed, I will divide the money from Krieg of 22 million bully. Everyone's mouth drops at that as I casually pressed on. 4.4 million to upkeep, 3.3 for me, 3,177,777 for Nami, and 1,588,888 for everyone else. As everyone is in shock, I tell them the condition on finders. If an item of interest comes up from the treasure, Nami will deduct its value from your share. Also, alcohol is on you. Getting a round from everyone, except special occasions. Hearing everyone cheered, I noticed a smile on Jin's face. I walked up to him as Nami talked to Nijiko and everyone conversed, asking, "You okay?" He smiled and answered, nodding to the rest of the crew. This is what it should be like. A family. Krieg talked about sharing, but if people didn't hide their personal property or not report new items, they never got anything like you just gave them. You aren't in it for the treasure, are you? As he looked at me, I answered, smiling. Nope, just to be the pirate king and free. Nijiko came up to me looking nervous with Nami by her side to ask a question. Captain, I don't deserve a share yet. I didn't join till yesterday morning, long after Krieg was defeated. I will wait till next time. Looking at Nami rolling her eyes, I interject. Too late, already decided and delivered. Should have expected as much before joining. No take back, no return policy, you stuck with it. As she is blinking there, dumbstruck. But, what? Shaking her head to clear the confusion away. I placed my hands on her shoulders, talking directly to her as Nami was snickering. Nijiko, you are family or nakama now. Besides, you will need supplies, clothes, and equipment for fighting on the Grand Line. Everyone will. From the stories Gramps told me, the weather will change dramatically daily from glacier cold to desert dry. Plus, a gun may not be your primary weapon of choice. We need to find your strengths and weaknesses to know what to equip properly. Okay. Nami wrapped her arm around her and with sass in her voice, told you. As Sanji places food on the table, we all dig in. Laughing was heard all around. I noticed Sanji flirting, but I felt it more relaxed, not the tension like before with Nami. As dessert came around, I get their attention, wanting to clear the air about something. As some may have guessed, Nami and I are together. To my surprise, Sanji doesn't seem surprised, along with everyone else. Break her heart, I break you. Nijiko interjected as Sanji added, I will help her. Everyone laughs and carries on as Zoro continues the merriment. With what army? More laughter followed. Okay, haha, very funny. But seriously, in towns we don't want the Navy finding out. So, I said as Nami finished, I will act as if he is just my captain I am very fond of, not a boyfriend. Turning to me, she looked worried as she asked, if I started flirting with people or other pirates, will it bother you, Luffy? Even nervous, I answer as I hear the fear in her voice. I hope you won't share with them like you do me. If they take without permission. I let it hang, looking angry as Nami jumped up, then grabbed me, giving me a hug, then a kiss with tongue. Never for me letting them share what we share. And without permission, well, an overprotective captain should take action anyway. Right? Hopefully you won't kill them, but I won't hate you afterwards if you did. Giving me a wink. My heart sang at this, feeling better watching Zoro smirking. Nijiko is laughing behind her hand. I continue with the other topic. Training will begin at 2. I will explain things then for everyone. There will be general haki development, then personally and individual training. On the lower deck, the crew gathered. I walked over the crowd before speaking. As I have explained to some, haki is not easy to learn, but in advanced stages it can be devastating. Even the simplest forms of haki observation in itself is difficult for an opponent to overcome. The intent to harm. Your thoughts are not only broadcast throughout your body but around you without body language. With development and listening, a person can hear any thought, unless blocked, not transmitted, or a person commits an action without thinking, called a Zen state. We only have 2 months before the Grand Line, and while the other forms are very effective in battle, one takes longer to learn armament. The other must be born with and is even harder to learn to control conquers. While everyone is letting this sink in, I pick up some blindfolds and a sticks like a long reed. Passing them out, I paired them up. Nami with Nijiko, Usopp with Jin, Johnny with Yasaku, and Zoro with Usopp. I explained the rules. For 30 minutes 5 times a week in the morning, one person will try to hit the blindfolded person, then switch who has the blindfold. You are to think where you want to hit a few seconds, plan your move, then strike. It will be a different place each time. As the blindfold person, you can dodge if you believe you are about to be hit. Actually, it is encouraged to do so. Johnny and Yasaku will always be paired. You need to learn to read your partner, especially working as one fighting unit. Nami and Nijiko will also be partners, so Sanji will hopefully not attack somebody for hitting you. Hey, Sanji exclaimed, then grumbling, I am getting better, feeling insulted as I continue. The others will alternate partners every day, so you will not get used to their patterns. With everybody beginning, I supervise, watching as they go about their assignment, making sure people do not either hit too hard or too slow. As they switched, I watched again, not expecting much. Nami dodging a few times when Nijiko was up, when noticing the wind shifting, I suppose. After the appropriate time, I tell some of their individual assignments. Johnny and Yasaku will fight Zoro together. Coordinate attacks with just ether, simple gesturing, no words at all. After 44 minutes we will switch to Zoro's special work. For your part, Zoro, right now focus on defense, little offense. As they get busy I turn to Nami. We will get on a dinghy and practice as before after I work Usopp. After 45 minutes we will break. Listen to the sea. Only if you defend my treasure. Nami smirked. It took me a while to understand as most of the people watching laughed at me till suddenly I turned very red. Usopp, I want to work on your aim, I announced as Usopp looked puzzled. Then speaking up in defense. What is wrong with my aim? I motioned for him to follow me as we went to the upper deck, getting near the back. I put him on the starboard side, handing him a pouch of lead pellets. While I am going to the port side, as I tell him, face me and shoot through my fingers, holding my left hand in a no. He easily shoots through it with my right, catching the shot as I added conditions. Now spin one full time and shoot again faster. After 5 times alternate directions for next 5, then switch again. As he does it 3 more times. Without a problem I continue to add complications. Now before you spin, close your eyes and keep them closed until after the shot. This time when he opened his eyes my hand was stretched 4 feet out to my right off the back of the ship holding the pellet. Haha, oops, he commented as I smiled, giving him the news while slowly putting the pellet into a red bag instead of the blue one. After you only miss 3 out of your whole bag you will start doing 2 rotations. Then after you can do that I start moving it 2 inches in any random direction while you spin to work your observation through your skills, similar to how I combine Nami. Good luck. After 45 minutes, we break, going back to Zoro and the brothers, Zoro looking fine while they look winded, telling them. After a 45-minute break for them to get your strength back we will start Zoro's training. Watching them nod, I got Nami and we practiced as before. She hit me a few times, feeling either the shift of weight of the boat or the wind shifting around me. I returned after Nami's training with a gym bag from below to arrested Johnny, Yasaku, and Zoro as Zoro asked, "Okay, how are you going to train me when you don't know swords?" A smirk at his boldness as I addressed the issue. Simply put, your problem I can see is you rely too much on strength. Not to say your form is not great, but you could do more and conserve energy better with more redirected momentum. So, I struck several pressure points along his torso as I told him what I did. For the next hour or so, every time you try to use over 35% of your overall strength you will feel great pain. At his shocked expression I continued, your lucky red had hit 3 more, bringing me down between 10 to 15% strength depending on how hard she hit the points. Plus incapacitating pain instead of just agonizing pain with the extra 3 points. Okay, you two go easy one at a time, don't tire yourselves out. His strength is muted but his endurance is still high, so take turns, he needs to work on redirected energy. Stop in 45 minutes. Later, as Zoro screams in anger as I walk off, I also hear, too much force, not enough redirection. I grabbed Sanji, telling him he was next, as he protested. I wanted to see him struggle. Let me watch, it's fun. Please. As I dragged him along, Nami and Nichiko were snickering at him. I set the bag down, addressing him directly. This will be a joint practice. I will keep Haki on my arms and legs the whole 45 minutes for endurance while you attack me. However, you for your workout will be wearing these. As I hand him the sturdy sagging gym bag, he takes it. When I let the handle go it almost hit the ground, but he caught it. Opening up he sees a pile of plates, leggings with a lot of pockets and straps, and shoes with metal plates on top, padding underneath. Looking around me shocked, he comments, "I can't kick well with all this weight on me. It will slow me down and wear me out. Where did you find it anyway?" I smiled, commenting back, "I had a similar pair back in my training from Red, except it went all over my body. Plus I had to maintain Haki on myself and the outfit at all times, otherwise I would get hit with her Haki-covered blows. And I thought Gramps was a tough teacher. Shishishi. Anyway, yesterday morning I met a lovely young lady, a tailor's daughter, who volunteered to make it for free after I told her what I wanted and who it was for. I didn't even have to give her your measurements. She said she already has them memorized and she will make sure to add extra room in the crotch area to accommodate for you." Sanji looks shocked, then he gets a glazed over look. Jennifer, shaking his head to clear it. I smiled, watching him put it on along with attaching the plated armor. When he had them on completely, I informed him of my plans. Today will just be a warm-up, tomorrow we will get heavier into sparring. I know you and Zoro are developing tension and any powerful people will, so neither can belittle the other. I plan on training you at the same time. My Gramps and Red also believe in tough love and training, so I won't go easy. As he finished stretching, trying a few kicks to get used to the weight, he told me in a cocky voice, "In a week or so I will get used to this weight, then you will get it." Shishishi. Oh Sanji, don't worry, I have 2 more sets of thicker plates for when these get light. And the pockets are for adding weight from the previous plates. By the time we get to Logtown I will get heavier to make sure it never feels too light for you. By the end of my training, Red had me working for 4 hours straight with enough weight to equal 400 pounds while also hitting pressure points. You'll be fine, I tell him while getting into a fighting stance, covering my arms in a little Haki. Begin. Sanji had a hard time keeping up with me during our fight. I assume it was because of the weight on his legs. However, he was grateful for the padding and plates protecting his legs. Otherwise, hitting my haki-covered arms and legs would hurt a lot. Now it is Jin's turn, with Sanji going to prepare for supper as I tell Nezuko, I want to work with you after supper and talk before to get a feel for your skills because I haven't watched you fight before. Nezuko nodded and asked Sanji a question. Can I help with dinner? Sanji looks like he won the lottery as he answers. Sure, Nezuko Swan. I see Nezuko shake her head as she follows him down the stairs as he is straining to carry his new bag. Jin looks at me skeptically as we go to the rear deck behind the trees. We space off as he questioned, so what training you got for me? Something like Zoro. I smiled while answering him. No, you are okay with that. Your true strength comes from speed, timing, and centrifugal motion. The most important thing you have to contend with is your timing. On the Grand Line, people will either go faster than what you are used to, interrupting the attack, slow down to make you miss, or just power through because of a devil fruit or haki. So I have decided to train you on misdirection and alteration. We will fight for 45 minutes during which you will go all out. After you commit to your attack, I will anticipate your point of impact without observation haki. I will only code a 2 inches radius from the impact point. You have to redirect the location or make a second attack to land at the same time as the first. I can defend but not use haki on more than one location. Don't worry, I don't intend to cripple. Jin actually gets a manic smile much like Nami with Billy as we begin. As Nezuko is cutting some vegetables while Sanji is preparing a large pot, she spoke. My sister wanted me to clear the air a bit so you won't get the wrong idea like you did her. As Sanji looks over concerned as she continued. I like flirting like our mother did because she liked to keep people off balance. However, other than Nami, I haven't let anyone ever get close to me, and that will not change for a while. Old habits and such. Sanji looks red-faced as he asks a question on his mind. So you and Nami are that kind of close? Nezuko, blushing, answered quickly. No, we are not that kind of close, or have not gone there. She's the only person I kept close to my heart, the only person I let myself love in any way possible. It is just difficult for both of us make ourselves vulnerable because Arlong would use it to torture or control us. It is a miracle Luffy even gotten at all. I am still shocked sometimes thinking about it. I just don't want you to get the wrong idea thinking I am hitting on you. It may take years for me to open like Nami to another man like that. Nezuko was blushing, thinking about not only something she recently saw but wanted to feel up close and personal as she can't help but think, what could Luffy do to me with that thing? Sanji makes one final statement, seeing her blushing face. I will try to tone it down, but I can't cut it out completely. I will not push you so much and give you time to accept me. Nezuko thought only about the only one word from that entire last statement that she processed, lost in her own world. Push. Luffy pushing. Hard. With a dreamy look, lost in thought, she goes back to cutting. I am sitting on the front, leaning on the front rail, just me and Nezuko as I ask. I know you have the rifle and Usopp can train you in ranged weapons, but what is your go-to move when pushed? Nezuko looks out to the oncoming waves as she answers. Growing up, I got into fist fights a lot when the other kids picked on Nami. After Belimmer died, they really got on Nami's case. She never heard of it, but Chenzo had to help keep me out of jail a few times, as bad as I beat them up, even some adults. I would also use small knives to cut the tangerine off the tree because Arlong wouldn't let us use any bladed tools bigger than a knife, thinking of them as weapons. I guess that doesn't help, knives aren't very dangerous. As she looked down, I tried to cheer her up. I wouldn't say that. Red rarely used weapons, and when we met she could crush me. Hell, even 8 months into training she still beat me without even a staff, club, knife, or her claws. Of course, she was training since 4 years old, and her father broke through her block in armament at age 8. And she is probably tough enough to challenge Gramps or Garp the Fist in his prime, so I can understand not needing a weapon. As Nezuko looks at me in utter shock, I continue. I can't train you in fighting like she taught me because until I am tested by another Grandmaster, I will dishonor my master and cause her to hunt me. Giving my own little shiver. However, I think I can use a combination of boxing and show you knife strikes. Also, we can get you some strong knives with heavy hand guards so you can use them like brass knuckles to hit things, stab, or slash. You will have to learn to get in close though. Without warning, Nezuko moved within 8 inches of me, arms drowning and like a boxer crouched. A second later, she is even closer under my guard, right hand at her hip, ready for a massive uppercut, breathing heavily on my chest, looking up with a look of a starving wolf. At my shocked face, she asked, very cocky, like this, backing up a step. Shishishi. Okay. Got any knives? She bent down and I backed up another step when she pulled 1/6 and blade out her boot and an identical one behind her back, getting into a reverse grip on both. I coat my arms in haki as I tell her, there is a cloth punching bag in my cabin, we can practice later for power and breathing. Right now, show me what you got. She charged me. We are relaxing on the front deck. Nami, Nezuko, and I are sunbathing on our first rest day. Others take their day off in their own way. I think Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku are fishing as Nijiko asked. Is this how you and Red trained? I laughed as I answered. Not by a long shot. I am not trying to cram several years of training in 1 year and possibly make you hate me if I can help it. Which she actually thought I was going to do to her after the hell she put me through. Before I left, she was actually shocked when I hugged her, telling her I will miss her and wish she could come. Nami and Nijiko both snickering at that as we see a newspaper bird overhead that we flagged down. Nami and I both buy a copy and open them, feeling something fall out of mine. I pick it up, as Nami turns to the insert, reading them as I called to everyone. Hey guys, we made the wanted posters. The others show up. Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku have all got fishing poles. Sanji takes my stack as Nami and Nijiko are looking intently. Nami looked up asking me, Monkey D. Luffy, Aka the Straw Hat Bandit, associated with the Red Devil. Shishishi. Funny thing that. I answer as everyone looking at me. Now I continue. I met Red with me robbing from the rich nobles before she trained me getting seen. Nami asked immediately, you had no money, what happened to what you stole? Shishishi. It wasn't money, I should say we stole. It was food. I informed them as they looked confused. I continue. The people who lived off the trash and debris from Goa Kingdom often go hungry with their whole families. I had been raiding for years. Red found me and started helping me raid cupboards. Sanji laughing asked, Kehoha, and that made you a wanted criminal? I looked at him and answered with a smirk. It happens when you steal 2 weeks worth of food from each family of about 12 noble families, one being the king in one night. Usually we only hit 7 families a week, though one time Red and I made a contest of it. Nami burst out laughing first while others looked shocked. Then Nijiko laughed, followed by everyone else. After everyone calmed down, Nami made a statement. One day I hope to meet this Red. Sanji was the next to comment. Interesting, you have Luffy for 35 million, Jin for 13 million, and Red, who is not even on the crew, just said short red hair on short-masked women for 5 million. Usopp yelled frantically next, hey look, I am in it. Looking at the picture of me talking on the snail to Gramps with a big smile in the background, you see Usopp's shoulder and part of his nose but not his face. Makino is laughing with some of the townspeople, the mayor, and the mountain bandits while serving drinks. A wanted poster of Luffy on the wall behind her. Mayor Boodle and another man are playing chess in front of a recently repaired store as a dog sits on a bed under the table as another townsfolk runs up showing him Luffy's picture as Boodle then laughs. At the kitchen table eating sandwiches, we see Kaya sitting in sports attire like she just came back from a run, looking winded, with a short muscular girl in similar attire breathing steadily. The new girl has short flaming red hair and a smile on her face looking at the wanted poster Kaya just showed her. Kaya, for her credit, is pointing to a shoulder and nose in the background. In the kitchen, Zeph is actually cooking again with a smile on his face, a poster behind him of Luffy and one beside it of Jin. A few townspeople, including Genzo, are coming in to eat lunch, for today is a day to tend the orchard as Molly is serving lunch. A new person comes in bringing the wanted poster after everyone cheered, passing it around. The picture of Luffy is hung on the wall beside a picture of Belimmer, Nijiko, and Nami. The placement of the poster is beside Nami's. It has been a while. I just finished overseeing today's extra long training. Zoro and Sanji have improved a good bit as far as regular skills go. Haki is still giving people difficulty. I suppose a life or death struggle is required to break through. Usopp and Nami are very close to open up observation. Sometimes they would dodge, just not consistently. Johnny and Yosaku work like a well-oiled machine with just a glance. Usopp can jump while spinning, eyes closed, land, then fire, eyes still closed, and hit if I don't move my hand. If I move occasionally, he will redirect properly. He is so very close to unlocking observation. Jin has got the timing right even if I switch up my attack pattern, and am also able to redirect his attack after committing to it. If pushed, he might unlock armament, but as strong as he is, it will be difficult to give him a challenge hard enough in a real-world environment. Nami can hit me without question, jumping on the ship now, even downwind somehow. Not the wind whispering my location, but actually feeling it, but just for me. When I try to sneak up or am just walking on deck, she feels my presence also, unless I suppress my presence. She is very close now. If I can only figure out how to unlock her observation haki for everyone on a constant basis. She also can almost detect other people's moves. She is just too unsure to act on the feeling. The most troubling feeling I have is for Nijiko. Even though her attacks and movements are very swift now, I still feel something is off. Maybe it is just a worry for Nami, because I know Nijiko has promised to protect her, but something feels like it isn't enough. I will try tonight. We are out of time for subtlety. I have taped up my hands and go to knock on Luffy's door for practice on the back. A few weeks ago he said it was going to make me stronger by cutting loose on it. He even hinted at breathing and control. Maybe I can learn haki. Like as if. As time passed, I have been working on the hard cloth bag for over 20 minutes, getting into a rhythm. Luffy holding it, talking to me about my forms and egging me on. I got agitated as I hit hard, telling him, you have been having me practice boxing on the bag for the last week after seeing how I was progressing. Just hitting and breathing. When are you going to teach me armament? I can't help but think, I will give you from my core. Again with the core. Push it in. Is he trying to piss me off or get me excited? I think as he continued. Luffy remarks in a dull, careless tone very uncharacteristic of him. What the hell? I think he had to go there. My tension builds as I continue to throw punches. Where is he going with this? I can't help but think as I feel my tension mounting. Much worse. Much worse. My mother is dead, you fucking asshole. I have to know how he can think like that though. Even if I feel I know I will regret it, I ask, how could it have been worse? Please tell me. Letting all my anger hit the bag, pushing the bag harder against him. Don't go there. Don't you fucking dare. Feeling my anger swell to unimaginable levels. There is no fucking way that can be good thing. No, you can't be leading towards. Feeling like my whole body is a pot on the stove, lid dancing around, barely holding together. Then before I can stop him in that same neutral tone that sounds dead inside. Fuck, how dare he. I walked around the bag, pulling my hands close, reading to punch his lights out as he walked around, just standing there. I still feel like that pot boiling over as I yelled, how dare you talk about my sister that way? I thought you loved her, but hearing you talk about her so cold, you are nothing but scum. We were wrong about you. In a voice not to be ignored, he commanded, look at your hands. For a second I want to ignore him, not listening, but I look at his eyes full of pain and I can't stand that sad face that in itself confuses me, so I look. My knuckles, wrappings, and up to my elbows are black. What the hell? Then they turn normal. I stare in shock as I try to bring that feeling back, but it is gone and I feel like I have been punching for many hours, not only a half hour. In the same stern voice, but now with sadness mixed in, Luffy says, look at the bag. Pointing at the hard cloth bag that now has a fist-size hole with a pile of sand on the floor, the bag almost empty, above the hole still pouring out. I am very confused as I look back up at Luffy. Looking at me with pain all over his face, he spoke to me. You don't know how much that hurt me to say those things. Every word was like acid burning down my throat. I won't always be able to be close on the grand line to protect Nami or you. I had to get you stronger. Maybe because of that feeling I get like the hairs on the back of my neck saying I won't be there when you need me to be, or maybe my love for the both of you scared that one or both of you will be taken from me. I just couldn't wait for something to happen. Gum told me there are two good ways to unlock armament. One was to get a person so emotionally charged that they were way past the point of sanity, then directed at a target. I will forever regret what I put you through. I pray one day you would forgive me, Luffy said while looking down. I look at Luffy, watching and feeling the pain almost roll off of him. What two ways? Why didn't he use the second one? Bringing up the question, I ask him. You said 2 ways. What was the other method? Praying the way he used it was better. His shudders and the shocked face he gave as he looked away was almost answer enough as he spoke to me. Placing you in a life or death struggle where you are alone. Only yourself to rely on to save you. Forcing you to dig deep within yourself. That method, like this one, is not definitely guaranteed to work even if you survive. Most people are severely wounded or maimed trying this. If not on the first try, provided you live, eventually after several failures you would figure it out. That option for success was never on the table in my book. Looking at him, he sits on the floor, continuing. I know I shouldn't be biased, but you and Nami are somehow more important to me. Losing either of you would crush me more than the others. I can't figure out why though. And Mimic won't say. Usually she helps me understand these weird feelings, helping me grow up more. I stared at him and almost laughed inside. Nami and I have figured out something and are talking with Luffy and each other in private with the insight on Gum and Mimic. Gum is stunting his emotional growth, but eventually because of Mimic he will mature. I believe Mimic likes having him stay innocent for a while longer. Not that from what I have heard through the walls and watched that first night between them says he is by far mature enough for a woman's needs. However, he doesn't understand the emotional connection he has developed with Nami. But what about me? Am I in his heart like that too? I wish that he did love me like Nami though. I looked at him as I almost broke down and confessed my own tear forming, but I whipped it away as I asked, will it be that hard to unlock in the future? Luffy looked up immediately, gaining some color back as he answers. No, once the lock is broken it stays open. However, it will still give you trouble to find just the right feeling inside to trigger for it. I am sure you tried already, but the reason it might not have come out at present could be because you have depleted your reserve capacity right now. Actually, you might be using the right thought process to trigger armament properly. Haki is like any muscle, and you have never actually used it before. It can and will run out of strength if you are not careful, like finishing a glass of water when you're thirsty. No matter how much you tip the glass up afterwards, unless you refill it, nothing can come out once it is empty. Or more appropriately, like squeezing a tangerine, try hard enough you might get a drop or two more even if you think it is empty. After finishing his teaching lesson, Luffy got depressed again. Not wanting to leave him that way, I give him a stern face, staring at him, and ask my question almost as a command. What did I ask you when I first talked with you here? He looked confused for a second, then I told him. I asked if you can make me strong enough to protect my sister. And what did you answer? Watching him slump a little but now having more energy in his answer. I would do everything in my power to try, but no guarantee. As he was shaking his head about to argue further, I got on my knees in front, giving him as big a hug as I tell him. Thank you, Captain. You are trying to keep us safe and doing what you promised. I may not like how it happened, but I love the results. I forgive you and I love you too. After a long hug, he pulled back with a very confused face like Nami. I immediately was blushing like crazy. Yes, definitely. I think as I answered differently. Not quite that level. Very strong though, definitely love like Nami, just not intimate touching and feeling like Nami. Got it. Please don't be using haki right now. Nami will kill me if she knows what I want. I think as he shows me he either wasn't using haki or has a poker face I don't ever want to play against, as he calmly hugged back then got up. As he goes to clean the sand, I get ready to leave, running up and giving him another final hug, not wanting to leave but knowing if I don't I will say something to really get me in trouble with Nami. As I break moving towards the door, he tells me, "Don't think you're off the hook." I froze as I wonder, does he know I want him? Before he continued, after Logtown we begin endurance training for your haki and getting your control on, bringing it out to be more fluid. I instantly relaxed as I answer quickly before running out. Aye, Captain. Lemon skipped. Chapter number 15. I make to leave quietly, not wanting to get caught, desperately needing Luffy to relieve me. My luck must be almost gone by now when I froze hearing a noise. Shit. I look back thinking this is it. She is going to open her eyes and see me. Then she starts crying. I have never seen her cry except when we lost our mother. Always a strong face in front of her little sister, keeping our family together. She curled up away from the door facing the wall and cried. The only word I hear in a whisper. I want to hold her like she does me. Every fiber in my soul screamed to take her pain away. Hold her, comfort her, let her cry into my arms, but I know if I showed myself now it would crush her. For her to have the little girl that always looks to her as the rock holding us together to end up seeing her like this in shambles, she couldn't take that. I sneaked out as she sobbed, closing the door quietly, going to Luffy's door. I opened it, entering inside, closing it behind me as I reached my limit for holding it all in. I started crying as Luffy sat up asking. I ran to him, sinking into his embrace. As I cried, he rubbed my back as we lay down. I don't know what to do. How do I fix it? How do I make this better? I can't go to her right now, but maybe I can later. But what to tell her? Should I tell Nichiko I saw and heard some of it but left right after her orgasm, right before she broke down? Maybe. She did watch Luffy and me giving her a fair show, only fair, right? After all, she can't get mad at me peeking and hearing what she said, right? Luffy asked as I sobbed, answering him. Nothing you can do. But can you just hold me like Nichiko does when I am sad? She is busy right now. With him holding me, I felt better. Then I started to think. Maybe there is something he can do. Pulling back to look at him. I wonder. Bottomless stamina, overwhelming love, trustworthy, prioritizes others' needs, but will he be willing to do it? He does divide his time amongst the crew fairly. Can he spread his love evenly with lovers also to keep two women satisfied? Also, bigger problem, how to make sure he doesn't go after every girl he meets afterwards. Watching me staring at him, he asked, "What did I do? Is Nichiko okay? Did I upset her? I thought I heard some strange sounds coming from there earlier. I just didn't want to pry. I really shook her up, unlocking armament a little while ago. Do you think she hates me? Still same old Luffy, don't ever change." I think as I answer back. I am more than positive she doesn't hate you, but let us ladies talk in Logtown. I need to discuss something very important with her. After that we'll let you know how you can help. Feeling better, having made my decision, I cuddled into his chest. If all goes well, you will get your wish, Nichiko. Plus a whole lot more than you ever bargained for. I sure did. Smiling, I drift off to sleep, feeling much better. I walked up into the kitchen or dining area to find everyone there. As I started eating my portion, I turned to Zoro. I want to hide our sail with the crest on it. Smoker, the person in charge of the marine base, has made it his personal goal to capture pirates. We need some supplies, and I want to visit a few places. So we are going on what Red called a date. As everyone looks confused, I elaborate. Red thought it was good to go into town and evaluate in disguise. Just the two of us without anybody knowing. Walking around, scoping the place, that kind of thing. Because we were a man and a woman, she said we should call our investigation a date. As some were nodding, Nami looked at Nichiko and both gave faces that were questionable as I continued. Nami will be the coordinator in charge of the voyage. Zoro is ship captain, Sanji cook, and everyone else deck hands. I will have charted the voyage to come to this port, while docked at a discreet dock at the edge of town. I want Zoro to find his swords, Sanji to get food, Nami and Nichiko to do some shopping. For clothing and accessories they think we need material-wise. From what I have heard, the weather changes constantly on the Grand Line. Also with every island. I know Johnny and Yasaku probably want to scan the island, but I need someone to guard the boat. What better cover than 2 pirate hunters? Jin, in case they need backup, I want you on the boat. However, stay below deck and hidden. As we broke, I walked up to Usopp. Usopp, got a minute? Sure, Captain. Following me down to my quarters, I pulled out some money after closing the door. I want you to do me a favor. On the Grand Line, we will fight some powerful enemies. I am worried about Nami. As Usopp looked confused, he poked his chest out. Count on me, Captain. Captain Usopp will protect her. I laughed as I corrected him. You might have misunderstood me. Both of you are specialized in your own area of expertise. In time, I believe both of you will be powerful individuals. I want you to use your most valuable weapon, your brain. Looking confused at my statement, I continued. She and you, I am sure, will be very powerful. However, Nami needs a better weapon, one that meets her unique skill set. Also, you need to train your wits more to come up with more gadgets or strategies. I can't teach you how to develop your unique problem-solving skills. That will have to come from within. I can only nurture it. I liked how you handled Arlong's crew not only during the fight but before we got there with the pistol fiasco. You make do with what you have available, coming up with unique strategies to outwit your opponent. With Usopp puffing out his chest and high on confidence, I continued. Nami has a gift for weather, her cunning, sleight of hand, and is a skilled staff welder. I want you to make something to utilize all of that. She might surprise you with far more useful tricks than you think you put into it, given the right weapon and time to get familiar with it. That is. Also, let's keep it a secret till you're finished making it. I wanted a surprise for now. Usopp, rubbing his chin, nodded. Leave it to me, Captain. I won't let you down. I will create a weapon worthy of our navigator. I smiled as I patted his back, handing him the money. Just don't get caught up in all the hype. Okay, get plenty to break down or use outright. However, don't get something just because they say it is from the Grand Line. With a salute and his head in the air. Yes, sir. Nijiko, you got a minute? Sure, Nami, what is it? With a big smile on her face, Nami spoke. This is the first time we get to shop together in a big town, so let's make a day of it together. Just us girls. As Nijiko was smiling, everybody else went to carry out Luffy's orders. As a patrol ship approaches the Going Merry, a marine announced as he stared at them. We are a transport ship chartered to take someone here for possible business investment. As Zoro said that, Luffy walked onto the lower deck with a different look. His hair was slick against his head like Kuro. A white button-up shirt with a green vest-like sweater, khaki pants, leather shoes, a sporty-looking gym bag, and glasses like Kuro also wore. In a voice very snobbish, we heard from him. What is the holdup? I want to get this venture over with soon as possible and back to my port. As all his crew members look in shock, especially Nami the Marine looks nervous, quickly responding. Sorry, sir. We are looking for pirates. A lot visit this island. Straightening his glasses, Luffy looked at Nami. I chartered this ship to handle such things as pirates. You assured me this crew was strong. Nami, still in shock, answered as she recovered. They are, sir. You have nothing to worry about. Are we cleared to enter, Marine? With a wave to his hands, he indicated for our ship to pass. Luffy walks back inside as Nijiko turns to a stunned Nami. Did you know he could pull that off? Nami and the rest of the crew visibly shook their heads no. Nijiko continued talking to Nami, asking in a smug voice. I bet even though he looks like a pompous jerk, you want him to roleplay that sometime. As Nami slammed her open mouth shut, glaring at her laughing sister, she continued in a whisper. That attitude wouldn't be as alluring if we didn't know the real him, and it being an act. Nijiko laughed very loudly, turning some crew members' heads in their direction. As they arrived at the dock, a worker came up taking payment. As everyone gets ready to leave, Luffy walks up addressing the crew with that same smug voice. I expect my business will be taken care of before sundown. I want to set sail to avoid extra dock fees and renting a room. Tell your company to be ready to leave before then, Miss Nami. Without giving another look, he walked down the ramp and into town. Zoro walked up to Nami and addressed her worried face. Makes you wonder what kind of woman this Red is and what she might have wanted. On their date, that is. Luckily, she made it a game to act differently. Otherwise, I doubt he would pull it off. Good thing for you he was so dense when it came to a woman. Nami glared at Zoro as he was walking away laughing. And lucky for you he divided the bully earlier, otherwise I would charge you 300% on a loan for your new swords. Zoro stopped at the bottom, giving her a glare. You wouldn't. Try me. Please try me. Cross me when it comes to my two favorite things at your own risk. Zoro shook his head as he turned and continued. Nami turns and sees Nijiko with a worried face and giving a very nervous chuckle. Nami and Nijiko went to find a clothing store before walking in. Nami spoke up. Come on, Nijiko. Let's look at some lingerie and clothes before looking for your knives. Nijiko scoffed, shaking her head. You can keep your lingerie. It will stick out under my shirts. I don't like how uncomfortable it is, and I have nobody I want to impress. Nami keeps walking as the bell jingles above the door. Not even for Sanji's cooking. Nijiko just laughed as they were walking farther into the store and the bell jingled again. I could wear a burlap sack and make him start drooling. As they were laughing, they noticed a tall woman taking off a cloak. She has a metal club at her side. wearing a Western outfit, including a 10-gallon hat as she walks over to lingerie that is more like a full body coverage. Nami shrugged and continued, "Well, what about Zoro? I saw your face flustered when he fought the captain with his arms covered in haki. I have to admit that was an impressive demonstration of its usage in combat. Swords will not even cut him." Nijiko's face looks red as she faces back looking at a red pair of underwear. "It was very impressive, but no, Zoro only cares about getting stronger. I don't think I will ever find someone I can trust and love like you." Nijiko sounds depressed as she finishes that statement. Nami held up a pair of blue underwear. "If what I was seeing last night is anything to go off of, you might already have picked someone." Nijiko dropped the underwear she was holding, with a voice full of terror. Why you saw me? How much did you see?" Nami looked at her sister with a sad face. "I thought Luffy was in there. I got scared. When I opened the door I was ready to kill him, but not once did I want to hurt you." Nijiko was shocked, shaking even. "You must hate me. I will go back. It's not too late. You can leave me here." "I can." "No, it's okay, I am not mad. Really. Also I want you to come too, Nijiko. I truly do. I don't think I can handle us apart again." As Nijiko calmed down they noticed the woman had moved within earshot. Nijiko felt more relaxed but still on edge as Nami continued. "It's probably a good thing you feel that way. A good thing. You just caught me masturbating while thinking of your man. How is that good?" As the store clerk looks towards them along with the cowgirl, Nami gave an apologetic look to both women. "Sorry." Getting a lot quieter, she explained, "I trust you more than anyone, including the captain. I know you won't try to steal him, mainly because I know you don't want to hurt me. You saw him that night. How good he was. Well, he's gotten a lot better, and with his endurance and bouncing back I am scared." Nijiko looks shocked then gets a smug look counter. "Like he can wear you out. You are teasing me now. You're mean to your big sister. He never gets tired, and I mean never." Nami interrupted in a hushed whisper. "What? You have got to be kidding. I have heard you two going at it for hours. There is no way he could still be hard afterwards. It drives me crazy listening to your—" Nami interrupted again. "I am not. Look, he doesn't push when I have had enough. However, he is hard whenever we are nude. If I go to bed with him inside me I wake up equally filled. He told me when he gets stronger his endurance in that area will more than double. It takes a few days for me to recover after intense sex, but he is ready only after a few minutes now. Besides, the thought of you doing him got me horny watching you. You looked so beautiful. I now understand what Luffy meant by saying I am glowing after I orgasm, because I saw you glowing after yours." With Nijiko blushing up a storm, Nami pressed the advantage. "I am willing to share with you, maybe more if we can trust them. However, we must keep him from chasing after every skirt around." Nijiko, now looking smug, asked the critical question. "How are you going to do that?" Nami had a devilish grin on her face. "Simply put, we play to his innocence, which his mother figure is helping with, wanting him to stay a kid. For some crazy reason neither of us understand. Listen, I explained sex is an expression of your emotions of intimate love. If we can nurture that, maybe we can keep it contained to just us or a few trusted girls." Scratching her chin, Nijiko thought for a while. "That might work. During training I told him I loved him. Immediately he answers back extremely worried with, I told him yes, but without the touching and feeling. He didn't look hurt but smiled bigger and relaxed. If we can keep him focused on it only being okay to do that with people you love with your heart, it might work. Especially as close as we are, and him not looking at a girl as a piece of meat or treating a girl as a sex object. I seriously don't know how he doesn't. Every other male does." Nami smiled a lot bigger after hearing this new information. Then her smile faltered as she retorted, "Let me handle adding you in. It has taken you a month to get this close to his heart, and we don't want to mess things up now. I will have to find a good time. I don't think he will go for you if I don't approve or say it's okay." Nijiko actually chuckled a little. "You are right on that. At least there is hope for me. I fell for him hard, especially after learning his past. That story and his sexual prowess. He will become the strongest man in the world if nothing takes him out early. We will have to get stronger fast to watch each other's backs on the grand line. Luckily I just unlocked armament. With some training I might become a powerhouse matching up to Zoro, Jin, and Sanji. It may take a few months with his training and my usual skills. No way. Get out of here. You can do what the captain can do. I am jealous now. You are the first to achieve that." Nijiko's face fell as she answered, "Barely, but he said it will get easier. Something about a muscle you have never used. I wish we had some stronger crew members now. Other than Captain, we only have 3 main hitters till we get stronger. If he is not around, that is. That other crew that was wiped out from you guys had a few hundred men and 3 main players, all taken out by 1 man. Will we be strong enough? Even Captain is nervous. You have seen his worried face when he thinks we aren't looking, right?" Nami was nodding her head as she added her input. "Yes, I have. Before long more people will come after us with the waves the captain is causing. However, with his training we are growing extremely fast. Given enough time, everyone will be strong enough to handle things. After that comment, the woman nearby cleared her throat, walking up to the two women. I didn't mean to pry. However, I couldn't help but overhear you two wanting strong crew members. As Nami and Nijiko examined the beauty, they noticed she was well endowed. Her complexion was spotless, a real beautiful woman. Crossing her arms over her chest, Nami commented, "Really, we might be interested if you are strong. Why would you want to be on our crew?" Even under Nami's glare, the girl still smiled as she answered, "Well, I am very strong, however, it isn't just fighting. As far as a well-balanced group for the Grand Line, I am lacking. I didn't like how my crew treated me, so I left." With Nami and Nijiko looking skeptical, Nijiko asked, 1. How did they treat you to make you want to leave? 2. Why do you think you're strong enough for our group? Finally, why do you want to join us? Realizing she would have to put on her best performance ever to sell herself, especially given that she was doing so to two women, not men, Alvida began her tale. Growing up, I wasn't this attractive. Men treated me poorly, so I became very fiscally strong before I got my devil fruit. After eating my devil fruit, I changed into the beautiful woman before you, taking great strides, not to say her signature phrase, and giving herself away completely. I thought at first people would love the new me, and they did. For a time it was wonderful. Then I noticed they only cared about me for my looks. Nobody saw the person inside the body. Hearing you two talking about your captain, and him looking at the two of you as people, not objects, well, it piqued my interest. I want someone to see me for myself now. To her credit, she tried to give puppy dog eyes to the two ladies. Nami spoke up first, still aggressive in her tone. "So what is your devil fruit?" Noticing Nami's still aggressive posture, Alvida quickly decides to play up her fruit. "It is the slick fruit. No attack can hit me, grab me, or even touch me. Also, my skin is flawless. I can get around easily and smooth to the touch. Go ahead, try." Nijiko reached out to grab Alvida's arm. All she ended up doing was sliding off her arm. With a stern and concentrated face, Nijiko repeatedly tried poking Alvida's midriff. As Nami looked on impressed, Nijiko's finger actually turned black for a split second, as she gets one poke in before it turns normal and quickly slips off. Alvida was laughing, then stopped, looking on in shock. "How did you do that?" Nijiko smiled as she responded, "Something my captain is teaching me. I bet he can actually grab you if he wanted." Alvida actually looks on in complete shock at this. The slightest blushing face was not getting missed by Nami. "I think we will pass," Nami started before being interrupted. "Don't be so hasty, Nami. Let us girls talk for a minute, please." With Nami glaring at Nijiko, the girl walks back over to the rack she was at before the sisters begin talking quietly. "What are you thinking, sis? She wants Luffy, just like what we are trying to avoid. Why should they meet?" Nijiko answered in a quieter whisper that only the girl in question can barely hear if she was trained. Careful not to talk directly about Luffy's gifts, just in case. Captain needs to meet her, even if they shake hands and part ways and she leaves. Plus, her fruit may come in handy for Captain's crew to slip inside tight places. Nami looks confused. Then her eyes almost popped out of her head as she realized what Nijiko was thinking the fruit might be used for. Realizing Nijiko's choice of words possibly doubled meaning, she almost gasped. Nijiko talking a little louder so as to be easily overheard by just the cowgirl as she continued. "It isn't our place to decide anyway. Captain will know her true goals. If they are evil, he will deal with her accordingly. He will never accept someone with ill intentions in their heart into his bed. Of that I am sure." Having heard, the woman in question actually gulped in the background. Both sisters pretend not to notice. Besides, the captain would never do anything to upset you. If she wants him so badly, she will have to gain his heart first, then gain our approval. She said she wanted to be seen as a person. Right, it is a perfect opportunity for her to prove it. Trust me, besides her skin is super slick. You might even like it against you. And think of all the great food we can wrangle out of Sanji with another girl as eye candy. Nami snorted and almost busted out laughing. "Fine, you win. We will introduce them. Though I am now more worried about you, sis." "Me? What have I done?" Nijiko looks shocked as Nami continues more quietly. "Not even in his bed yet, and already trying to pull another girl into joining us. I would be offended if it was another man you wanted to add. But why so quick on this girl? Are you after her?" Nijiko, blushing extremely red, waving her hands between them, answered, "No, it's not that I saw his first time, and that was staggering. If he is increasing rapidly, as you say, and you want to keep him emotionally connected first, she needs to start getting in quickly. It will take time." With Nami trying to contain her laughter at the blushing girl, Nami, raising her voice to a general conversation, asked, "So what is your name? I can't call you cowgirl." The tall woman walked back over holding a full-body lingerie in her hands. "Call me Al for now. I want to make a new name for myself." Nami gave a questioning stare at the woman commenting on the name. "Your voice is familiar. I just can't place it. It's like something in my head is fighting your voice with the face I am trying to connect it to." If I close my eyes I can almost remember who you are, but something is completely throwing it out. All well, let's shop some more and grab your stuff. We can at least put it on the ship. Knowing our captain we might leave in a hurry. Smiling Al handing Nami the sheer lingerie, speaking back up. If you are looking to impress him I believe this will match your hair color nicely. Try it on and let us girls give our opinion. As Alvida winked at Nijiko, who was covering her mouth about to burst out laughing. Nami is doing a fish impersonation with her mouth opening and closing beet red. Zoro is walking up the street farther into town when he spotted a commotion. Walking up he sees 5 men harassing what appeared to be a woman from behind with a squad of Marines. As the pirates attack, the woman holds out her arm to stop the Marines from attacking, drowning her sword and attacking so fast the leading 3 drop their swords with cuts on their arms. Before the others can recover she disarms 2 more and kicks a third, knocking him into his 2 companions. With the man kicked clutching his gut being held up by the 2, she lunges in and stabbed them in the upper bicep of their sword arm. As the men collapsed clutching their wounds, the swordswoman announced to the men, "Take them to the brig. Let them keep their captain company." Watching the group leave she turned to leave. As she did she stumbled and tripped, falling down. Her glasses fell off. Watching her patting the ground looking for her glasses, Zoro bent down picking them up, addressing her. "You dropped this." As she looked up, Zoro in shock crushed her glass. The woman looked back and forth between her crushed glasses and Zoro. Getting up she exclaimed, putting her hand on her sword, "You are going to pay for that." Before she can draw her sword, Zoro exclaimed back, "It was an accident. I will pay, I promise, I have money." Still on edge she looked on, squinting. Pulling out a case from a side pants pocket she puts on a new pair of glasses. These had an attaching strap behind the back of the head, almost like goggles. Now looking at Zoro clearly she stated and asked her question, "I wear these when I get serious or break a pair. Why did you crush my glasses?" Zoro looks sheepish, then sagging his shoulders, answering her question. "Except the glasses, you look identical to my old master's daughter that died falling downstairs. I was just shocked and did not know my own strength. We were friends. Though we competed a lot, I never got the chance to beat her." The swordswoman was shocked, relaxing her posture. "I can understand. Sorry for your loss. So you are a swordsman?" Zoro scratches the back of his neck as he answers, "Yes, I am actually looking for some swords to replace some I broke. My name is Johnny." Thinking fast, knowing the name Zoro was probably already associated with Luffy's crew, but hopefully pictures weren't available yet. Holding out her hand she gave a smug face. 1,200 bully. Those were a nice pair of glasses from my captain, so I am going to try to get them fixed again. As compensation for the charge I will take you to a great sword shop I know. Zoro pulled out his billy, handing some over. When he finished counting it out she smiled. "That should do it. Follow me. I am Tashigi. Nice to meet you." A few minutes later they arrived at the store. Walking in, the old store clerk stopped what he was doing, addressing them. "Tashigi, your sword is ready for pickup. So showing off your new acquisition to this swordsman, or are you bringing me a customer?" Zoro looked at her confused as she was blushing, answering the question. "Both actually. He needs some good swords, and I was going to pick my new one up." The clerk, shaking his head, turns to Zoro, taking him, and he stopped on Zoro's sword, licking his lips. "So what are you looking for, young man?" Zoro, resting his right hand on his sword on his right hip, relaxed, looking around as he answered, "My swords keep breaking, so I need 2 high-quality ones that don't break. I have allotted 1,200,000 bully for it." As Tashiga's mouth dropped open, the clerk started talking. "For 2 swords of grade quality that won't be enough, but I could swing it if you trade me that sword you have on your side." Zoro's right hand that was resting casually before switching to gripping tightly. "That was my master's family sword, gifted to help make our shared dream come true for me because of her loss." The air in the store gets colder, and a gasp is heard from the back room. "You will have to pry it from my dead body first. Show me the bargain bin. Sometimes a person can find a quality sword there." With a shaky hand the clerk pointed towards a group of barrels with swords in it. As Zoro was walking over, Tashigi looked at his sword more closely. Gasping she exclaimed, "That is the legendary sword Wado Ikemanji. It is worth 10 million bully." "Don't care. It would have been hers. I will die before I dishonor her memory." Tashigi, seeing his resolve, smiled as she commented to both men, "I know how you feel. It sickens me to see something so special being used for evil by pirates. That is why I collect them, to prevent them from being used as such." Zoro kept looking at swords. To him, it didn't matter. A sword in a display case is a dishonor to its creation and creator, though he too hates it when they are used for evil. As he was looking, he stopped on one sword in particular. Drawing it from its sheathing presented a black-bladed katakana. Holding it up feels weird to him. Hearing gasping beside him, he looked over to the girl, thumbing through the same book as before. "It can't be. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, here it is. The legendary grade sword Sandai Kaitsu. It is worth 1 million bully by itself, but what is it doing in a scrap sword barrel?" Hearing a sigh from the front of the store, that man began to speak before a strong voice came from Zoro. "It's cursed. The clerk gave another sigh. I was trying to sell it to a sucker. Nobody wanted a cursed sword. After drowning it, blood must be spilled. Even pulling it out of the sheath to examine will grant a person a cut on their hand before putting it back. How could you tell, young man? Zoro just smiled before answering. I could feel it's a curse. However, I still want it. With everybody in shock, the clerk yelled, "It can't be tamed. Nobody can weld it safely. Don't you pesky newbie think for 1 minute you will be able to?" Zoro spoke in a voice full of authority. "Let's see which is stronger, my luck or its curse. It hasn't been fed blood properly in a long time, I can tell. I will give it a choice, my arm, or being welded by me only cutting when I say." Before the two onlookers can stop him, Zoro casually twirls the sword in the air, flipping end over end. Stepping forward under the blade, arm extended out perpendicular. As everyone staring in shock watched, it seems to hang in the air, time almost slowing down to a crawl. As it was falling miraculously, it passed his arm. The blade appeared to almost wrap around, less than inches from cutting before stabbing into the ground. As Zoro lets out a snort, the other two let out a breath they did not know they were holding. "Great, guess you choose me then. Welcome aboard, partner. Now I only need one more. Help me find another one here if you will." Both people looked on in shock, with how casual this swordsman was acting. Like flipping the sword over his arm was no different from flipping a coin to decide what is for dinner. "Come here, young man," the man exclaimed before running into the back. When he returned, he was carrying another sword. Laying it on the table in front of Zoro, he asked, "Will this sword work for you?" Zoro draws the sword, examining it after first sheathing the cursed blade without incident. "A fine sword indeed, has perfect balance." "How much?" Tashigi gasped, flipping through her book, exclaimed loudly. "That's the legendary skillful grade sword, Yubashiri. It is probably worth close to what Wado Ikemanji is." The old man looked on with a smile before telling Zoro his answer. "After seeing that, I will sell both to only you for the price of the discount swords from that barrel. 500 bully each. So 1,000 bully. How does that sound?" A loud scream is heard from the back. With an old lady running down the hall, she pooped through the door. "Shut up right now." The old man cut her off. The old man, after staring at his wife, turns to Zoro. "What I just saw was worth the loss. Only a person who can challenge destiny can do what he just did." "Well, I am waiting," Zoro said, smirking to the man. "Nobody's going to call me a swindler. 1,200,000. The old man smiled before countering, as it quickly became a haggle war between the two, except this time the person buying the blade was arguing for a higher price. 800,000, 600,000, 200,000, the old man exclaimed before another word was spoken. The whole time the two women's heads were bouncing back and forth. As both men were laughing, the old woman fainted. "What just happened?" Tashigi asked the pair. After calming down, the old man answered, "This man understands. A sword is not forged for a shelf but to be swung. With all my years, I have never felt more like two swords have gone to a more fitting man." Tashigi looked on in shock as bully was exchanged. As Zoro placed the new swords on his right hip beside his other one, Tashigi examined. "Yorura no Zoro." As she reached for her own sword, the clerk laughed louder than before. "You are mistaken, Missy. I have met Zoro. Much more intimidating and bulkier. However, I bet this man aspired to be like him before he became a pirate. Probably wants to challenge all the strongest people, even Zoro himself. Am I right, young man?" Zoro just nodded, relaxing after Tashigi seemed to calm down, having not seen an actual picture of Zoro before. The old man went into the back, and when he returned, he laid a sword on the counter. "Another sword cleaning and restoration for your collection, Miss Tashigi." As she pays him, Zoro asks Tashigi, "What is your dream, if you don't mind?" Smiling as she poked out her chest as she answered, "To save all the great swords from pirates, to protect them from ever being used for evil purposes in this world. That is the true reason I became a marine, to keep them from being used in a dishonorable way." Zoro snorted as she looked at her in anger. Zoro asked his next question. "So a marine won't use a sword without honor?" Looking shocked, Tashigi answered the question. "On extremely rare occasions will you ever find a marine to go against what the marines stand for?" With a snort, Zoro continues his questioning. "With that logic, couldn't there be rare occasions that pirates can go against the tide? What then? Would you take their swords also, even if they are doing good in this world?" After an extended amount of time of her mouth opening and closing, she recovered. "That logic is absolutely insane. There has and will never be a good pirate." Snatching the sword on the counter, she started to storm out. Right before leaving, calling over her shoulder, she announced, "Cause trouble or turn to the life of piracy. And I will take yours also. I will never allow them to be disgraced like that, but I will make sure you live." As she left, the old woman woke up hearing the bell. "You can try, but I doubt you will succeed." Zoro spoke those words quietly when the door finally closed. The old man shook his head as the old woman walked into the back room before he comments, "She doesn't know the value of a sword is not in its creation, but its functionality." Zoro shook his head also before he asked, "Are you really okay with the price?" The clerk just waves his hand dismissively. "Yes, for that display. No worries, I will just stick it to the next group that comes in. I recently sold a metal club with a hand guard to prevent a sword from sliding down to the grip. Made a good bit off that. A real beautiful girl. Hated charging her so much, but my wife got on my case when I tried to cut her a deal. After a long laugh just before Zoro left, the old man spoke one final warning. Zoro, be careful. Smoker is not someone to be trifled with. Zoro nodded as he left. A few minutes later, a tall cloaked cowgirl and 2 women entered. Once the cloak is removed to reveal the beautiful woman from before. Here is the special shop I got my club. As the store clerk addressed them with a smile. Welcome customers to my humble shop. What can I do for you lovely ladies? A girl with numerous tattoos on her arms spoke up. I am looking for some good short knives with thick guards over the handles so they can also be used as brass knuckles. The clerk just smiled as he answers. You came to the right place, but it will cost you for quality items. The girl behind the tattooed woman addressed the worried-faced partner. Let me handle the haggling, sis. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.